notified us that he would like to convert item R7M to a consent referral. So if we may do that when we do the consent, that will be taken into consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
It's always a good idea to start the day with prayer. And we're going to start our meeting, and it's my honor to ask Pastor Figueroa from the Church Jesus El Srey, Miami Beach, to give us some words of inspiration. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everybody. Let's start with Scripture. Psalm 118, verse 24 says that this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. It's an opportunity to do what we are called to. Every one of you are called to have a function and a purpose in this city. And we are all witnesses of you're doing a great job. Even though the times have become even more difficult each day, you guys don't give up. You continue to do what you're called. I have a word in the book of Nehemiah. And the title of this devotional says, He will lift you up, because He's the one that lifts us up when we need the strength, the knowledge, the wisdom. And Nehemiah 4:10 says, Judah said, this is so much rubbish that we're not able to build the wall. Nehemiah knew, as the great builder and rebuilder, under his guidance, the people of Israel cleared the rubble and constructed walls nonstop. They needed the walls to stop the invasion for being attacked and robbed and like a lot of things that are happening. You guys are the ones that are in the front. You guys are the ones that are doing what you have been called to do. Your purpose for us to be able to live in this vibrant and beautiful city, the city of Miami Beach. I don't live here, but I've been here for the last 23 years. Last time I was here in this commission, it was seeking permits to be able to be an established church in Miami Beach. And it's been 23 years that we have been together and serving this community. As you guys serve, we serve too. The scripture says a month into their unending work, Judah told Nehemiah, the strength of the laborers is failing, and there is so much rubbish that we are not able to build the wall. Nehemiah 4:10. Nehemiah was dealing with a group of discouraged builders. I believe that sometimes you guys come against all that discouragement because of all the problems and of all the situations and difficulties that arises with this changing world. But I come here to tell you that this is the day that the Lord has made, and let us rejoice in it, because God has given us a new day for us to complete the purpose that He has called us to. And this is what we do, and this is what you all do too. And we thank you, because you're in the front of the battle, and you're taking hits like we have never seen or heard of, but you're not discouraged. Longing to see the progress, they could only see the rubbish that was needed to be removed. How many times you come together? How many times you come with ideas? How many times you come and you don't get together with the ideas, but you keep going, you keep flowing. Things are happening because you will continue. You haven't stopped. You won't stop, because why? You acknowledge the purpose and the calling of God to do what you do, and you do a great job. And we all thank you. Nehemiah recognized the encouragement of the Israelites. And his first remind them, first reminded them that God was with them. I come to tell you that God is with you. We have a church in Miami Beach that pray for you every day, for the city government, for the city to be governed with integrity. And it's a blessing to have you all. I encourage our parishioners to vote, to come out and vote for councilman, for the mayor, and all positions, because they have the right to. And that's what changes things. But Nehemiah first reminded the Israelites that God was with them. I come to tell you that God is with all of you. And you say, well, I'm not from your religion. I don't understand, or I don't think like you. But God is God, and he's over all. He's the God of Abraham, Jacob, Isaiah, and all the patriarchs that were at one time. But he's still God, and he's in heaven, and he's the one that could help us in times of need and times of trouble. And I believe that in times of trouble is when we mostly need of him. But this is what Nehemiah did. He encouraged everyone to do exactly what he said, and he assigned them to work in shifts so they could get rest regularly. You guys work together. Even though you're not in one accord all the time, you guys still work together. You're here every time that you come and make this meeting to get something done, to be of purpose, and that is commendable. Nehemiah organized everything again, and then he assigned them. And each family was given their own section of the wall to complete. That's every one of you guys. Because you have a purpose. You have something to give, a little to sow for the people to be able to be blessed. I don't want to take more time, but there's a purpose. Teamwork is the fuel that allows common people to obtain uncommon results. And we thank God for you guys. And I thank you for having me here and to be able to pray a blessing upon you for strength and knowledge and understanding. Can I ask you guys to bow your heads? Or you guys can't? Well, very quickly. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Father God, we bless each and every one in this city commission today. We bless them because you have gathered them and you have them with purpose. And Father, we ask you to give them understanding, to give them strength, integrity, to give them ideas, strategies, and new forms of doing things, Father God, for we could enjoy and be blessed as we partake in what's happening in Miami Beach, Father. Father, in the name of Jesus, we call unto you that your angels will be around them at all times to protect them and guide them and to minister to them. And they would receive the blessing that you give them every day to start a new day, to acknowledge that you are the one that gives them that day, and they may come before you and they may seek you and they may receive as they surrender their lives and their will to you, Father. In the name of Jesus, Father God, we bless them. And we thank you for each and every one of them in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you, Thank you, Pastor, for your powerful words. And thank you for being in Miami Beach and your community for 23 years. And we look for many, many more years together. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a good follow-up to the invocation. And I'm going to ask our interim city manager, Raquel Williams, to lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to start the Sutnick hour, or I should say the half hour.
Our first virtual caller is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name, address. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good morning, Johan Moore, 717 Jefferson Avenue. I would begin my remarks by pointing out that there is also an adage to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. My point today is not to speak in favor of Palestine necessarily, or against various commission efforts to thwart its self-determination, but to praise various items before you on the agenda in rather particularly fetching order. Items C4A, C4B, and C4C, I recommend support for. We thank Commissioner Dominguez for C4A and C4B. C4C is in fact before you from the mayor. 2 of those are in fact forwarded to you from the Sustainability Committee. I also want to thank Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez for item C41, funding tree canopy, an item that has suddenly taken on new importance countywide, and discussions are in fact being undertaken with the Urban Forester and Sustainability Committee to see how we can best support tree canopy. I also want to thank her for item C7AR, which would support employees' use of medical marijuana on their own time and preclude any negative results from that to their employment. And finally, I want to thank Commissioner Fernandez for item C7AS. There was some discussion within Meridian Court community about these beleaguered residents being forced out of their homes. And my comment to my co-founder was that it's not our neighborhood, so I didn't really know how to proceed that. So I was very pleased to see that Commissioner Fernandez, as so often, has the concerns of precariously housed individuals at heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please. Please state your name, address, and I'm not sure who was first, but go ahead, please.
Oh, you want me to go? Yeah. Lynette Long, Miami Beach Commission for Women. About a year ago, I stood here and said there was only one street named after a woman, Barbara Bear Capitman, in the whole city. And I'm proud to announce that hopefully after today, there will be 6. Thanks for the support of this commission. And I want to say that the Miami Beach Commission for Women, we're not asking for parity because men have 20 streets, but we are asking that women who have contributed to this great city be acknowledged. Number 2 on my agenda is Josephine Baker. On December 23rd, 1948, the Copa City Club opened. It is at 1301 Dade Boulevard, where public storage is. We have, the Commission for Women, through the hard work of Merle Sharma, gotten permission from Public Storage to put on their property a historical marker issued by the state of Florida honoring Josephine Baker. Everybody knows the story. They asked her to perform, offered her a large sum of money, and she refused unless they integrated the audience. And eventually they did, and then every one of her contracts said the following: it is understood, agreed between both parties that patrons are to be admitted regardless of race, color, or creed. This was the first time in Miami Beach. We think she should be so honored. And she invited her different friends to the opening so that she could prove that they didn't deny anyone at the gate from New York City. And the cost of the marker is $2,300 paid to state of Florida. And we hope the city will authorize that payment to honor Josephine Baker and her push toward integration on Miami Beach. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is Amanda. Amanda, state your name and address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, no, my name is Amanda Fisher. I'm happy to be here today. I'm here as a Jewish person who's attended several of these recent commission meetings. And while I may not agree with everything, I am familiar with and even at times understand what has conditioned the perspectives of the mayor and Commissioner Suarez. I understand that your concerns are informed by the past experience and violence faced by previous Jewish generations, and that because of this, you feel a heightened sense of vulnerability given that history. However, it's crucial to address the actions that this commission has taken that undermine our core values, using our taxpayer money to support Israel, thereby contributing to the ongoing violence and loss of life in Palestine, contradicts our ethical teachings. And speaking out against these actions is not anti-Semitic. It is actually a defense of our values and our commitment to our ancestors' legacy that we all share. We have faced and overcome real anti-Semitism in Miami Beach. There used to be redlining practices that once excluded Jews from living in neighborhoods and accessing certain social and professional spaces. We've worked hard and advanced in inclusivity and equality, but now these recent measures like restricting free speech through ordinances against protests and penalizing businesses that support BDS undermine these hard-won advancements. These actions are unconstitutional and they're a betrayal of our democratic principles. So it's crucial that this commission reevaluates this stance and aligns more with the principles of secularism, nonpartisanship, and respect for human life. This current path we're on is not only unjust, but it is illegal and a disservice to the values that you claim to uphold. Thank you.
I'm actually going to explain why it is anti-Semitic and why this commission is actually addressing anywhere we see forms of discrimination or hate, including anti-Semitism, we are going to address it. There are comments made in this meeting in the past several months that are so blatantly it's not even anti-Israel, it is anti-Jewish. For example, if any Jewish person, by the way, there are many people, I'm looking around in this room, if any Jewish person or many people in this room would go to the territories that are controlled by the Palestinian Authority and Hamas, you would not get out. That is a fact. You would not get out alive. You would not get out without going to prison. That is a fact. There is not a single Jewish person in the Palestinian territories. It's not possible. Go to Israel. I think this would shock most people who've never been to Israel. Everywhere you go, there are Arabs. 20% of the population, 20% of the voting population are Arabs. 20% of the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament, the equivalent of Congress, are Arabs. Go to any hospital, doctors, nurses, go to any grocery store. Arabs are everywhere. It's part of society. So it's kind of like, honestly, it's insulting. It's anti-Semitic. It's almost a joke hearing comments about Israel and committing massacres when you have one side where you can't have a Jewish person or other groups that are in this room. We can go to Israel and you can live freely amongst Jews, Arabs, Christians, Muslims, and every walks of life. And actually, until October 7th, when Hamas attacked, there were tens of thousands of Palestinians that used to come over the border. There is a border. And they used to come over the border and work freely, and they were able to earn a living. Unfortunately, that had to be restricted. Anyway, I felt the need to explain why this commission takes in uniformity the positions it takes. It's absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Sir, go ahead, please. State your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Ken Barnes. I live in North Miami and would like to speak today about two things. Just referring to what Mayor Minor just said, the Palestinians, the 20% of Palestinians who live in Israel don't have the same voting rights as the Israelis. They are discriminated against. So to talk about the way you're talking that there's an equivalence, I'm not sure. I don't think that's true. First, I want to talk about Jared Firestone. I have a question for you. Why is the city of Miami Beach considering a resolution that would give Jared Firestone, an athlete who rides a single-person sleigh headfirst down a mountain, a $10,000 grant to represent a foreign country, in this case Israel, in the 2026 Winter Olympic Games. A poor resident, I could see it. A person representing a poor country, I could see it. But Israel is not poor. Not only does he want to compete for a foreign country, he undoubtedly has means, as is a practicing lawyer and real estate agent, and says he has a strong family and friend support system. Secondly, Miami Beach has a wad of money and doesn't want to use it to contract with businesses that refuse to sell or buy from Israel, a clear infringement on free speech. This is an abuse of power. By your insistence, we're being forced to give away our First Amendment rights to a foreign country, again, Israel. Boycotts and selective buying are legal. Witness the legal grape boycott in California. As you well know, the Supreme Court decided that boycotts were legal after
Thank you, sir.
they were not.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Gabriella. Gabriella, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name.
One moment. I just want to correct you. You actually said you don't think I'm sorry to dispute you, but you don't. The facts are 20% of the voting population in Israeli elections are Arabs, and 20% of the Knesset, I'm rounding off, are Arab representatives. That is a fact. And by the way, it's interesting how Israel always seems to be the focus of the disputes. Nobody comes in here about North Korea or China, where real human rights violations are happening.
But they don't have the same voting rights as Israelis.
That
They are
is-
discriminated against.
You can keep saying it, but you're wrong.
They,
Next speaker.
Thank you, everyone. Our next caller is Gabriella. Gabriella, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Gabriella. I'm a Miami Beach resident at 7700 Tatum Waterway Drive. And I would just like to start by affirming everything that Ken said, but I'd most primarily like to speak about Resolution C7AG that would award $10,000 to Jared Firestone. I'm very disheartened to think that in a city where we're arresting unhoused people instead of putting money into housing, that we would send someone to the Olympics to represent another country, especially a country that is actively carrying out a genocide. In addition to that, I would like to express my disdain at Ordinance R5 AB. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor. My name is Lynette Cardoche, and I'm Vice President with Moffitt and Nickel. We are a resiliency and one of the top leading waterfront engineering and consulting firms. And, you know, we're really grateful for the partnership that we've had with the city of Miami Beach and the projects that we've done. I've personally been able to lobby with the city of Miami Beach for the importance of the beaches and the health and the resiliency value that they bring. I do wish, however, to respectfully request that we pull item C2F from today's agenda. That is just a situation where I find that the information used for that memo doesn't truly respect the wishes of the evaluation committee. So with that, I'll close, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
C2F, it has been separated from the consent agenda. It has been. C2F has been separated.
Thank you.
We're going to go virtually to Maj Kagan. Maj, please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, and thank you for recognizing me. I am Moj Kagan Daniel. I live at 5151 Collins Avenue for close to 30 years. I have been an active leader in the Jewish community, just stepped down from the Jewish Community Relations Council leadership. I want to commend Commissioner Suarez, Mayor Minor, and Commissioner Joe Magazine for R5AB in support of Israel and opposed to BDS because Israel is fighting an existential war based on the attacks of October 7. Right now, I just returned from my third trip to the nation. And it's an extremely unfortunate situation what's going over there, but Israel is fighting the world's ideological war on terror. And if you looked at the New York Times in the last few days, there is an article where the Pentagon is actually
Thank you, Maj.
advising.
Your time is up. I apologize. Next, please. Thank you.
Good morning,
sorry.
Commission.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Hi.
Yeah, I just wanted to request on the item that Moj Daniels just spoke on, R5, I believe it was AB, to be listed as a co-sponsor as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Sarah de los Reyes, Santa Harbor Neighborhood Association President. I'm here on behalf of my board. We want to support C7AP, and the visibility of police in neighborhood, I think, is a great idea, and I think is very welcome in the neighborhood. I think that would be really, really great. I also support R5B, which is the Maurice Gibb Park pier and boat ramp that belongs to the residents. And I want to make a comment in regards to the water taxi. The water taxi, the ridership has been very low, and I understand that. The water taxi has been off 5 days, I think. It was 5 off for 5 days. I think it should be extended. And I think the only way you're going to increase ridership if you do a partnership with the business and give them the business incentive in order to give that pass to its employees so they don't bring in their car into the city. I think if you do that, the water taxi will actually work for the city and will actually lower the amount of people, especially the workers that are coming into the city and the hotels and everything. So if you do that, I think that would definitely give it more incentive for people to take the water taxi. Just as my input. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Alexei Ifonin. Please state name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Alexei Afonin, 1661 West Avenue, Miami Beach. I would like to address the, I think, item 5, R5B or D, restricting access to shore for people that live on water. Basically, if we don't leave, you are restricting access to food and water. That means we starve to death because you're willing to give up to $5,000 tickets to access to shore. Might as well shoot us. This is not a democratic way of addressing the problem. Build a mooring field. Get rid of derelict vessels. Be civilized about it. Don't let hatred and rage to take over your reason. I can't believe this is happening in the United States of America, in Miami Beach, Florida in 2024. This kind of a method against a small community of people that choose to live on water? Do you realize what you're doing?
They do, but they don't care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not on the camera.
I don't control the camera. Would you like to start?
My name is Carlos Leon. I'm the Miami Beach Boaters Association president. I'm not here because of that, because to be honest, I know one of the commissioner, like the Suarez, is gonna bully you guys to do what he wants you guys to do. So my access to land will be cut off. I know that. So that's not a big deal. I'm here for a bigger reason. One of the constituent, Gail, told me I don't have power in this city, and I do not have power. The power lies on your hands. But the good thing about this country is that we have freedom of press and freedom of speech. So I decided to do a newspaper tabloid, okay, exposing everything that David Suarez and his goonies are doing against us, okay? So 10,000 copies will be handed out for free in Miami Beach because I'm tired. I sat down with each and one of you guys for 3 hours to find a solution for us to have access to land, and you guys don't listen. So as you guys don't listen to us, I realize you guys don't listen to the parking people, you guys don't, everything is ticket, 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 let's tow. We're in the economy right now that is hurting. Everybody's hurting in this economy, okay? The residents are hurting, and you guys want to ticket them and tow them just because, I don't know why, because there's like 4 Airbnbs out there, and a lot bigger things are happening. Like I'm not against Israel, but I think we need to be careful with freedom of speech and freedom of assemble, because that's the core thing of this country. And thank God that we live in this country, because if not, I don't know how I would be here, because I'm scared of him, because he passes by my boat 7 times, 8 times with FWC senators passing by close, showing his muscles, you know? That's not what a commissioner should do, you know? And he laughs. Look, he's laughing.
Does he have muscles?
But this
Thank you. Our next,
is laugh.
thank you so much.
The one who has to swim to get here. It's not no joking matter. None of you should be laughing. But now I'm gonna expose everything.
Thank you so much. Our,
Commissioners, but I let it go.
It's freedom of speech.
thank you.
There's a court case that it says I can say anything in a public.
Go.
I'll show you. I'll send you an email.
Thank you. Our,
Of speech in this chamber.
thank you, everyone. Our next caller is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address, sir.
Hi, this is Wayne Roberts, South of Fifth. I want to talk about the silver lighting of the day. It seems that the lighting in the Zoom is much better, so the audiovisual is improved. Thank you. Additionally, San Andreas, my favorite cookies and cappuccino in Manhattan, is appearing in Manhattan on 5th Street, where the Burger King is, I guess in 2025. I was really excited by the choice of the restaurant. I guess it's about 7,000 square feet. Really excited by that. As for anti-Semitism in the United States, as particularly Miami Beach, no, it's not a right to block the convention center and the millions of dollars that are generated at the Art Basel event, or yelling at old Jewish people as they exit a synagogue. Shame, 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 3 inches from their face, spitting at them. That's not democracy. That's not the right of free speech. It reminds me of 1932 with this boycott, where Jews were boycotted from earning a living in Germany. It reminds me of the mob mentality that permeates 2024, directed by Iran, our arch enemy, that killed 600,000 Syrians in the last decade, that displaced 12 million, half the population. And I don't even want to talk about Lebanon or the Houthis that killed 600,000 Yemenis. It's pathetic. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you. I'm not sure who was next, but whoever, please go ahead, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Lisa Sacco, 440 South Shore Drive, Miami Beach. I own 10 properties here in Miami Beach. 3 in particular are in North Beach. One is a 4-plex on Biarritz Drive, and the other is a single-family home in North Beach. And I'm here to talk about the parking decals for North Beach. Another activist erroneously emailed all of you that I'm against the parking decals. I am not. I'm actually for the parking decals. Preventing crime and promoting safety, knowing who is parking in our area, and making sure that they are legal residents of the area, not short-term rentals or vacation rentals. Providing more parking for residents who pay property taxes or residents who pay rent to their landlords who pay those taxes. Preventing dumping of unwanted items in our public parking and our public swales. Identifying who's coming here to dump because those cars are not registered. preventing commercial vehicles from occupying residential parking spaces. Several overnight vehicles are commercial vehicles and abandoned vehicles in our area. People are sleeping in their cars and parking in these spots overnight. Some people have even parked in my driveway, and I've had to call the police to identify that somebody has been in our personal driveway because of the lack of parking in the area. I understand that this will cost the city a great deal of money to implement, but I believe over time, the safety of our neighborhood is more important and the quality of life for those living in the area. And we really should be focused on residents first rather than visitors. And that's why I really believe that the parking decals will help prevent a lot of the contention and the issues that we're having in this area. And it's really about the people who actually live in that area. And let's do like we've done for South Beach and Mid Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Charles Fisher. Mr. Fisher, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name's Charles Fisher. I live at 635 Euclid Avenue. I've lived in South Beach for 16 years, and unlike the current city commission, I'm choosing to focus about issues related to Miami Beach and purposely trying not to involve city politics in the plight of Palestinians. So therefore, I'm calling on agenda item CR4, which is a discussion about the removal of bulb outs. You know, we were told bulb outs are the things in the intersections that that allow pedestrians to cross the intersections quicker and easier. They slow down cars as they turn. They make cars go at 90-degree turns. They provide space for trees and vegetation. If you look at in South of 5th, which is a gorgeous neighborhood because we spent a lot of money to make it a gorgeous neighborhood, all of the intersections have bulb outs for a reason. It's a beautiful thing. Everyone who lives in a city wants to have bulb outs. So I'm calling to ask for the bulb outs to be installed on 7th and Euclid. This past year, a woman was hit by a car crossing in the crosswalk because other cars had parked in the area next to the intersection where the bulb outs would prevent that from happening. That's the purpose of the bulb outs. And so we're having people hit by cars as they walk to get a cafecito, a cortadito, or something like that at the Las Olas. And so we need better safety for pedestrians in our neighborhoods. So I strongly oppose getting rid of the bulb outs. I'm kind of waiting for the Go bond that we all voted yes on, which included bulb outs in the rest of the Flamingo Park neighborhood. That has not happened yet. We voted yes on that. Why has that not happened? And now we're talking about removing them. It's a little bit of bait and switch. So we need bulb outs.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I apologize. Sir, go ahead. State your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is George Lindeman, 2300 West Bay Avenue. I've been a resident of the same stretch of water since 1997. Each year, the health of the bay gets successively worse. I've watched it over the last 25 years. I understand that the city does not control the waters in the bay, that's other government entities, but we do control the land that Miami Beach owns. And as complex as it might be, the residents and the voters of Miami Beach need to see some progress on the bay. So I'm also a board member of Sunset 3 Association. You guys have a letter from us. I would encourage you to support our 5B ordinance as a step in the right direction. I know it won't solve all of the problems of the bay, but it certainly will be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Amanda. Amanda, did you speak before? Yes. Okay, then we're going to go to Melissa Razuri.
Hello, good morning. My name is Melissa Razuri, 2131 Calais Drive, also on the board of Normandy Shores Condo Apartments, and I'm just calling in today in support of the North Beach parking decal program. And I just wanted to thank Commissioner Suarez and all the commissioners and Mayor Minor.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cohen, go ahead. State your name, address, 2 minutes.
Steve Bubba Cohen, Venetian Causeway, Miami Beach. Thank you for not having trembling knees up on the commission dais. Thank you for living in the spirit of Dr. Stanley Sutnick, who didn't protest different things on the city for national events, but actually protested senior citizen housing, actually spoke about helping people. And just so you know, I've been here since I'm 6 months old, so that's around 35, 36 years now. And the changes that have happened, I am friends with Dr. Sutnick's son, Robert. I actually went out with his late daughter, and among others, and be for Miami Beach. Be for Miami Beach first. This crazy thing with the boats, okay? I'd love to pull up on my boat and live in Miami Beach free of charge in the bay. But you know what? Do it somewhere else. Go down to the Keys. Go down somewhere else. You don't have to do it on Miami Beach. We have a valuable property that we're protecting. And I've seen the ups and downs. And it's your responsibility and it's our responsibility as citizens to say enough. Let's protect these properties. Let's make sure anyone who wants to do whatever the hell they want to do on Miami Beach doesn't have a chance to do it. And if it means standing up and having people accusing you of taking away their First Amendment rights, what about our First Amendment rights? What about us having rights? Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, more than 30 minutes have elapsed. Do we wish to continue or should we go?
How many more callers?
We have 3 in Zoom.
Let's hear it.
Okay. Erica Summer, you're next. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning. Yes, so I am 7141 Indian Creek Drive, which is Calvary Chapel, Miami Beach. And I thank you for the opportunity to just be able to come on and share from the perspective of small businesses as well as houses of faith. I know it was mentioned in the North Beach parking proposal program that houses of faith would be considered, but there hasn't been anything tangible that has come up of how that's being proposed. So that we would be considered too, because we have congregations, and when we keep talking about quality of life, for many people, spiritual health, spiritual concerns, it's very important for quality of life. And so if you can't congregate, if you can't even get parking or anything, it's a concern. And for us, we do have, outside of the traditional hours, we have services on Sunday, and we also have 2 services during the week in the evenings until 9:30. And so the parking is so limited, even metered parking, and you're having all of the small businesses now compete for the same parking. Additionally, as a person who was in the hospitality industry for several years, I know the financial burdens of trying to figure out how to park when you need to go to work. And yesterday, I was down in South Beach where I only parked for 1 hour and it was $4.50 an hour. And I can't imagine the hardship that that's posing for people who don't live on the beach but work on the beach. And they're not working within traditional 9 to 5 hours. So my concern is, again, about how the small businesses as well as the houses of faith are being considered in this program. I know my time's up, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Our next caller has a screen name of Marty's iPhone. State your name, address, please. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marty Rajendran. I live in Miami Beach. I wonder why an ordinance to restrict the actions of those of us who support BDS, which is a nonviolent form of protest, is on the table, when in fact there are people in Florida and in Miami Beach area who are funding illegal actions in Palestine. They are funding the illegal settlements. They are funding violence by illegal settlers. I'm just wondering, do you really think passing the ordinance against BDS will help the state of Israel overcome the shame and the horror of its genocidal actions in Gaza? Do you really think that this ordinance will do anything to address the International Court of Justice judgment against Israel, which has confirmed something that has always been the case? The settlements are illegal. The occupation and its administration are illegal and have to end. I have some suggestions. I think that the city council would be helping Israel in a better way by one, calling for a ceasefire now in Gaza, and number two, stop funding illegal settlers and settlements, and number three, help our friends in Israel understand we accept the state of Israel, but the borders are those agreed in 1967, not the borders that they are currently working on, which is from the river to the sea. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate myself. First of all, the river to the sea means the end of Israel, and every Jew, about, I don't know, what are there, 7 million Jews in Israel, would be displaced, killed. I mean, that's what you're advocating for. And it's hard to sit here and hear you say that Israel is committing a genocide when there are no Jews in the Palestinian territories controlled by the Palestinian Authority in Gaza, not a single Jew. But yet there are Arabs, there are millions of Arabs in Israel who vote, who are citizens of the state of Israel, who live freely. Go to Israel. I ask any person listening to this, go to Israel. You will see Arabs everywhere. Taxi drivers, doctors, nurses, living side by side. By the way, go to a hospital in Israel. Just like the hospitals here in America, there are 2 per room, unless you have a lot of money and get your own room. But most people are 2 per room. And there are Arabs and Jews in the same room, living peacefully. By the way, I hear all the time from people, because obviously people assume or know that I support Israel. They say to me all the time, many non-Jewish people, I went to Israel, I'm in shock how people live cohesively. It's completely different than what I anticipated based on what I see in the media. And that's why I keep addressing and countering the comments that we hear. They're hurtful. Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to point out a few things. I do think it's ironic that we in Miami Beach, as a leader in LGBTQ rights and women rights, have to endure the comments about pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas values. You know, LGBTQ people are not allowed in Gaza. If they find out you are a homosexual, they're going to kill you. There's actually written text on how to kill homosexuals in Sharia law. So I just find it ironic that the people praising Hamas, praising Palestine, are in Miami Beach, where we're a beacon for women's rights, gay rights, when any of those people, if they were in Gaza, they would be executed immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
And I just want to publicly state, as an openly gay member of this city commission and the only openly gay member of this city commission, my steadfast support for Israel, for Israel's right to defend itself, to bring back home the hostages. This is a right that Israel has, and I stand in dismay whenever I hear the hate being said in front of us. And so since the LGBTQ community was mentioned, I feel that as an openly gay member of this commission, that I stand up because the love that my community has received from the Jewish community has always been very strong. It's always been a very strong bond. And I also have to say, as someone that's been to Israel, actually was into Israel for my honeymoon, I don't think I could have gone somewhere else, perhaps, on my honeymoon. I think the love and the welcomeness that Robert and I experienced in Israel would not be experienced on the other side.
And I believe the cover picture on your social media page is you at the Western Wall, which is very moving. Thank you. Nancy.
Good morning, Nancy Duke, 1450 Lincoln Road, and good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. I had to rush in because on my way here, there was police activity at the end of my street again. There's always something going on. So there was something I was going to say, but I kind of want to just speak from the heart, because as I came in, Carlos greeted me downstairs, and he stuck this in my hand and said, "Nancy, you're in it." Lincoln Road, the end of the street. That street for the last couple years has been inundated with homeless people, people from the boats. I have worked so hard and tirelessly, as some of you know, I just want to clean that area up. These voters want people to feel sorry for them. Please, I tried to work with them. The more you try to work with them, the more aggressive and obnoxious they become. They demand more and more and more. And you try to be reasonable, or what I think is reasonable, just wanting to have a quiet little area in front of my door when I walk out. Instead, what I get is boats, dinghies on the dock, people trying to drop people off. These people are really difficult to deal with. The more you give, the more they want. And Carlos is the ringleader of the whole thing. So I'm going to say, guys, vote for David Suarez. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. You were there for me last year in the very beginning. So I'm always grateful to you for that. Thank you. And David Suarez. You know, my heart goes out to you as well. Without you, I don't know where we'd be. You have helped us clean up that neighborhood so much, so I'm forever grateful. But please, don't let these people come back and invade our area. They will. Just the other day, Carlos has taken some of his boats out. Somebody else brought a boat in. They worked on it, and then the guys want to come ashore and sit in the park and drink beer and carry on. It's a residential area. We need some peace in that area, so I want to thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next virtual caller is Larry Schaefer.
I just want to thank Nancy. You know, often we, the commission, we hear from residents who spend so much of their own free time. And Nancy Duke, you're a perfect example of that. I mean, I can't even imagine the amount of hours you've spent, not just on this issue, but making sure your area is addressed, cleaned up, and really what Miami Beach should be. So thank you for that.
Larry, go ahead, please.
Good morning. This is Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street in North Beach. It was wonderful to see C7C, Citizen Bill of Rights. I think we need some teeth in there, so that's great work. I think Elizabeth Latone worked on that, and it's really great to see you guys consider that item. C7AC is a commissioner expense account item. Really, guys, I'd like to see commissioner pay packages on the ballot soon. Commissioner expense accounts are one thing, but you guys, you don't have a full-time job. You have more than a full-time job up there. So maybe the time, I know we considered this in the past and voted on it. I don't know what the details should be, but maybe it's time again to think about that as, you know, all the voters at once. Finally, number 3, I'm in favor of North Beach parking regulations. Once again, devil is in the details. I'm not quite sure what is the best plan, but parking is a problem in North Beach. I see it every day, and it will only get worse if we don't do something. And I'm going to give up the rest of my time so that the rest of the meeting can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual caller has a screen name of Miami. Please state your name and address, please. Let's go then to with a phone number of 757, the last three numbers. State your name and address, please. Caller, please unmute yourself. It's the caller with the last four numbers are 4757. Then let's go back to Miami. Screen name Miami. Go ahead, please. Mayor, they're not, neither one are there, so we can start.
Any other callers? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone who spoke. And we are now going to, Mr. City Clerk will call the consent agenda items that are pulled, and we can vote on the remaining items.
Yes, sir. The following items have been separated from the consent agenda. Commissioner Bott is separating item C4S, so it can be heard at the same time as R7G through R7J, R7G and J. Commissioner Fernandez is separating C2B as in boy as C2F as in Frank. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is separating C7AH. For the record, the mayor has not approved the addendum items, which are C7AQ, C7AR, C7AS, R9AN, and C7AT. These will not be included when you vote on the consent agenda. However, these items, the mayor has said that he will hear them after 5 o'clock, I believe. So with that, if I can have a motion for the consent agenda excluding separated items and excluding the addendum items. I have a motion from Commissioner Fernandez, a second from Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimous. Consent agenda.
Great, thank you. So for those watching, most of you may know this, but I'll give a quick tutorial. We have about 200 items on the agenda. About 100 of them are on consent, which means they're seemingly non-controversial and should pass through. A lot of administrative items, a lot of referrals to committees. But myself and each of the commissioners has the ability to pull that item so that we hear it. We all have that ability. So that's why we called some of the items. Just to my colleagues, there were a few addendum items that came in yesterday, so we'll put them on to hear it. But I just felt because of the late hour, I wanted to make sure that everyone had the opportunity and didn't just reflexively approve the items on consent. One of the items that passed on consent was the appointment of Chief Special Magistrate Annette Eppelbaum-Cannon. Congratulations. This is a big milestone, and thank you for all your years of hard work and continued hard work. And I think it would be great if we can do a picture with you.
Can I add one thing? I would like to add that Ms. Cannon is also our first female special magistrate in the city of Miami Beach, so even more special. Congratulations.
Okay, let's go to our 9:05 time certain. City manager selection process, R9D. I'll let the city clerk announce it, but then I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, Rick Del Pico, to give some instructions.
So R9D is city manager selection process, public interviews and final selection. I will be asking that the first candidate in alphabetical order be brought down at the moment, so that way we're not wasting any time.
So I thought Rick was going to give the sort of the lay of the land here, but I'll do it. So basically, we have 4 city manager candidates that we had approved at our special commission meeting on this item. We're going to give 30 minutes for each candidate. Each of us up here will get to ask 2 questions of the candidate. Obviously, there could be some follow-up, but we really need to limit this to 30 minutes. Just for everyone out there, I believe all of us have met with each of the candidates. I have. We had the opportunity, actually multiple times, to meet with the candidates, but this is for us to ask maybe additional questions, but also for our residents to see for themselves the candidates. We're going to do one question each around the dais, and I thought it would be the most fair. Instead of going down the line, our city clerk has a sort of a randomizer. So we'll do it that way, and so each commissioner will go. I have no idea which order it is. It's random.
They're bringing the first candidate down. The first candidate is Anthony Ali Castro. He's a senior management advisor consultant. He lives in Miami Beach.
Is there a dressing room here that they're bringing him down from?
So everyone knows what we're doing is all the candidates are in the city attorney's large conference room. That way, when you ask the same questions, they cannot hear it. After they finish being interviewed, we will put them back in the city attorney's conference room in case you wish to ask follow-up questions. So that way, they don't even see the questions or the answers that the other candidates gave. So that's how they're in a holding room right now.
Great. Now, are we giving an opening statement to each of the candidates?
Yes, I will be doing that.
How long is their opening statement before we get to ask questions?
No, I will be providing a brief opening statement. There's no opening statement for the candidate.
That's all. They're only coming one floor down. Thank you. Much appreciated. So for those of you just tuning in, we are doing the interview process for our city manager. We are waiting for the first candidate to come downstairs. Maybe they can sit, the next one can just sit outside. Well, there's a bench in the hallway on the 3rd floor by the, I think they should,
So again, everyone, this is Mr. Ali Castro.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for putting your hat in the ring. So the way we're gonna do, we're gonna have one question from each. We're gonna start with one question from each of us up here, and then we're gonna do a second round of questions. There's 30 minutes, so our city clerk will start the clock. So just have that in mind when you're answering your questions, because you may want to do some follow-up. So just keep that in mind. So my suggestion would be try to keep them brief. The question is going to be asked. The city clerk is going to pick each of us randomly, so I don't know which order it's going to be in, and then we'll do a second round of questions. And thank you again, Mayor.
So our first question, first round, Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome. This is my first time interviewing a candidate for city manager in my role as the city commissioner, besides the private interviews. So it's an important moment for me. But I want to know, Mr. Ali Castro, if hired, how will you evaluate city departments, top administrators, and promote a culture of proactive rather than reactive problem solving?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I've been in this position of having to come into organizations and run them and quickly hit the ground running and evaluating teams. So the first thing I would do is to have departmental meetings and start to listen to their concerns, listen to what their needs are, and always with a focus on asking the question, do they understand what the mission is? Do they understand where we're going? Do they have the resources to do it? And as I'm going through that evaluation process, I'm also really focused on listening to attitudes. Are they optimistic? Are they pessimistic? Do they see the glass half full and the glass half empty? What I try to instill during this process is to let them know how I work and let them know what my priorities are. And one of the value added that I bring to any job and any position that I take is that I recognize that I am the one that sets the bar in terms of quality in the leadership. So I will be constantly asking the team to do better and try to never be satisfied with what we're doing. We have to be constantly moving forward in a positive way, and we have to try to create a sense of energy and a sense of urgency.
Thank you. And Mr. Attorney, I don't know if I'm supposed to provide my second question now.
We're going to go on to the next commissioner, and then we'll come back to you.
Our next commissioner is Commissioner Suarez.
Very, very simple. I think I've asked you this before, Anthony. If you could change one thing about Miami Beach, what would it be?
Yeah, it's great that you asked that question as when we met one-on-one, because there is an answer that first popped up into my head, and then there's something a little bit deeper, a deeper answer. So I've been a resident here for the last 4 years, and I've owned my place here in Miami Beach for the last 15. So the first thing that would pop up in my mind is traffic and as a quality of life issue. But upon reflection, if I had to change one thing, I think I would like to see the city of Miami Beach less oriented towards leisure and having some more dynamic development, other types of businesses that can attract people to live and work here in the city. Because in my former position as airport director in Jamaica, for instance, which is heavily tourist oriented, I could see how cyclical that is and how susceptible that is to ups and downs of economies and the travel and the world of travel and leisure. So my answer to you, Commissioner, would be probably if I had to change anything, I would figure out a way to bring in new businesses and new type of opportunities for people to work and live here in the city.
Thank you. Our next commissioner up is Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What experience do you have with employee and union contracts and contract agreements? And can you provide one example where the outcome was better than expected by the board?
Yeah. So, yes, I have, in my airport director's life, both in Bolivia and Jamaica, I was working with unions. We negotiated collective bargaining agreements. So in general terms, I do have experience with working with unions.
And can you give one example where you had a great outcome
Yeah.
in any contract negotiation?
Yeah, well, in a broader sense, probably one of my professional highlights was when I went to Jamaica as the airport director. I was asked to negotiate with the Jamaican government on rates and charges, which involved preparing a master plan and a tariff presentation. And we had very, very successful negotiations where we were able to convince the Jamaican government to approve new tariffs, which will allow us to implement a whole new master plan for improvements at our airport.
Thank you. Our next, Commissioner Magazine, you're up next.
Anthony, thank you so much for your interest in this. Tell me about Miami Beach 2035. What key features do we keep? What changes do we make? Be specific. I think you're already onto some of that economic development. What does that look like? What specific types of companies or industries are we looking at? Resiliency, have $1.2 billion of unfunded capital projects. How do we bridge that gap? Preservation, how is so important, but how do we preserve some buildings or districts that don't have the economic feasibility to perhaps do that themselves? And how can we increase the walkability of our city? So just give me your thoughts on those.
Yeah, okay, well, there's a lot of topics all in one. So let's start with let's look at the future. So first of all, I think that we are, as a city, very close, within striking distance of really being one of the best cities in the country. I think we are, in our hearts, the best city, but we need to work every day to make ourselves the best city. So I think with these government, with the general obligation bonds and this wave of construction and capital projects, we're really setting ourselves up for success, both in just our infrastructure, our resiliency, but also on another axis, which is, I think, could be one of our fundamental importance to quality of life, and that is a cultural side. So as we develop our cultural facilities all across the city, that's going to be a good foundation. When we talk about attracting businesses, we do have some serious challenges. One of the challenges is the affordability of the housing market. And that is a challenge today for our largest employers and our smallest employers. Everybody has a challenge to have people live and work close. So since they don't live and work close, they have to commute, which affects our traffic. And the nature of the hotel and restaurant business is that they're service industry, so the wages are naturally less. So the ideal industries to attract are those that people can work and live within Miami Beach, but they have to be high-paying jobs so that they can afford to live here. And it's an ideal that's definitely worth fighting for and worth target to shoot at, because it will make the city much more vibrant to have people live here, work here, grow up here. Where are you from? I'm from Miami Beach, grew up here, born and raised. So I think that it's something really important that we should be striving for in the future. Yeah.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Good morning. What would your first 30 days as city manager in Miami Beach look like?
Yeah, the first 30 days are really important. What do I do first is bring in all the department heads, get to know what their priorities are, what their needs are, what the requirements are, get them to know me and my way of doing business here in the city. I would also expand that informational exchange of course, to the commissioners, to work with each one of you to get to understand more deeply what your priorities and your concerns are, and then more broadly within the county and the state, start creating those ties to both the Miami-Dade County and to Tallahassee. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Good morning, Mr. Alicastro. This is a momentous day for all of us. None of us probably thought that we would be at this juncture making one of the most important decisions for our residents that we could make in our tenures. So thank you for subjecting yourself to this. Any job interview is challenging. Certainly one in public like this is quite challenging. As a resident of Miami Beach, you know that we are in a constant tug of war between residents' needs and tourist demands, between development and preservation, between increasing density versus affordable housing, and failing roads, problems with traffic, mobility in general. How would you approach balancing those demands, and what are your priorities for each? And I know that's a big question, but it's kind of the nexus of where we are.
Yeah, so as we look at Miami Beach, there is going to be natural redevelopment as older buildings are replaced with newer buildings. So the first thing we have to do is be mindful of what we put in and its impact both on the look and feel of our city, number one, but also the impact it has on our infrastructure, impact on traffic, water, sewage, all of those impacts. Looking beyond to there was a part of the question about traffic and impact. Traffic is an issue for us, and it's going to be tough to deal with it without starting to think about providing better and better alternative ways to transport and trying to figure out better and better ways of limiting vehicles from coming into Miami Beach. Now, we don't have the authority and ability to toll to create those disincentives, which is fine, but we need to be creating some alternative ways that people can park on the mainland and come over in ways that do not saturate, whether it's on a daily basis for people who come to work here, or even particularly for special events, which have a tendency to saturate our roadways.
Thank you. Mayor Miner?
Thank you. Thank you to my colleagues, by the way, great questions. So appreciate the thought process that went into this and the timing. And I think some of my colleagues mentioned this already, but this is such an important decision for our city. You, whoever is selected, will be our next chief executive officer. I think most people, again, know how our system works, but just in case, the city manager is the only person in the city who reports directly to us, the commission. While we talk, let's say I see our police chief, Wayne Jones, in the back. I talk to him regularly. I'm sure most of us do. He technically, under the charter, it's not technically, it's the charter, reports to the city manager, who then reports to us. So the city manager obviously has a tremendous role in helping us and helping our residents make our city the great city that it is. So my question is, and nobody watching this meeting will be surprised, the topic that I'm going to ask about, how would you ensure that Miami Beach continues to focus and its number one priority being public safety, law and order, addressing crime, working with our police chief and our police department to address these issues?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned to you on our one-on-one meeting, and it's not a secret, safety, the feeling of being safe in one's community is fundamental to our well-being and the vibrancy of our own community. The creating a better and better public safety environment is about, first of all, it's a team effort that just doesn't solely embark the police department. but it does have a main focus on the police department. So I would say there's a number of priorities. We need to make sure that the police department is properly staffed, is fully staffed. We need to make sure that the community, that the police department and the community are actively engaged with each other, and the police department has to be visible. You know, it doesn't matter how many officers Chief Jones can bring on board if we, the citizens, don't see them, right? So you need visibility. You need to give them the technology to be able to do their job and be able to do that natural sequence of prevention, or in the case of a crime, arrest and conviction, right? One of the things I would mention about public safety is that I've operated real-time intelligence centers in the airport and highway world. So I think that our police real-time intelligence center is going to be a game changer for the police. It's going to give them much, much stronger tools and better tools and safer tools for the police officers, because the police officers, when they go to an incident, hopefully will have a much better picture of what they're facing as they go there. And also in the case of situations that evolve, such as, let's say there's demonstrations, protests, the chief, I will work with the chief, for instance, to listen to his preparations and his plans, but I'll always be asking the question, how many people do you anticipate that'll be there? And if he says 50, I'll say, great, what is the level of staffing that you anticipate for that? But I'll always ask that follow-up question, what happens if instead of 50, it's 500? You know, so with a real-time intelligence, you're able to first plan, but then if things start evolving, the police chief will have the tools to start moving resources and respond before things boil over. And that's the name of the game, is to try to keep things under control before they get to a flashpoint. Right?
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And your next question would be, what if the 50 don't listen to what the police have to say?
Yeah.
But for another time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following up on the theme of public safety, as you know, and as the mayor just mentioned, we have a very strong focus on public safety, and there is a direct nexus between public safety and resident quality of life. So tell us a little bit about your level of involvement on two specific issues: on high-profile events that attract large amounts of crowds, and managing and preparing for something like that, and handling of homeless issues.
Handling?
Of homeless issues.
Homeless issues, sure. So in crowd planning, as airport director in both South America and in the Caribbean, I've had to deal with protests, people trying to storm the airport, and the airport police, which I was proud to manage, having to prepare for that and respond to that. So I do have that experience in event control. I've also been very much involved in emergency operations. So whether it's a case of a hurricane in Jamaica, fire, airplane crashes in South America, I've had that kind of experience as well. So I feel very comfortable in the public safety space. In terms of homeless issue, I would just say that we must strike a balance. We must strike a balance between compassion and avoiding at all costs creating the conditions that attract homelessness. So we need to help when we can, but we can't go to the extreme of falling into the trap of creating a situation that attracts homelessness. So I think we should offer as many services as feasible to help our fellow human beings in their moment in their lowest moment in their life. Yet at the same time, there's 87,000 other people in the community that also have to and have their own rights to quiet enjoyment of their homes. So it's all about balance, and it's all about treating our homeless with compassion. But now that certain guidelines and rules have come down from the courts, we have a certain ability to be a little bit more strict in helping improve the quality of life for our residents by being a little bit stricter on people that want to use our public space to sleep.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. So may I go to the next individual? Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So many papers up here. Okay, so when I look at leadership, you have to be able to assess an organization and understand what needs to improve so that the organization can be more fruitful. What changes would you implement in the current leadership structure of our Miami Beach government, and what changes should that yield within a year or two?
Yeah. Okay. Well, as I look from the outside at our organization, there's a couple of challenges. First, let me talk about my approach. My approach is to give everyone in the organization a fair chance, and I go in assuming that they are high-quality professionals. I certainly got that feeling from meeting with the acting city manager and the rest of her team on Monday. Dedicated professionals that are committed to the city and to doing right by our community. That being said, one has to work and evaluate the team on the fly. The other aspect is there are lots of vacancies that are in place, and we cannot expect an organization to function at full speed with a sense of urgency if we're asking people to focus and wear too many hats and be overwhelmed in what they're doing. So I would say that in the short term, one of the focuses is hiring, and that of course brings its own challenges because we are an expensive place to live. A lot of people live away from the beach and have to commute. So there are challenges in that. So I'd say priority one is making sure that our organization chart is filled with the people we need. But as we go forward, the other important job that I would have is to look at efficiencies and make sure that we have the right people in the right departments. So looking at total numbers. So it's not just about adding people, it's about making sure that we have the right people and the right number of people in each department. Because, as I say, we can't expect excellence in a team that has too much work for the size of the team. Yeah.
Any structural changes?
Well, I think I've always found that there is room for improvement. I've always found that there are room for structural changes. I don't think that today, standing here, I have any recommendations for structural changes, but what I would be on the lookout for is, as I look at that org chart and talk to everyone, try to establish an environment where they can honestly raise their hand and say, I'm good, but maybe I could live with a smaller team. So I would say I don't have any particular structural changes I would make day one, but but as we look forward in the future, if we put ourselves 2 years from now, I would probably venture to say that there would be some structural changes, improvements to the organization chart where people know what they're doing, people have the resources to do the job that each department has and the teams under them, and that they feel a sense of responsibility and accountability, both to the office and to the community at large.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you. What will you do to incentivize better economic growth?
I mean, there's a number of things that we can do. I mean, it depends on where you want that growth to come from, right? I mean, if we're looking at some of the drivers, across the street, we have the convention center. We have the hotel coming up, being built, which will allow the city to get more and more conventions and better quality conventions. So that will be an economic driver, for sure. But in a broader sense of looking towards attracting businesses, that's part of more of a longer term master vision of what we want to be and where we want to go.
Thank you. Our next is Commissioner Magazine.
I agree with you. In our heart of hearts, I'd like to think we're the best city in the world, but I know I don't dedicate so much of my time because everything is great. So to put you on the spot, you look around our city, we could talk all day about what we get right, but what do we get wrong? What can we fix? What can you look around our city and say, you know what, I can do this better than the last person or people that were in here?
Well, I think we have to divide up in the long term and the short term view. But let's focus in on the short term view. What we could do better. I think we need more attention to detail. We need to be able to walk around the city and being able to guarantee that our city is very clean. That our news dispensers are not in the wrong place on the sidewalk and not full of graffiti. So my response is that in the short term, it's about the detail, that we all have a spirit that we do not accept dirty sidewalks. We do not accept graffiti. We do not accept things in poor state of maintenance. You know, so I would say that in the delivery of those basic fundamentals, I think that we can do a better job. The other problems that we have as a city are more of a long-term nature. You know, the improvement of traffic, figuring out where we want to go as a city in terms of defining our future for economic development 5, 10, 15 years out. That's more long-term. But in the short term, I would focus everyone on the details of making ourselves the safest and the cleanest city.
Thank you. Our next is Vice Mayor Dominguez. And we have 3 minutes before we hit 30.
Okay. So in Miami Beach, we have 6 commissioners and a mayor, each with 1 vote. How will you manage reporting to 7 people?
Yeah, well, I think, first of all, I think that it's a strength that the commissioners are selected on a citywide basis, and you're not, as commissioners, in your silos representing North Beach, Mid Beach, South Beach, or wherever. So I think that's a strength. There's one pretty straightforward way, and that is frequent and routine meetings with each commissioner, because as commissioners, you also serve a very, very key function as elected officials. You know, a lot of our citizens, our fellow members of the community will look to you. You know, they've created relationships with you of trust with all of you, and they will come to you first with their concerns. So it's part of the environment of where we get community ideas. So my way of working would be to meet frequently with each one of you to understand your priorities and the people that come to you with their concerns.
Thank you, Commissioner Bott, and we're now at 1 minute 38.
As part of your preparation for this job interview process, I'm sure you watched a number of city commission meetings, maybe even going back before this group was elected. What would you change about our process if you could? How would you define and then handle inappropriate exchanges between electeds among themselves, with staff, or with residents?
Okay, so first observation is that from a meeting perspective, sometimes the agendas can be very, very, very long. And it is hard it's tough on you, commissioners, and it's tough on the community to be able to focus on a bombardment of different issues, because I think a lot of us are interested in a little bit of everything. We're interested. We may have one specific topic, but we may be. So I would say those meetings are the meetings could be, the agendas could be a little shorter. And your other part of your question, Commissioner, was?
What would you change, how would you define and then handle inappropriate exchanges
yeah, okay.
between electeds among themselves with staff and with residents?
Yeah, I would do that strictly on a one-to-one, gently and kindly suggest that if things get too hot and their demeanor gets too argumentative, that they try to moderate, because it'll allow for better discourse. And also I would make an emphasis on the decorum from this side as well. You know, passions run strong on lots of issues, and I would suggest that we try to maintain free speech, but we keep an eye out for hate speech, and we keep an eye out for language that's just as insulting and dehumanizing amongst ourselves. So that's how I would deal with the commissioner. Thank you.
May I give a 2-minute grace period for the last question?
Since it's my question, sure.
Wait, is that so?
I would have done it for all of you. Thank you again to my colleagues. Great questions, and thank you for being here. So Miami Beach is a global international city, but we also have a small town feel to it. We all connect with our residents, sometimes on a neighborhood basis, on a one-on-one basis. How would you connect with the residents of Miami Beach to understand and address the issues and improve our quality of life?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I commend you and all of you in your reaching out and working with the community, whether they're groups or individuals. And I would do exactly the same thing. I think there's you get what you inspect and not what you expect. You know, you have to go out and talk to people and get an unfiltered view. And as you talk to different people around the city of different ages and different religions and different perspectives on life, you're going to start accumulating a list and a better feeling of what the key concerns are. I mean, we've done our surveys. We know, safety and quality of life, but by engaging with the community, that's where you really feel the pulse. And if I'm city manager, that would be my commitment, to go out and talk to each and every group that invites me to come to speak, because it's a golden opportunity that you cannot let go. You must listen, because there's a richness of opinion and a cultural diversity richness that few cities in the world have like we have. So,
thank you for being here. You're a Miami Beach resident, so you live and understand the issues, but I also can tell you've done your homework, so thank you for your due diligence.
You're very welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you. Kayla, can you escort? Mayor, the next candidate is Eric Carpenter. He's the Deputy City Manager of the City of Miami Beach, Florida.
Good morning. Please state your name. That's good. We're going to work on that during the summer break. Well,
Miami Beach. Eric Carpenter, Deputy City Manager, City of Miami Beach.
thank you. Thank you, Eric. And thank you for putting your hat in the ring. It's not easy. I'm saying this to all the candidates. Being in the public eye can be challenging at times, but it's also, I think I'm speaking for all of us. It's literally one of the most rewarding things you can do with your life and your time. So thank you for that. You probably know the process, but it's 30 minutes per candidate. If we go over a minute or so, we won't shut it down. Each of us is going to get a question. It's going to be done randomly by the city clerk, so I don't know the order. But try to keep in mind the 30 minutes when you're answering the question. So we're going to go through 2 rounds, 2 questions for each of us. Thank you.
Okay.
This round, Commissioner Suarez.
Good morning, Eric. If you could change one thing about the city of Miami Beach, what would it be?
So if I could change one thing about the city of Miami Beach, it would probably be that we would spend more time forward-looking on issues that we haven't dealt with yet, and a little less time relitigating issues that have already been before us and have been voted on, and that we're moving forward in a specific direction. That's not specific to anything. That happens frequently. We are constantly evolving, and we're constantly learning from things that we've done before. And so we do get better with each iteration of projects or programs or incentives. But the challenge that we do have is that we spend a lot of resources on researching and reevaluating things that are already in the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Eric. Tell me about Miami Beach 2035, speaking of forward-looking. What key features do we keep? What does economic development look like? What does preservation look like? What does resiliency when we have $1.2 billion unfunded look like? Tell me about what Miami Beach 2035 is.
So Miami Beach 2035 is a very dynamic and interesting city that in some ways looks very much the way it does today. One of the things that makes Miami Beach so special is our historic preservation. I mean, there are seaside towns up and down the coast of Florida and other states. And so what really makes us unique and special is the way that we've been able to blend keeping our history, which is important, but also evolving and creating opportunities for diversification of the economy, more residential stock within the community. The historic districts serve as naturally occurring affordable housing. And so we need to figure out how to blend the two together to move forward with the things that we know on the infrastructure side. I mean, seas are rising. That's a fact. There's no 2 ways about that. So we need to figure out how to do it so that we're incorporating not just 20 years or 50 years, but 100 years from now, how can we be in the place that we want to be? 100 years ago, when they were building this island out of the mangrove swamps, they had no idea that we were going to have, $50 billion worth of real estate value built on this island. And so, yes, it's $1 billion worth of infrastructure that we have to spend, but it's spending $1 billion to save $50 billion in real estate. That's a great return on investment from my perspective. We've built infrastructure projects that we know work. We know how to deal with sea level rise. We know how to deal with storm surge. We know how to deal with, whether it's the dune system for storm surge or the combination of, pumps and roadway elevation for sea level rise and stormwater issues. Obviously, we've got water and sewer challenges that we have to overcome, but all of that can be done, and we've proven it with some of the projects that we've already put in place.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you for offering to our city your wealth of institutional knowledge up to the service of its residents and taxpayers. Earlier, I was asking about how you would evaluate the city's top administrators, but I want to focus more specifically on the part of this question that speaks about promoting a culture of proactive rather than reactive problem solving. And I'm sure this question is no surprise to you because you know how passionate I feel about that. So please be as specific as possible. How do we promote that culture to be proactive rather than reactive?
So I think it really starts with identifying what are the core goals and values of the elected body of the city. I think that we need to do some strategic planning to be able to make sure that we're all coalescing over a vision of what the city looks like over the next 5 to 10 years. And then we need to be doing organizational development to roll that down to every person within the organization so that they understand what our core goals and values are, so that when they walk by, whether their job is to pick up litter or not, when they walk by a cigarette butt on the street, they should bend down and pick it up. I do it when I walk around the city. My expectation is that everyone else should do it as well. And I think that that really just comes from communicating what's important to us. You know, it's safe and clean. We want to be a safe city and we want to be a clean city. We have a lot of other services that are also important, but I think our core values are really safe and clean.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Hi, Eric. Good morning. What will your first 30 days look like as city manager?
So my first 30 days are really going to be focused on steadying the organization, sending a message that we are a solid city and we are going to get the best and the brightest to either be promoted into positions that are available, or we are going to go find people to fill those positions, because right now we have way too many openings in key positions throughout the city. That's going to be my focus. The other focus I'm going to have is reintroducing myself to the community. In my new role, I would be reaching out to stakeholders across all districts of the community and seeing, you know, what is it that they see as the most critical pieces of the puzzle. And then the third thing that I would do is I would be meeting with the departments one-on-one to make sure that I understand what their needs are, even more so than I do today, so that I can help them start to coalesce about what success looks like for each of their individual roles and how that role fits into the bigger picture of the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott.
Good morning, Eric.
Good morning.
Echoing colleagues' comments already, but thank you for subjecting yourself to this process.
My pleasure.
As you know, Miami Beach is in a constant tug of war between residents' needs and tourist demands, development and preservation, which you've alluded to, increased density and the need for affordable housing versus failing roads and traffic issues. How would you approach balancing those demands, and what are your priorities on each?
So my priorities are really to deliver world-class services to everyone in every realm of those areas of expectation. We need to make sure that we're preserving our history. We also need to be making sure that we have opportunities to provide additional housing at different levels in the spectrum. So, you know, recently in the last 10 years, we've been getting most of the new housing all at a price point that nobody who lives here in the city of Miami Beach can afford. And that's been market driven, and I'm not trying to, you know, control the market, but I think that we do need to intercede in some areas to create some housing stock that may not be at that ultra high price point. We also have to be making sure that the infrastructure, the backbone of the city, our water, our sewer, our stormwater systems, are as robust as they can possibly be. We have systems in place right now that we've identified are critical needs. Thank you all for being committed to funding those infrastructure improvements. And we are moving forward with $85 million worth of water and sewer critical needs. You've already seen some of the construction activities on 41st Street, on the Venetian Islands. We are getting things done so that we don't look like other cities that I won't name in the area that have had major issues where, you know, they are front and center on the news for not so good things. We certainly don't want to find ourselves in that category. And some of the things, you know, even nobody probably realizes, but the 54-inch redundant force main that we built here in 2015 is the only reason that we didn't end up on the front page of the news when somebody drilled through our existing 48-inch line on 5th Street. And that happened about 3 years ago, maybe actually probably 4 years ago now. But because we had that redundant force main and we were able to change the flow, went off without a hitch. And those are the kind of things that we need to be proactive about, and we need to make sure that we keep investing in infrastructure so that we can be the city that nobody hears about infrastructure problems.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Hi, Eric.
Hi.
Morning. So many times up here, we find ourselves legislating gum removal or pressure cleaning, and these are things that should just happen within the government. We shouldn't necessarily be creating policies surrounding this. You've been here for a long time. You were the head of Public Works. I've known you for close to a decade. When you look at our organization and the inefficiencies that we have, what structural changes would you make and why?
So as far as structural changes, I think there are a few pieces of information that need to fit together. And I think that my predecessor did a great job of putting together the Neighborhood Affairs Division so that there was a group in the city manager's office that was cutting across silos and talking to people outside in the community, but also communicating back to those individual departments what are the critical needs in each of those different communities. And we need to do more of that. One of the things that we're in the process of trying to fill is the permit coordinator position, which again will reside within the Neighborhood Affairs Division and will service the community that is struggling with building permits. We'll give them one point of contact to come to when they get stuck. We're trying to streamline our processes, and those will be things that we get better on, but we have to challenge each and every group in the city to be the best version of themselves, and I think that's back to the comment about strategic goals and objectives, working that into evaluations so that people's evaluations on a yearly basis and their merit increases are tied into what success looks like, and everyone has a vested interest in rowing the boat in the same direction.
Mayor Miner.
Thank you again, Eric. You and I have spent hours talking about law and order, public safety, and we're a safe city. But my vision, our collective vision, is we want to be the safest city in the United States. How do we get there?
So I think it's a lot of things that you as a commission are already doing. It's funding our police to make sure that they have all the resources that they need to be successful. It's about helping them understand what is most important to the community, because you as the elected officials hear from the community, and perception is reality. The stats tell a story that we are a safe city, absolutely. But we also want to make sure that our community feels safe when they're walking the streets. We want them to feel safe when they go to every corner of our city. There shouldn't be anywhere that people walk down the street and they don't feel safe. And so it's a communication to the police department and helping them to understand how the perception might be divergent from reality and how we can help address the perception issue, as well as getting the bad guys, which I think our team here at Miami Beach is unparalleled. We do an amazing job of, whenever there's a crime committed, we have people under arrest and in jail within 24 hours, 95% of the time. And they get the other 5% shortly thereafter. So they are amazing in that regard. We need to continue to do that, but we also need to address the perception concerns.
Thank you. It's the end of the first round of questions.
15:30.
Commissioner Suarez.
Is that a recognition of your time management?
Eric, what will you do to better incentivize economic growth in Miami Beach?
So I think what we need to do, and I think Raquel did an excellent job of this when she created the incentivization program for businesses to move to the city. We need to identify what are our target verticals. Who do we want to be attracting to the city? Do we want to be in the education arena? Do we want to be in, med tech? Do we want to be in finance? And how do we get more of those companies to look at Miami Beach and decide that they want to move their business here? We're right now at a point in time where there are a lot of companies that are leaving some of the other major metropolitan areas, and we just need to continue to show them why we're attractive, why we have all the things that they're looking for. We have great opportunities for living at the CEO level. We have great entertainment options. We have an educated workforce. We need to show them that we have affordable housing. That's another piece of it, I think, that we have to really focus. And maybe it's not under the textbook definition of affordable, but it's attainable housing. It's housing for the workforce that they're going to want to bring, because if they have a group of individuals that may not be able to afford the median household in Miami Beach, it's going to be a negative, and it's going to be something that puts us behind other areas that might be more attainable.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you again, Eric. It's great to talk about all the things that Miami Beach gets right, and we could sit here all day, and that's why we all live here, work here. What do we get wrong? What can you tell us where you're saying, yes, I have my institutional knowledge, we've gotten to this point, but this is what I'm going to do to ensure we don't maintain the status quo because we've come up short in this area?
So rather than maybe talk about the future, let me talk a little bit about the past. When I first got to the city of Miami Beach, I think we had bankrupt and put out of business the last 5 or 8 contractors that had done any major work within the city. We have a challenging environment to do construction in. All of the worst possible conditions that you can think of to do construction: high population density, no staging area, high groundwater table, poor soil conditions, traffic, no close by resources. All of your materials are going to have to come in from a long distance. All of these things are challenging. And so I think what we need to do is we need to show contractors that we are a city that wants to do business with them and that we're going to do a lot of business, and they should be pricing their work aggressively, and we're going to get out of their way and let them do their work. We have a tendency to micromanage our contractors, and it leaves us in a situation where many contractors don't want to come back to Miami Beach. I've seen over and over again where we have a contractor that bids 3 or 4 jobs all at the same time, and they get 2 of them or 3 of them, and they do those 3 jobs, and then they're like, I'm done. We need to figure out how we can be more user-friendly and get the best and the brightest contractors in here competing so that we're getting the best value for the money spent for our constituents.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. As I was mentioning earlier, there is a strong focus, as you clearly know, in our city on public safety. And with focus on public safety, there's a direct nexus with quality of life issues. Talk to us a little bit about your vision for handling our high-profile events, the influx of large amounts of crowds into our city, and as well the handling of homeless issues.
Wow, that's a little bit more challenging. So obviously we are a world-class city, and part of the reason that we are a world-class city is because we hold world-class events, and we have a big footprint and a big brand. Obviously we need to understand and respect the partnerships that we've built over time with a lot of those events. I think we can be a little bit more selective with future events that we partner with, because we are such a big brand that we bring value to them just like they bring value to us. We obviously need to make sure when we're bringing large volumes of people into the city that we're not diminishing the quality of life for the people that are our residents and our primary focus and are here with us every day. So we have to figure out how to make that work collaboratively. And some of that is what drives us to have the size police force that we have, despite we're only a community of 89,000. So I think it's really a function of leveraging our regional partners when we can to help us with some of these high-profile events. And it's having the police resources to not just deal with the events, but also deal with the day-to-day quality of life issues. Homelessness is a problem throughout the country. It's a problem here in Miami Beach. It's a real challenging problem because we want to be compassionate, but we also want to be very fair when we're dealing with the residents' impacts along with the people that are experiencing homelessness. And so we need to set some very clear ground rules as to what's acceptable and what's not acceptable here in Miami Beach, and then we need to enforce them.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
You know this one already from having worked in the city, but we have a mayor and 6 commissioners. How will you manage reporting to 7 people?
Very carefully. No, I work for all of you, and all of you have one vote, and all of you need to be kept in the loop on information. You need to be, the focus of the organization. The organization has services that we need to provide, but we need to provide them in a manner that is consistent with the vision and values of the elected body of this city. You set the policy direction and we follow it. And so it's very important to me that, or whoever you select to be the next city manager, that they're a unifying force and that they help all of you work together to set a vision of this city that then all 2,600 employees can work towards, because I do believe that we have an amazing workforce that wants to do what you want them to do. They just don't always understand what that is. And so we need to collectively set our goals and values and then work towards it.
Commissioner Bott.
I know that you have followed a lot of commission meetings over the last number of years that you've been here. What would you change about our process if you could? And how would you define and then handle inappropriate exchanges between electeds amongst themselves or with staff or with residents?
So I guess this is my third or fourth changeover in commissions. And there's always a learning curve. And so there's a process that you have to go through. And it's just helping people get through that learning curve as quickly as possible. Because I do think that you all see things a lot more similarly than it may always come across. Obviously, we'd always rather praise in public and criticize in private, but that can't always be the case. So, as long as we can find a way to keep it professional and constructive, that's my goal. And it really comes down to, can I or anybody necessarily affect that when you're the bosses and we're the people that report to you?
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Hi, Eric. My initial question was, what experience do you have with labor or union negotiations, which I know you do? So I'm going to phrase it a little bit differently. One of my biggest concerns is our unfunded pension liability, and the fact that if we happen to have some sort of economic downturn, we would be in a precarious financial situation. So I have two questions. In the past, while you've been in these labor negotiations, can you tell us about something that a concession that you're really proud of that you got? And moving forward, how do you plan to address this so that so that the city is not put in any dangerous financial position because of labor concessions?
So we're actually going to talk about this in another hour or two, but we are in labor negotiations right now, and we have gotten some, I think, very good concessions on management rights side. I think it's important to be able to, obviously hear all the concerns of the collective bargaining units, but within the confines of those concerns, still make them fit with the financial needs of the city. And we need to empower our department heads to be able to make decisions based on what's in the best interest of the city while still respecting the members of the bargaining units. We'll talk about things like Me Too clauses or, opportunities to not have unscheduled leave that causes overtime overruns in some of the department budgets that I think we've gotten concessions on. But I think more importantly than any of that is telling the folks in the bargaining units why it's important that we're all working towards the same goal. Because as somebody who sat on the Fire and Police Pension Board for the last 4 years, if that pension liability gets out of control, we're going to have some really hard conversations about what pension looks like in the future. And that's not in anybody's best interest. We need to control it now. We need to make decisions that are going to help us down the road and stick to those decisions. And I think that we've done a good job of that over the last 10 years. We're in a very difficult time right now because we're seeing such huge inflation, and there are significant cost of living issues in the community that everybody's experiencing. And so we have to figure out how to provide for the workforce so that their morale and their productivity continues to be strong, but still keep that within the confines of the financial resources of the city. And I hope that answered both questions.
Mayor Miner.
Good time management. Thank you again, Eric, and thank you to my colleagues for the quality of questions. So we're a legislative body, but I know myself and all my colleagues spend a tremendous amount of time and our energy in connecting with our residents, responding to emails, going to community meetings, to deal with the quality of life issues, not only citywide, neighborhood by neighborhood, but sometimes literally street by street, house by house, condo by condo. How would you work on connecting with those residents? Many residents know us, they know our names, they may not know the city manager. How would you interact with residents and better address the quality of life issues that we're looking to improve?
So I'll start by saying I think the presidents of almost all the homeowners associations have my cell phone. So that's one way to start. And obviously, I mentioned before what I would do in my first 30 days. It would be reintroducing myself to the community. I do have the benefit of having quite a few relationships and people who already know me. I think most, if not all of them that you would talk to would say that they've dealt with me and that they trust me and that I respond. I may not always tell them exactly what they want to hear, but I will always give them an honest answer and a timely answer. And I think that that is the commitment that is most important, because the community needs to know, you know, similar to what I said about the collective bargaining unit, the community needs to know the why. You know, there are a lot of decisions that we make on a daily basis as a municipal government that may not be intuitive to the layperson. We need to be able to explain the why we're doing things and help them to understand that it's not just an arbitrary decision. There is a greater good that we're always working towards. And I think that when we educate people, it is to everyone's benefit, because I think that they understand our challenges and we understand their challenges, and together we can find the best possible solutions.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your time.
If I could, just one example of, and you know, like all negotiations, not everybody walked away from it getting everything that they wanted. But I was heavily involved in the discussions around the gates on Normandy Shores, and that was an issue that was going on 20 years, and I am glad to say that after resolving that in 2020, we've not heard any complaints about the gates and the access to the gates on Normandy Shores. So I consider that one of my most rewarding successes, even though most people don't know about it. That was a feud that had gone on for 20 years that we were able to resolve.
Thank you for reminding me of those meetings. Yes, good fond memories, and thank you for your work on that. And thank you for your roughly 10 years of service to Miami Beach.
My pleasure. I've enjoyed every moment of it.
Eric, you're going to be escorted back unless the mayor and commissioners have anything else.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mayor, we're bringing over the third candidate. It is Tariq Rahmani. He's the Deputy City Manager, City of Carson, California.
Tariq, thank you.
Honorable Mayor, how are you?
And thank you for coming all the way from California to
so much.
Miami Beach. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
I hope we've treated you well with open arms and hospitality.
I'm very appreciative. I think you guys taking care of us, and it's an honor to be here today.
Thank you. So I think you probably know how the process is going to go, but just in case, you'll have about 30 minutes. We won't cut you off if there's a minute over. We're each going to ask 2 questions. We're going to start with 1 question each and go down the row. Our city clerk is going to pick one of us to start randomly. I don't know the order. So just keep in mind the 30 minutes though, because you're going to have a total of about 14 questions.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Welcome, Tariq. We are a large organization, and we have a strong senior leadership team. If hired, how will you evaluate city departments and top administrators? And more specifically, talk to me a little bit on how you would promote a culture of proactive rather than reactive problem solving.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. This is a really great question. I think, as they say, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So I think our meeting as a candidate with the executive team, even though it was short, but we got a sense of the type of executive team you already have. I've got a sense that you have multiple staff who stepped in to fill the void, and they're doing an incredible job. They're wearing multiple hats. And there's always the question about when you come in as a city manager, the resume is one thing, but you as a person is a different thing. And I consider myself genuinely interested first on people before we get into the details about competencies. It's really probably not fair for any person to take 2-3 weeks to assess whether a person is successful or not. So you have to be able to use qualitative information as well as quantitative information, and you have to combine the two to make those decisions. I think I have shared with all of you my thinking through what will be a 90 days process as a city manager. The number one thing I went to is the org chart that you have now as you're getting ready to adopt the budget in September. And there is a level of interim position. So the first role will be for any city manager is to evaluate how the interim positions fared out in terms of output. That would be my number one priority as well. And quite honestly, I think you will have a member of staff who are really interested in continuing at that position, and you have some staff who are really not interested. They really want to go back to their former position. We will take all these aspects in consideration as a city manager, and I think we collectively need to keep the institutional knowledge that the city needs, and for the positions that are being enough qualitative and quantitative information that the person has succeeded at interim role and they have the chance to be promoted, I'll be their advocate. I'll be the number one person to make sure that the city of Miami Beach continues to get the results from these individuals. And I'm going to take all responsibility for that decision, whether it fares out or not. It stops with me. And when the position is fully vacant, we are going to be aggressive as a city of Miami Beach to attract talent. I do not believe in traditional government hiring. Really, we have to make phone calls and we have to make sure that we reach out to these individuals that we think will be the next individuals to make the city of Miami Beach the city that should be and the city that it is. We will make sure that we also do a great job marketing what the city of Miami Beach offers in terms of benefits, in terms of things that really make the city of Miami Beach as a top city probably in the nation. So all this information would be for me as a guiding principle. And again, all the decisions will be at the executive team level, but again, I will be held responsible for all those decisions, whether they worked out or not.
Commissioner Suarez.
Hi, Tariq. If you could change one thing about the city of Miami Beach, what would it be?
That's a really great question. I think number one is building the bridge with the community. I think as a city manager, it's essential to know how the city works. I think all the candidates you have interviewed, they know exactly the intersects of how government works, how the department works, how the state and local government and how the legal aspect of it works. I think the Miami Beach really deserve a city manager that's going to care as much about them as you care about the internal organization. And you're willing to go and put yourself out there to all type of residents, all type of businesses, all type of communities, and know the community you serve. I believe that if you don't know the community you serve, you may not be able to provide the level of service that they require and they expect from you. So, and again, all of that goes under the direction of the city commissions and the mayor, of course. I think it would be my priority number one, and that's basically a branding image of the city hall. We have to make the city hall not a black box that's not known in local government nationally. Like, we do a lot of great work, but we do not do great work of including the public in knowing how we do work and how things are. It will be my most priority to make sure that I'm connected to the community that I serve and that their concerns, I'm aware of them. And I know I walk the street they live in, I go to the shops they go to, I live those constraints they go through, for me to make sure that I have enough information to take the priorities and take the essential step to fix them with my team at the City Hall.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
That's great. So Tariq, you have extensive experience in government. When you look at our organization, and I know you just said that you think we need to do a better job of our image and the relationship with the public and Miami Beach, which I actually agree with, because there is a lot of skepticism surrounding the government. When you look at how our city is being run right now, compared to how you would run it, what are some structural changes that you might make?
I think number one, Dr. Gonzalez, is that you're as good as your team. So changing the image will require really working hard on changing the culture of the city of Miami Beach. Not to say that the city of Miami Beach, the City Hall, is not. I met with your staff. You have an excellent staff. I think they're dedicated, they're smart, they want to do. I believe, like you mentioned in my resume, I worked with multiple cities, whether in Seattle or in LA. And I find that there is this component of fear sometimes in staff, and they want to do more, but they don't know if they can. They want to reach out, but they don't know if there's any legality of things, the policies, etc. As a chief executive, I am really against status quo, and I say that to even folks who work with me now who probably are watching this in LA, but I like to have my staff have confidence. I'm as good as a city manager if my staff channel that same energy and same confidence in making sure that we educate them and we train them to make sure that they are formidable at what they do. It's one thing to know your job, it's another thing to explain your job to the constituents, to make great presentations, to make sure that these policies are not holding you back. And we're all on the same page in terms of whether it's HR policies, legal policies, financial policies. We need to give that confidence back to our staff, and our staff will become our ambassadors to the city. When you do that, and again, I'll go back as a city manager or an executive, I will be held accountable for all of it, whether it works or not. It's not on my staff. I want the staff to be successful. I want them to shine. And when you have your staff at that level of confidence and competency, they can be your ambassadors at the community. They're the one who are going to go out there. It's almost like a team sports. They believe in the team, they win it. And they want their team to win. If the community gets what they want, and we're going to start doing things that are new. It's not just doing things that we do all the time. And we have to experience some sort of reimagining our brand with our community together to see what is that brand is going to be. So to answer your question, we can do all of that, but we can only do it if we give that competency and confidence and happiness back to staff.
Commissioner Bott.
Hello, Tariq. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring. This is an onerous process, and doing it in public makes it even more fun. So
Thank you.
I appreciate what you're doing. We are as a city, we are in a constant tug of war between the residents' needs and the tourist demands, between development and preservation, between increased density and affordable housing versus failing roads and other infrastructure. How would you approach balancing these demands, and what are your priorities for each?
Thank you, Commissioner Batt. I think that's the million-dollar question for every city government across the country, and especially for the city of Miami Beach. That's what makes city of Miami Beach an attractive city, an international city. My answer to that is basically you can't really achieve formidable results and exceed or meet your resident expectation by using the same policies and the same tools we have now, because it is evident that it's not moving us at the speed and also the accomplishment we want. And that's studied across universities, across research, that there is a need of innovation. And innovation is really not buying a piece of software that's going to improve your procurement or other things. Innovation in terms of policy, innovation in terms of leadership, and innovation of rethinking what government really should be to serve the constituents you serve. So for me, my formula to that is one, compassion. I mean, as a leader, you have to come in and realize that you have to do some listening, and you have to listen to your staff, to your team, to read between the lines, because the institutional knowledge is important to understand how things are and how things, the things that we're good at, the things that we're not good at. The number two is basically analytics. I think I'm an economist by profession. I'm not an accountant. I'm not a planner. I'm an economist, and that's how I entered the realm of local government. The reason with that, I was trained to know that I have to use, like I mentioned at the beginning, qualitative and quantitative information. There is a saying that you can't manage something if you can't measure it. So everything we do is measurable. Sometimes it takes the person to know how to measure those processes we do. The second part is, as a leader, when you have a plan, is it really enough to have a plan? In my opinion, it's not. I think you have to be able to explain that plan to your staff. They have to see the light at the end of the tunnel. They need to understand what is it you're really following you to, what is that destination looks like, and how are we going to do work again. And it doesn't mean that you're explaining that you're going to change radical things at the city. I think you just have to change the approach, the mentality, how you think, how we take risks as staff, how we hold each other accountable. And number four, I'm an advocate of when policies are adopted at this dais, this is our marching orders at the city. So I'm very decisive actions. I hold myself and my staff accountable to those decisions that are made at this dais. And I have to come back to the commission and to the mayor to tell you where we at. An example, I think you have an item today about the parking changes, for example, and it's a pilot program for 1 year. You assessed your cost. I think you said about $240,000 to kind of monitor this, the pilot program. But you also, in 1 year, we have to come back and see how did it fare out, not only for our residents, but also for the businesses. We have to come back within a year and give you the information that makes you decide whether this stays permanent or maybe we should rethink the program. I'm that type of executive. I really feel comfortable diving into all aspects of government, and I do my homework. I really do. I'm not going to come in unprepared. That's one thing you will take from me.
Tariq, thank you for your comprehensive. I just want to let you know you're averaging over 3 minutes per answer, and with 14 questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to be fair.
Sure.
All the candidates as we're sticking. Well, I mean, we can go a couple of minutes over, but thank you.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Tariq, and thank you for your interest in Miami Beach City. We all love. Tell me about Miami Beach 2035, maybe in particular with your focus on economic development, what our economic development specifically looks like. Tell me about how we facilitate preservation and fund some of these large unfunded capital projects, increase walkability. I'll leave it to you, but tell me what Miami Beach 2035 looks like.
Thank you, Commission Magazine. Miami 2035 will be the #1 city in government in the United States. And we will have things to show for it, not only by the infrastructure projects and the speed of things we're going to be doing and the things that the world will see that we're implementing, whether at the environmental sustainability level, with the sea level rising, the infrastructure needs we need to sustain how the world is changing and climate change. We're also going to show the world that the city of Miami Beach is the city that was able to make the local government an example for nationwide to follow. The place where the community and the commission and the city hall are working together to solve the problems and make the life of our citizens and also our residents to be the best. I'm imagining that the city of Miami should be a benchmark for the whole world to see. And I think the world is watching how we're going to handle this mega project we have and all these climate challenges we have. My vision is that I will, with my team and with the commission, will create a transparent and a feasible succession planning, that we are a city that everybody wants to work for, and we are the city that is known of culminating talent and keeping talent. My imagination for the city of Miami Beach is going to lead the world in economic development. We're going to solve the problems of traffic. We are going to start first and foremost with the cleanliness and the homelessness issues. Because to be honest, nothing else will matter if we don't solve that problem first, if we don't really take radical and innovative and first kind of policies to solve that issue of the in-house population. And we are going to lead everybody in the South Florida and Florida, whether it's the county, the state, and everyone else. And they will take us seriously, and they will see that what we say we do, and all these fundings and grants, that we spend them on time and we stay on project on time.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Good morning.
Thank you.
What will your first 30 days as city manager look like?
Yes, it's a really good question. I thought about it the last month. If I'm picked as the city manager, what I'll do? I think number one for me is I will get together with my staff, all staff. I want to introduce myself to them. I want them to see who I am, who my family is, why I choose Miami Beach. I think the second would be to make sure that my one-on-one with the city commissions and the mayor are established and they are fixed, and we have established a way to know how we work together, and take the time to understand your style. And hopefully you will teach me a few things that makes the meetings go fruitful. The number three is I will meet with my team on a regular basis. I will take seriously all the challenges that every department is going through, and I'm going to work really hard to make sure that they have the resources and the support they need. And I'm not gonna forget the fact that I also need to introduce myself to the community, and I want them to know who I am and why they think I should be the person that works with them to take City of Miami Beach forward. I will follow your lead on that as well, because I think you know the community way better than me. And you know who the leading person I need to meet with and the organization I need to meet with. And I make sure that's part of my 30 days as a city manager in the City of Miami Beach.
Mayor Minor.
Thank you again, Tariq. You kind of alluded to it in your prior answer, and we discussed it yesterday. Police visibility, homelessness, top priorities for our residents. How do you get us there? How do you elevate, and again, we're a safe city, but how do you elevate us to the next level where we become the safest city in the United States?
It's going to really be a close relationship between the mayor, the commission, and myself, and our new police chief, Wayne. Number one is we going to make sure that our policies are enforced at the city level. I think it will be, like I mentioned, I think that should be my priority number one, to find and to stay consistent on tackling the issue of homelessness as well as public safety. I'm a data-driven person. I think I have seen all cities what they've done with the unhoused, and there is not one solution that's going to fit all. Enforcement is part of it, but we also have to tackle the root cause of what makes the unhoused come into our city. And we have to push hard, not only what the city can do, hold every other agency around us accountable. I think it's about time right now, it's the nationwide, that the city, the county, the state, we need to have some sort of a system that track these individuals, real-time data, that we can see where they're at and how they're moving around or where they come. I think the problem that we have is that we don't connect with each other. Our police officers, I'm sure they're doing their best, but how do we make sure that we're all connected as government agencies? And we have to push for that as a city, and I'm gonna push for that as well, to make sure that there is a real-time report about all these individuals, what they go, they come. I'm very sorry to say that I saw that video, for example, what happened in Miami, but to that lady, and it really touched me. That could be avoidable. I think we should not let that happen in the city of Miami Beach, and that would be my priority, to make sure that everyone is safe. And these decisive actions as a city manager will be my priority to deal with the unhoused.
Thank you. We're going to go to the second round of questions.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, we're at 10 minutes, just so you know.
Thank you. And so let me just piggyback a little bit on the subject of public safety, because if you ask probably any one of us, we'll probably tell you public safety is our top priority. And there's a nexus between public safety and quality of life issues. So tell me a little bit more, a little bit more detail about what has been your direct experience on homeless issues and also on handling large profile events that tend to attract large amounts of crowds.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And I'll start with the second part of the question, if you don't mind. In the city of Carson, I think we're home of the LA Galaxy. We have games every weekend, and we have thousands of people coming to our city. So it's our priority to make sure safety of our residents as well as our visitors is a priority number one. We do push a lot of money into that public safety issue. Throughout every budget process, it's the number one priority for us to see how much resources we go there. And sometimes resources spent doesn't mean effectively holding the line in terms of did we achieve results. I'm a result-oriented person, as I mentioned. I need to make sure that it's not only about allocating and pushing whether staff or whether pushing the police officers to give us real data. I am more about return on investment. How do we make sure that safety is number one? How do we count for the homeless? How do we track them? And how do we make sure that there is some sort of data that shows the elected official that there is an accountability in terms of repeat offenders or things, folks that they don't want to, they've been provided help but they did not accept it. We do also now, from what I came from, is that public safety is priority number one. We're expecting millions of people to come to Carson for the Olympics, LA 28, and it's a priority number one. So I'm very familiar, to be honest with you, that the solution here comes at this dais, but really in a collective effort. It has to be also including the nonprofit and other agencies that are also working on the in-house population as well, and other counties. You're welcome.
The next one is Commissioner Suarez, but I'm going to go to Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Oh, sorry. Hi. So can you tell us about your experience with labor negotiations and contracts and what you would do to help us remedy any pension liabilities that are unfunded in the future as you move forward, or something that happened in a labor negotiation in the past that you thought was a great concession for your board?
Thank you for that question. I think my relationship with this subject is very intimate. I think I'm very fully aware of it. I worked on it even as I was a chief financial officer. I think it's part of the bigger question, whether the bargaining agreement's going to expire, whether a component from the financial aspect to the labor aspect. What it helped me the most is the relationship I have with the union presidents, based on trust, based on transparency, and based also what's good for our employees. I believe unions play a huge role into making sure that our staff are getting what they need. And the relationship between the union and the executive team is of paramount importance. I also think that we shouldn't be, most cities sometimes, they defer the fact of taking care of their staff to unions. As an executive, we should be taking of our staff as well. I need to have their benefit in mind as much as the unions are. I need to want what's good for them financially and qualitative life and work experience as the union does. So when we match that goal, everything else becomes easy because we have the same common goal in mind. The financials become just part of the process. What can the city afford and how can we do that? Unfunded liabilities is a huge problem in the state of California. You all heard about CalPERS. I've been experienced with finding all solutions. How can we do that, the solutions for that? I had the opportunity also to work with my city of Carson to issue pension obligation bonds, for example, because it was the timing effect of it as well during the pandemic. And the city was paying almost $7 to $8 million a year for unfunded liabilities. It goes up to tremendously every year. So we had a choice. We either continue that path or we fund it through a pension obligation bond and make our payment for the next 30 years as of $5 million. And we took that path. And that cuts our budget constraint to $2 to $3 million during the pandemic, where nobody knew how the state of your revenues will be. And that gave the council an opportunity to use that access for something else that the city needs.
Commissioner Suarez, and we're at 4:50.
Tariq. Still good morning. What will you do to incentivize better economic growth in Miami Beach?
A good question. I think that I'm approaching that same question, Commissioner Fernandez in Carson. My number priority for me was to make the city the most friendly business in the state. Everybody compete for that honor, and I think I will pursue it every year to make sure that we have the criteria that makes us the business-friendliest city in the state. Not only the state, but also the United States. And number two, to do that, you cannot really achieve that without tackling other things like such as public safety. Public safety has an impact on everything we do, attracting development, attracting talent, keeping talent, etc. So there are certain things that I will be taking care of as a city manager, if I am your city manager, to make sure that we meet that attractiveness of economic development. And then also sustainable and manageable economic development as well, that's not going to trigger an impact on our issues such as traffic and housing, etc.
Commissioner Bott?
Sorry, I just took a bite of my breakfast. I apologize. As part of your preparation for this job, you may have, I'm sure you watched a few of the city commission meetings. What would you change about the process if you could? And how would you define and then handle any inappropriate exchanges between electeds among themselves or with staff or with residents?
Thank you for that question. I did also see Eric walking with a really huge file, and I saw you guys also with that as well. So that tells you that there are serious items that you guys are tackling, and they are of importance. I think what I will say, I'm joking about that, but in serious notes, we're gonna throw everything at that in terms of facilitating as your city executive officer prior meetings with staff to make sure that these items are not backlogged and when they come to the dais are ready for clarity. So we're not gonna come with items as your team that missing information. For example, you wanna tackle an issue of policy, but you had a question about grants and what's the impact on it and something else. We will be better prepared for those so the item won't spill over to the next meeting. Number two, perhaps we can discuss as a group the use of technology. How can we use technology to make sure that you have access to this information, not just the item, but also supporting documents and exhibit in a format that helps you see the information the way you like it. I think my one-on-one with the commissions and the mayor will be essential of helping me get into an agenda that is manageable, an agenda that is productive, and it's ready to be discussed and adopted at the day of the meeting.
Commissioner Magazine.
Tariq, thank you for this. It's great to talk about everything that we do so well. We all believe we're a world-class city. That's why we live here, dedicate so much time. But what do we get wrong? What sell us about, you know what, this is great, but I can do this better?
I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I watched a lot of meetings. I think this commission and the city has a compassion for what you see the future is. We may disagree on things, but there is a common denominator that everybody wants the city to be the best, the safest, the cleanest, as well as the best for our kids. I think what I will see is how can we be better at solving this problem collectively. Actually, for that reason, I got myself a book, which I haven't started reading it, which is Friction Fixer by Bob Sutton from Stanford University. There's a lot of things that communities are needed. There's a lot of things that we've done right, but there's a lot of things that we're taking too long to fix. And the community is running impatient. So you have to have a city manager that is aware of that, that is aware of what is that impact on the community, able to speak to the community, able to see how they feel, and go back to the city management and channel that need. So I think that's what I think that probably will help moving things forward.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Dominguez is next. Mayor, may I give a 4-minute grace?
Sorry about that.
So Miami Beach has 6 commissioners and 1 mayor, each with 1 vote. How will you navigate reporting to 7 people?
I think I will navigate that by transparency, collaboration, and in terms of accountability. And when I talk about accountability, it comes with me first. How do I hold myself accountable to meet your needs and to meet your standards as a city manager? That will be my priority number 1. And you all have expectations of who this person should be and what this person should deliver for your community. So that will be my guiding principle on how I'm going to manage all these meetings and all the needs that you have. My goal is to make sure that the relationship between you and your constituent is perfect, meaning that we're tackling these issues and I'm listening and we're providing the staff and the resources to tackle them and build the trust between the elected officials, the city hall, as well as the community. That will be my priority number 1.
Mayor Miner.
Thank you again, Tariq, and to my colleagues. Miami Beach is a great city. We're a unique city in many ways, but one of the things that makes us unique is that not only are we a global international city, but we have a small town feel to it. You get to know the residents from throughout the city. We're only 7 miles. How would you connect to the residents? We all do that here. How would you connect with the residents and make sure you know people, first name basis, know the neighborhood associations, and even beyond, and connect with them to improve our quality of life?
I think thank you, Honorable Mayor, for that question. And I think I alluded to it at the beginning of what I think me personally, a city manager job has become. It's an essential part of the job. I think being able to connect with your community at all sorts of levels, at the residence level, business community level, and organizations that live and work in the city of Miami Beach. I pride myself really in working on that aspect, even at my current role where I came from. I have built strong relationship with all constituents. And I will say one thing, I think it's not really fair for the elected officials, for you guys to be getting calls about things you need to fix or you need to attend to your constituents that I'm not aware of. So I think that for me, it will tell me that I'm not doing enough if the call went to you and you know about it before I know about it. I know these things happen, but for me, that's the priority number 1. When we build that trust and your city believe that they have a city manager that they can call and they will get things serious, and there's no importance of what that item is, what the issue is. That would be my priority number 1. I want for the kids and the families in Miami Beach what I want for my family as well. So I think that's going to drive me toward that. I have a 9-year-old, and I know how impactful it is to have the safest city in the United States, the city with the best parks in the United States, and to have the city that has the best commutes, the best housing, affordability. I know these are all people think they're not solvable. I think they are solvable, unsolvable problems. And for me, that's what drives me here, really, to fly from LA to here, because I think my passion for public government started when I was a teacher first, middle school. And I did that for 1.5 years. When I saw the impact on the kids in their eyes when they learn something and they know you care about them, that relationship made it for me probably the highlight of my career. When you show up to their soccer games and they see you there and they say, Mr. Romani, you're there? I'm from Morocco, I don't play baseball. I don't even know the rules. But I will go and you'll see that. When I see that connection, everybody wins. I want folks to say when we do things, they go and say, this is the moment that I felt the most proud to be a resident and a business owner or homeowner of the city of Miami Beach. That's what's going to be driving me as a city manager.
Great. I love baseball, but I won't hold that against you. Okay, good. No, thank you for putting your hat in the ring and for coming here from LA and for your preparation, which is really evident from your answers. Thank you.
Mayor, our next candidate is Jay Wilverding. He is a former county administrator, San Joaquin County. He is from Stockholm, California.
Jay, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Minor. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me.
We have to get the mic on.
Can you hear me now?
When I'm turning on my mic, oh, there we go. That was the first test.
Okay.
You passed.
Mayor Minor and good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here.
Thank you. You are last but not least. Just to go over the process, I think you know, you're gonna have 30 minutes. If you go over a minute or two, we won't hold it against you. There's gonna be a series, 2 questions from each of us up here. We're gonna do 1 round, and then we'll do a 2nd round. Our city clerk is gonna randomly select and go in that order. But just keep in mind, it's about 14 questions for 30 minutes.
Okay.
And thank you again for being here and for putting yourself through this process.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Jay, thank you so much for your interest in the city that we all love and your trip across the country. Tell me about Miami Beach 2035. What does it look like? What's our 10-year plan? What changes, what does not in terms of economic development, historic preservation, capital and infrastructure projects, walkability? Who are we 10 years from now?
Well, you've got quite a few capital improvement projects that are in process right now, over 50 of them in a variety of ways. We did tour on Monday and get to see some of those things, including Gibb Park. And I know with the bond issuances that you all did about a year ago, that you are looking to expand further into arts and culture and to get more into the resident-based and the tourist-based things that are getting away from the spring break event where you don't have that. I know you all went through a great deal to break up with spring break, as I read in the news. And so what I see happening is more development, smart development. I know that you all are trying to become a smart city. You're trying to improve the quality of life for your residents. You're trying to maintain a good fiscal strength and at the same time trying to maintain a good law enforcement, addressing homelessness and other things that would impact the quality of life for your residents. So what I see in the future is continuing down that path. I know you've got the comprehensive plan in place, which is the overriding plan that everything emanates from, and that you continue to modify that every 5 years. So I could see that being modified a couple of times as things evolve between now and 2035.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Bott.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for being part of this and for throwing your hat in the ring. And as I said to your compatriots, job interviews are never fun. Doing it in public is even less so. So thank you for toughing this out. We as the city are in a constant tug of war between residents' needs and tourist demands, between development and preservation, between increased density and affordable housing and failing roads and other infrastructure issues. How would you approach balancing those demands, and what are your priorities on each?
Well, thank you for the question. And I think everything is a balance when it comes down to residents' quality of life. Economic development and growth and robust economic environment can sometimes come at the potential quality of life issues. And as you try to expand it as something that may be good for tourists and people who vacation here, it comes at the expense of residents who live here and these are their homes and where their families reside. And I'll just give a very brief example of that. I live in a community currently that is a very robust logistics and transportation center because we're juxtaposed between two major freeways. We have an inland port and an airport. And the desire of the city there, and to a degree the county, was to let's expand our logistics and transportation because it's good for the economy. And what you wind up is with congested trucks on the road, broken up highways, and also air quality issues. So I'm very, very sensitive to how when you push in one direction, it may come at the cost of the other. And I think the best way to address that is to get into the community, talk to your residents. I know you have very vocal residents here. I've watched commission meetings and seen a lot of the public comments that have come through. And to pay attention with that and try to balance that along with your strategic plans so that you can potentially alter those plans if you need to, like Commissioner Magazine mentioned in a 2020-35 target, you know, if you want to keep forward so you don't go after one at the expense of the other. And I think that's a collaborative effort between you commissioners, your city manager office, and like I said, a very active involvement from the residents.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez?
So I know you've studied our government and you've kind of looked at its structure, and I was wondering, as you look at our organization as a whole, what changes would you make so that we were more efficient?
Well, I did look at your structure, and your city structure is a little bit different than what I had experienced as county administrator for San Joaquin and even in the two California counties I work for. The first thing that I would address before I would actually go after the structure would be filling the vacancies in the interim positions that are there. We did meet with the team on Monday. We met probably with 24 of the management team, and many of them are doing double duty. And what I would try to focus on before I started shuffling the deck, so to speak, in the structures, making sure that those positions were filled to the degree that we could, so that you would be able to see the real need for any kind of restructuring that's happened. I've gone back through your history about 8 years, and I see, you know, if you go back 4 or 5 years ago, you had 4 assistants, that evolved down to 3, then it evolved to 2 assistants with a deputy. I'm not exactly sure what the thinking was that went behind that. Some of the other things got switched around. I see the way that things are set up now are strictly by functional areas, and that looks pretty reasonable to me from an outsider looking in. But as I said, the first thing I would focus on is making sure that we had bodies in the positions that were already there so you could properly evaluate how you might want to change things. And of course, anything that would be changed, I would bring in front of the commissioners and make sure you all were comfortable with it before I started pushing any initiatives one way or the other.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Good morning. Good
Good
to
morning.
see you again. Tell us what your first 30 days as city manager will look like.
My first 30 days as city manager would probably look in twofold. The first thing that I would want to do is learn as much about the organization I would say threefold. Learn as much about the organization as I possibly could, because as much research that I did in anticipation of this interview, that's still going to be only a fraction of what I'm going to need to know. The other thing, which I think is incredibly important, is to build relationships with the folks here. And by the folks, I mean you all as commissioners, the department heads, the team I would work with, and just as importantly, the residents. I've been elected twice. I served for 8 years in my capacity before becoming county administrator in San Joaquin, and I can tell you how critically important it is to get out into the community and understand what their issues and concerns are. At the same time, you do want to hit the ground running. And so I would want to add value from immediately when I came on board. And one of the things I would want to do is help recruit the positions that are open now. And at the same time, you know, you all are going to have things that are going to come up recurring on your schedule. You're going to have budgeting is going to have, I know that's outside the 30 days, but I would start to prep in anticipation so that when those critical things like the annual financial report and the budgetary process start, that you are well prepared so that you could be a value add as soon as possible, because I think that would be very important. Yep.
Commissioner Suarez.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
If you could change one thing about the city of Miami Beach, what would it be?
If I could change one thing about the city of Miami Beach, it would be, and when you say the city, I'm going to assume that you're meaning the city organization as opposed to the city itself. And I think the city is beautiful. We've toured it for a couple of days. I know you all have issues regarding homelessness and some crime and all of that, and hold a very, very high standard. But I would say that the branding of Miami Beach is very, very strong. And I would continue down that path. The things I would focus on internally is trying to put together an efficient government, an efficient city manager's office, and creating a solid leadership structure. If you look back through my resume and the accomplishments that I've done in many of the positions that I've been in, including my last position as county administrator, it is to build a strong team and to be able to get that team to function effectively. We've put in new systems, we've fixed things like a broken CIP program, and we've done things that fortunately you all are having in place now. But I think the better organization that you can build internally from the city government, the more effective that you are able to serve your residents and do the things that you want to do best for your folks. So I would focus internally first to do the best that we could do as a team and try to continue to build the strong brand that Miami Beach currently has without doing anything that would damage that brand.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see you again, Jay.
Thank you.
So you just mentioned building a better organization internally, and I've been asking your fellow candidates in this process, you know, how they'd evaluate our city departments and how they'd promote a culture of proactive rather than reactive problem solving. Tell me a little bit about your approach with that, because oftentimes we do find ourselves being very reactive, and it's part of being a responsive government. But how can you promote a culture of more proactive problem solving, so we don't have to be calling you, you know, Friday night, Saturday morning, and department directors on the weekends?
Thank you for the question. And so my perspective on that and what I've done in the past is you need to set a really good tone from the top. And the better tone from the top that you can set, the better culture you're going to have in an organization. And a good culture, in my opinion, equates to a great organization. And for me, leadership, and speaking of me as a chief executive in the role that I held last, is you have to lead from the front and you have to lead by example. And you have to be able to demonstrate that you've got good character and that you're competent in what you do so that people can rely on your decision-making process in order to build trust and inspire the people that report to you. Along those lines, I think you need to listen very intently to the folks around you, and you need to be approachable and humble along that process so that people are comfortable coming to you when they have problems and issues without having to worry about they're going to shoot the messenger, that you're going to shoot the messenger. And I think to the degree that you can get that kind of a culture developed in your organization, the better the organization is going to be. One of the things that I found in my last role was the leadership team did not actually have any formal training in leadership. Some of the people had been there for 2 decades and had not had, and coming from the private sector, as you all know from my background, probably 2/3 of my background is in the private sector. We had a lot of training in leadership and negotiating and soft skills like emotional intelligence. And I actually brought outside training, actually Franklin Covey, I'm giving them a plug right now, came in and they were very good in being able to, we sequestered our management team for a couple of days and got their taste buds wetted so that they could understand formally how that works, because learning it on the job may not be the best way to do it. And it caught on real well to the point where I had leadership training every quarter for the management team, and I would bring in different outside vendors to get that training going, and it caught on so well that the department head managers who were the subject of the training put that training in and actually drove it down through their organizations. That changed the organization, and it changed it fast, and it changed it well. And so that's how I believe you go about doing that.
Mayor Miner.
Thank you, Jay. So, number one concern for our residents is public safety, law and order. And while we're a safe city, police visibility, addressing homelessness, reducing crime, top priorities. How would you work with our commission, our police chief, to address these issues?
Well, I would, first of all, work with those folks and get a handle on, maybe in the first 30 days, as Commissioner Pop had suggested, understanding really the granularity of what those are, because I have found in the jurisdictions that I've been exposed to, the 3 most important things to just about any local government is public safety, number 1, fiscal health, number 2, and the quality of life stretches across everything. And so what I would do is what I did in San Joaquin County. I worked very closely with our sheriff and with our district attorney to understand what the demands were on those departments. We had, in my community, we have much greater crime, much bigger homeless issue, and we also have a fentanyl problem. And so I worked with those department heads so that we could understand and make our board aware of how critical those problems are, what the proposed solutions are with those department heads, the sheriff or the district attorney, and see if we could afford to get them the resources if those, what they were describing was justified. And in 2 cases that I could cite, we actually worked with the sheriff to create a special services division that worked on nothing but gang violence, worked on homelessness, and also worked on fentanyl. And in collaboration with that, we got our district attorney so that we weren't just catching and releasing criminals, that the DA actually did the prosecution. And we got them extra help and a special fentanyl intervention team. And that intervention team didn't just go after the people who sold the fentanyl, but we had actual district attorney investigators that would go up the food chain to try to get the people who are even bringing it into our community at the top level. As a preventative measure, we had deputy district attorneys go out into the school system. They would even go as far as the middle schools and try to get these kids before they were involved in fentanyl at all, so that we had a theme called One Pill Can Kill, so that they wouldn't even want to try it in the first place, because a lot of times we were finding our youngsters would have an overdose on their very first try. Now, you may not have that problem here in Miami Beach, but those are the type of things that I would work with and focus on to make sure that the resources were there, we could afford them, the commissioners were on board with what we wanted to do, and it was viable, that our residents were going to be happy with what we were trying to target.
Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you. That completes the first round of questions, and then we'll start round 2. Thanks.
Good deal.
Thank you, Jay. Oftentimes, I think an outsider's perspective is welcome and refreshing. So we talk about all the things that are great about our city. What do we get wrong? What can you bring differently? What would you do differently than we've done in the past?
Well, what I would do probably differently is I looked through your budget book and the goals and objectives of each one of your departments, and I certainly targeted the city manager's office. And I'll loop back to the leadership item that I was asked by Commissioner Fernandez. And it talks about leadership in the budget book, but the leadership seems to be more directing the different departments and whatnot to do the things that they're supposed to do. And what I didn't see in there is that there's leadership training and leadership goals for the departments driven outside of the city manager's office. And so what I would do differently is I would assess if your manager, and from talking with all of you yesterday, I was able to kind of get feedback and understand some of the challenges that are going on with some of the departments. And I would make sure that those departments had the appropriate training, exposure, and knowledge of things that other jurisdictions and best practices are in other organizations, so that we could emulate those things and try to steal the best plays out of their playbook. And I found that to work very, very well in San Joaquin County. And I'll tell you, some of the management teams that we were able to amass there, I would stack up against any team I've worked with in the private sector. I mean, it worked out really well.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So Jay, one of our concerns here is our unfunded pension liability. So I wanted to understand, what is your prior experience with labor and any contract negotiation? And what concessions have you got that your board was very happy with?
So our board was very happy with the fact that during my entire 3 years there as county administrator, my HR team and our negotiations, we had 13 MOUs with different organized labor unions. We're never out of contract. Okay, we never even got near a strike, nor did we have an impasse during my tenure. And you can't just give away the farm. You have to understand what's going on, the players, and you have to approach that thing properly. What you also have to be cautious about is once you start giving away money in terms of concessions, as much as that may feel good and all of that, you're going to live with that for a while, and it's also going to feed your pension demands. I know you all have approximately a $1 billion unfunded pension liability, which really trims your $1.4 million net position that you have in your last published financials. And that will only grow the more that, you know, and a lot of that is, you know, unfortunately, it's public safety. It's you've got, you know, your regular general members, your fire, your police, and your OPEB. And so one of the things that I did to try to address, and my last county had a large unfunded pension liability. They accrued it in the downturn. It was there before I came on board. And what I did to mitigate that was we had budget surpluses for the 3 years that I was there, and I actually asked the board, and they agreed to commit 1/3 of our surplus to an unfunded pension liability reserve. And as a part of that, there's a thing called a 115 pension trust, where you can actually put money into equities, which is a little bit more broad and aggressive than what you can do in your treasury right now, and actually enjoy a return that's more in line with what you'd see in the equity markets. And we put a chunk of money into that every year that I was there, that we had a surplus, in order to mitigate the unfunded liability. We still have a ways to go. $1 billion is a big number, but I would start looking at creative ways to do that, because the 115 pension trust was really a great way to go. So I would look at it for multiple angles, but that's how I address it, and you start with addressing it during the MOU process.
Commissioner Bott.
Hello again.
Hi there.
As part of your preparation for this interview process, I'm sure, and you've alluded to the fact that you've watched quite a number of the city commission meetings going back a ways. What would you change about our process if you could? And separately, how would you define and then handle inappropriate exchanges between electeds among themselves or among staff or residents?
Commissioner Bott, could you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sure.
I missed half the question.
As part of your preparation for this job, you may follow, or you have followed a number of the commission meeting recordings. What would you change about our process if you could? How would you define and then handle inappropriate exchanges between electeds among themselves or with staff or with residents?
Well, I know today you have a rather lengthy meeting, and sometimes your meetings can run long. And I think what we tried to do in San Joaquin County is control the agenda length through trying to address the governing body's concerns up front so that items were minimally pulled and kicked around during general consent. I would also ask, when the governing body members would want to put something on the agenda themselves in terms of discussion items, do you want to do that or do you want my office to do that? And how might we do that in an efficient manner so you don't have hour-long discussion items on the agenda that's going to stretch things out? As far as any sort of the ping pong that might go back and forth between the members, what I would try to do, and I do, is I communicate openly and honestly one-on-one with the members and try to make sure everybody knows the same thing at the same time and see whatever kind of deliberation you could do. And if it's through me as the chief executive, that would be fine too, in order to resolve whatever conflict might happen before it comes to the chamber floor. And I think to the degree that you can do that, you're going to minimize the amount of time that it takes, because if you have two members that are kind of on opposite sides of an issue and going at it in a meeting, it's going to delay the meeting and it's going to look interesting to the public. So I would try to minimize that to the degree that I could, up front and one-on-one.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Pardon me?
Miami Beach has one mayor and 6 commissioners, each with 1 vote. How will you navigate reporting to 7 people?
The same way that I navigated it when I reported to 5. My county had a chairman of the board who rotated every year, but carried the same weight as a voting member as the rest of the individual members. And what I do is I try to treat each individual member, and I know that all members are different in various ways, but you still, as the chief executive, you want to treat everybody evenly, fairly, openly, and honestly, and not play hide the pea, not play favorites, and not pull any punches, because I think that's a good way to damage trust. I mentioned trust is a part of building a strong culture and having a good work environment. And I think to the degree that you can do that and that you can gain the trust of the commission members, the board members, or whomever it is, then they're going to look at you as somebody who plays fair. And hopefully would think that even if you don't see eye to eye, everybody has the best interests of the community and the city in mind, and it's just a matter of differences of opinion. And try to minimize whatever conflict or friction might happen. But I think being open, honest, and transparent is the best way to handle that.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
Jay, what will you do to incentivize better economic growth in Miami Beach?
You know, there's a number of ways to do that. You can do that through various tax relief, ordinances, et cetera, and it depends on the kind of growth that you're looking for. And, you know, in San Joaquin, since I was in the county office, we were able to offer different tax incentives and all that. You all are working with Miami-Dade, and my understanding is that, you know, sometimes you don't necessarily get what you want in those kind of regards. And so you might be able to look at what you might do here with developers. I've worked with a number of developers when I was county administrator, and see what type of incentives you might be able to provide them in terms of like access, land, and those kind of things. I know we had a couple of warehouses that were next to freeways, and we were able to, within the ordinances that existed, make special allowances for the type of facilities that they were wanting to build. And that brought extra business into our community. But before I started even diving down in that direction, I would want to get a better understanding of your economic base and a lot of the engines that drive your business here. I would not dive in before I knew what I was doing.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry. Thank you. And you've already spoken a little bit about homeless issues. But related to homeless issues is public safety. And public safety has a direct nexus to quality of life issues. So I'm not going to ask you about homelessness because you've already addressed homelessness, but I do want to ask you about your approach to addressing high-profile special events that come into our city, large crowds, organizing for those for those activities. It's an important public safety matter that crosses with quality of life, and we'd like to know a little bit more about your experience and your approach to that.
Well, my understanding is you can get swamped with a lot of the events that you're talking about. And what I would expect is that you probably have multi-jurisdictional agreements where you could borrow law enforcement and public safety from other jurisdictions on a temporary basis to come into the community for the time period that you are looking. I know we have a lot of fires in California, and with our fire departments, we do that. We actually have cross-jurisdictional agreements where they're called strike teams, where they can come in and instead of hiring, or doing a bunch of overtime, or maybe you can't even do the overtime, is you're just pulling from other areas. And it's kind of a I scratch your back, you scratch mine scenario. And that's what I would envision being able to. You may already be doing it, and I think you are. I think somebody mentioned you were doing something like that already, and I would continue to do that because I know how important that is, and you don't want to have that excess cost when you don't need it.
Mayor Minor.
Thank you again, Jay. We're a great city in large part because we have great residents who are engaged, intelligent, express their concerns, offer suggestions, which we as a body listen to and often implement. How would you, as city manager, connect with our residents to learn the issues and also appropriately and quickly respond to address and improve our quality of life?
I would get out into the community as soon as possible, like day one, and start getting aligned with the residents' concerns. Obviously you're going to have movers who are the important people in your community who are going to have the most investment. One of the things, and I believe I mentioned this yesterday to a number of you, is when I became appointed as the auditor controller in 2013, which was an elected role, I came in from another jurisdiction like I would be coming here. And I levered on the governing body to be able to point me in the directions where I could go out into the community and make the most effect. Now, I will admit I had a little bit of self-interest because I had to be elected in a year and a half in order to keep my job. So I wanted to get out into the community as fast as I could. I met with standard groups you'd be familiar with, the Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, Lions Club. I met with retirement community folks, developers, and folks like that to be able to understand firsthand what their issues were. I wanted them to know who and what I am because I wanted them familiar with me. And a lot of them didn't even understand what our office did and how it functioned. It was surprising to see when I went out and made 50 or 60 engagements my first year and a half, the amount that the residents actually learned about our organization because people hadn't done that quite to that degree. And I could see myself following that pattern because it worked very, very well when I did it the last time. I found it very educational, and it also put the community in a position where they didn't mind calling me on my cell phone if they had a question or we had a flood event. I can tell you my phone was blowing up about a year and a half ago because so many folks out in the community actually had my cell phone and knew who to call. And I would try to build that kind of a relationship with your residents in your community.
Great, thank you. And thank you again for applying and going through the process. It's not easy, as has been said. We're actually going to bring all the candidates back, and we're going to have a discussion amongst well, not amongst ourselves, it's going to be public, but we want everyone to be in the room while we have that discussion. So thank you. Please. Sure, Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you. As we're about to begin this process, I just wanted to say thank you to Raquel, our interim city manager. She stood up to the plate, has done an amazing job. She took us through Memorial Day, through flooding, and through so many things, and she has been absolutely terrific, and I thank you for your professional leadership during this time.
A true vice mayor. You stole my thunder. I was actually going to do it a little later, but and I would like to, unless you all want to do that now. Well, yeah, we might as well. No, seriously, it is one of the toughest jobs. I think is having that word interim in front of you. It's not an enviable position to be in, but you've handled it really well with grace, and really worked hard. And done an excellent job. So we are grateful to you, and I know our residents are as well. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too just want to echo those words because, as you very well mentioned, it's not easy to lead an organization on an interim basis, especially a large and complex organization like ours. Soon after going into the interim city manager role, Raquel, you stepped into Memorial Day weekend, and gosh, talk about successful handling of Memorial Day weekend. You've been dealing with collective bargaining, working with the fire union, with the police union, looking to fill vacancies, appointing a fire chief, and working on the camping ordinance. I think we've gone from the enforcement from 8 in April to 58 in June, and really taking that position that the city commission took very seriously. So I just want to thank you for your utmost professionalism during this interim term, and the way you've held the ship going with good morale towards our workforce. I want to thank you publicly for that.
Well, you're getting, I think, some more loving soon. So after everyone sings your praises, I assume it's all going to be singing praises. Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Madam Interim City Manager, truly. What you did was, nothing was self-serving about it. You stepped up at a time of need, and you really showed leadership and wisdom, perhaps even well beyond your years. I actually wrote a little note I was going to drop off on the way. I might as well just make it public now, because it's how I think. So let's have lunch next week. It's important to me that you have a critical role in our city going forward, and I'd like to hear your ideas, and I truly mean that. You stepped up to get to this role, and you stepped up in this role. So I really hope that you play an important part of our city going forward. So thank you.
Commissioner Bott.
Well, Raquel, interim city manager, has been hearing from me along the way, but, you know, from a very contentious meeting appointing you, you've acquitted yourself, no surprise, with incredible grace and intellectual rigor under pressure. And I think that anybody who might have had reservations about your abilities to lead has had those allayed. And I look forward to seeing you continue to grow and thrive and contribute in a significant way in the short term and in the long term in this city. And I'll be here to cheer you on.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I watched your work ethic, especially when we had that rain event. You worked all night long. She didn't sleep. She called me meeting after meeting, got everyone together, and I've watched that you didn't just experience that rain event, you actually made changes afterward. I mean, I got an email yesterday saying, now you can pick up sandbags whenever you want. So you actually had an event, saw everything that wasn't working, and went back, reevaluated, fixed the problem, said that you need somebody in emergency management, advocated for a position, created a structure, and I thought that was, very impressive. And, I know that it was suggested that there would be a destabilization from you filling this position, but it was anything but, and you've done a wonderful job, and we've really just had a tremendous and impressive results. So thank you, because I know that the position that we put you in was not an easy one either as placeholder, and you were shocked, and you came up to the podium and you said, yes, I'll do it. And you jumped in, and you've proven to everyone that you have tremendous leadership abilities, and we all hope that we know that hopefully you'll continue here in the city of Miami Beach.
Thank you. We all know we have a critical decision to make right now. One of the most important decisions we collectively as a commission will make. I say that. Oh, that's right. I did promise you to speak. Well, let me just finish my thought, and then I'll turn it over to you. And it is one of the most critical. So I sort of open that up that way because we need to understand, and I think we all do, the monumental moment that we are in, because the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years plus will be set in large part by the decision we make today. Raquel, thank you again.
Thank you so much, Mayor and the Commissioners. This has been the opportunity and privilege of a lifetime, and I am extremely honored by the confidence placed in me to manage this team with professionalism and integrity. And I have lived up to my commitment to work in the best interests of the city, and I plan to continue doing so. And I appreciate all the kind words, all the support since day one. I appreciate every single member of the team. They have been extremely supportive. Many have volunteered to do more. We're working very hard to ensure that we meet the needs of our residents and that we live up to the expectation. And so I'm just tremendously grateful for this opportunity. I'm wishing all the best to all the candidates. Good luck, and I look forward to being part of the transition and the next steps going forward. Thank you so much.
The beautiful thing about this is usually when we're singing people's praises, they're leaving. You're actually not leaving. You're a big part of the team, so which is great. I'll open it up for discussion. Commissioner Fernandez. Oh, I'm looking around.
Sure.
Commissioner Magazine.
Want to thank everybody that is here as finalists and that applied. I know there were comments made last meeting that perhaps the large swath of applicants that we received back didn't really fit up to what we were expecting. However, the 4 people that we have as finalists, I think are as strong as they come. And I can honestly say, I'm looking at 4 candidates that all would make fantastic city managers. I am honored that whether they're current employees, current residents, or people that took their time and their families to travel here from California, your level of interest and passion for the city that we all love. I say that genuinely, that all 4 of you are fantastic candidates, and I wouldn't go home sad no matter which of you move forward with our city. For me, I came into this leaning towards one candidate. Don't think there's any, surprise about that. It's somebody that has shown tremendous passion, dedication for our city for over 10 years, but in no way was my mind closed to other candidates, and you all share tremendous qualities, whether it be for economic development, which is near and dear to my heart, private sector experience with the other 2. I was really open, and while I think everybody did fantastic, the candidate that I was leaning towards supporting here, even up to today, I think just far separated himself with his level of knowledge and detail, passion and expertise on our city. And I don't know the process that we're doing this, and hopefully I'm not doing this completely out of order where we're about to do some secret vote, but my vote will go to Eric Carpenter. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, I don't see anybody else who wants to, does somebody want to make a motion?
Is everybody doing?
Was that, did you officially make a motion?
I don't know what the process, I thought we were all just going to.
You can basically just say what you say, but put it in a motion form.
Well, I want to give my colleagues a chance to.
I'm looking around, nobody has anything to say. So make the motion.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead. Second. Are we ready to vote?
Okay, now it works. Oh my goodness, this microphone system. Whoever becomes the city manager, are you gonna fix the microphone system?
Only 2 questions per commissioner.
So are we doing a ballot, or, because last time, when we narrowed down the candidates, we did a ballot, and so we narrowed down, I believe, from 8 to 4. Now we have 4 candidates. Are we narrowing it down to 2 and then to 1, or what are we doing? Because I just want to make sure we're following the process. Last time there was, I just want to make sure we're following the process.
The process doesn't contemplate, the body could decide if they wish to do that, the body could do that.
My suggestion is we have one ballot for the 4 candidates, and then if we don't get a majority vote, then we just take the 2 highest and then vote again. Would that be acceptable to everyone? I wouldn't be in favor of that. I mean, I guess it depends. I don't think the pool is that large that we can't put one name, and if somebody gets 4 votes, they're going to win.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be supportive of your motion.
I can't make the motion procedurally, but if somebody wants to adopt what I said.
Regardless of who gets appointed or elected, I guess, voted on to become our city manager, it is obviously it's a huge undertaking for the city, and it is a significant contract to be negotiated. So I would like to make this suggestion, I guess, motion, or I don't know what the right process for this would be, but, we're at critical stage negotiating our union contracts, and we're finalizing our budget. I would suggest that we take the time ahead of us to let our interim city manager continue through the end of the fiscal year to get us all there smoothly and to negotiate the contract that will be awarded to one of our candidates here to make sure that we're not, sort of putting the cart before the horse.
I'm vehemently opposed to that. Nothing against Raquel. I just don't see why we would do that. But let me hear from my colleagues.
I just want to know, you have 2 motions on the floor. Yeah. Joe's motion and then the mayor's motion. So which motion is on, are we considering right now?
I'll turn it over to the city attorney, but I believe the motion on the table is to vote on the city manager utilizing one round right now. You can pick one of the 4 fine candidates, and we'll use the second round if nobody gets a majority.
Yep, and just in response to Commissioner Botts, I guess it depends on what direction we go in here, right? If we have one of 3 candidates that are not part of the city thus far, then I think that does make sense to give them onboarding time to move here. I don't think it would be fair to have somebody, if they be from California or outside of our city government, start tomorrow as city manager. So I think we would then look to negotiate the starting date. However, if we do go with an internal candidate currently serving in, then my viewpoint would be different. That's just my 2 cents.
Let me just chime in on that.
Okay, let me just chime in on that. Because there's a process. There's a process that's laid out. And the process that was laid out is for today, for the commission to select the final candidate. So today we're making a selection. But then the process is that following the selection of the final candidate, that candidate will enter into contract negotiations for an employment agreement. Mr. Attorney, when is it that the commission then ratifies that agreement? Because my belief is that we select a candidate, the candidate negotiates a contract, and then once the city commission approves that contract, then after that point, this is when the candidate starts. When is it that the process dictates that the candidate contract be approved?
As you mentioned, the process that was agreed to by this body was to enter into negotiations. The process did not specify whether, in the event that an internal candidate is selected, what the start date would be. But the process does contemplate negotiating a contract and ratifying that contract at the next meeting, which would be September 11th.
So then that means that today we are, according to the process that we approved as a city commission, Today, we conducted the interviews with each of the finalists. The commission is selecting the final candidate, and after the commission selects today the final candidate, that candidate is going to enter into a contract negotiation, and then that employment agreement comes back to the city commission at the September meeting for us to ratify.
There is only, that is the next meeting, so that would be the first opportunity to ratify the contract.
And if I understand properly, the process that was approved by the city commission, it takes into consideration that the candidate only start after the employment agreement has been approved by the city commission.
As I mentioned previously, in the event that you all select an internal candidate, then the commission could decide to modify the start date.
Can I make a suggestion? We have a motion on the table and a second to select the city manager. Some of this may or may not be relevant depending on the candidate we pick. Obviously, we have one internal candidate, 3 outside candidates. I'd say we vote on the candidate and then we can continue that discussion subsequent. But they're good questions, Commissioner Fernandez. I appreciate you bringing that up. So can we have a motion and a second which takes precedent. I say we call a vote. Or I guess we're doing a ballot, city clerk?
I believe there was a motion to take a vote, which was seconded, and then I believe Commissioner Suarez amended the motion so that only one, so there was a proposed amendment, but a vote has not been taken on the motion as amended.
Do you accept the friendly amendment?
I do not.
No, I don't want to speak for you, but I'm wondering if you why don't you reiterate what your friendly amendment is? It's a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment is that we don't have multiple rounds. We have one round.
One vote per candidate.
So let's do it by ballot. Okay, voice.
So you want a voice vote on the motion or?
No, on the candidate. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so.
Well, first we have to pass the motion. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney. We have to pass the motion that this is the procedure we're going to use. Okay. Yeah. So let's take a vote on the motion, and the motion again, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, is that we are now going to select one of the 4 candidates that are up for city manager selection.
That is the motion before you.
So then we fill out on this paper?
So all in favor on that motion, yes? Yes. It carries. So there is, I'm assuming we're going to do it by the board and committee pad that you have in front of you. If so, write the name of one candidate. I will pick those names up when you're ready, and I will make the announcement as to who voted and for whom they voted. So Commissioner David Suarez selects Eric Carpenter. Mayor Stephen Minor selects Eric Carpenter. Commissioner Bott selects Mr. Alicastro. Commissioner Kristen Rosen Gonzalez selects Eric Carpenter. Commissioner Magazine selects Eric Carpenter. Commissioner Alex Fernandez selects Eric Carpenter. Commissioner Dominguez selects Mr. Ali Castro. We have a majority vote for Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Eric. This is what I want to do. First of all, I have to say, I always try to be cognizant of the human element of this job. Oftentimes, people think we're in the public eye, and we don't have feelings, but we do. And I recognize there were 3 people who flew, well, one lives here, but people flew across the country, had conversations with their spouse and children about potentially making a life-altering move. This is a major decision that people put themselves in. So I want to recognize and thank all of the candidates for doing that and putting yourselves through that. I think each and every one of you is eminently qualified. But obviously, Eric, you know, we know you for a long time. You're a very talented individual. What I would like to do is I want to give you the moment to say something. I was going to use a different word, but we're running a little late on a shade session to discuss union contracts, so I do want to do so. And then I want to come back to this from the body after that and continue the discussion where we're discussing timing and things like that, and I want to have that opportunity.
That's not what we decided as a body. He had a motion and a second, and we have to vote on that also. Well, I think it's fair. I mean, I don't think you can just, I would love to hear from Eric right now, but also, I don't think you can just sweep somebody else's motion.
I'm not sweeping it. I just want to entertain it after the state session. We are running late. I wasn't even going to allow Eric to. I was going to do that afterwards, but we do. This is a moment. This is a special moment. I've never asked you the question, but I'm assuming you've worked your entire public service career for this moment. So I want to give you that opportunity. I don't think that's in the best interest. But let Eric speak, and we'll figure that out. See what you're getting yourself into, Eric?
So I just want to take 2 seconds to say thank you to all of the commissioners. I appreciate you, I respect you, and I know that all of you were doing what you thought was in the best interest of the city all throughout this process. It's funny, as I was thinking last night about the different scenarios and thinking about what could happen, I thought about telling my kids on many occasions that the most challenging goals that you set and the harder you work to achieve them, the more rewarding they are when they come true. And so I don't think that's ever been more true than now. And I just want to say thank you to all of you. I want to say thank you to the hundreds of people in the community and on the staff that have reached out to me throughout this process, that have thrown me support and love and prayers and really kept me strong even when it was hard. And now we get to roll up our sleeves and do the hard work. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you to help bring your vision of Miami Beach to fruition. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. I'll adhere to what you're saying. I will just give a little historical perspective here, and you'll clearly see my position. When Alina Hudak became our city manager, and she was an internal candidate, she became city manager effective immediately when she was voted on, and then her contract was negotiated subsequent to that. When Raquel became the interim city manager, she became the interim city manager immediately, and her contract was negotiated very quickly. I don't think there's any great science to this unless Eric comes up with some crazy number, which I don't think he's going to do. I think this is going to be a pretty smooth negotiation. I'm not even sure it's really even a negotiation. So based on how we've operated, and I think for good reason. It's good reason. It just, you have someone who we now has the support of our commission to become the city manager. Raquel has filled in admirably, but it's time to make that transition immediately.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I would agree with your thinking, but I want to be sure I'm not missing anything, right? So we all just took this monumental step, and we have a person that we've all put our confidence behind to now hand over the keys and lead our city forward. I'm excited to do it right away, but I want to be sure that I'm not missing anything because I'm not closed-minded on this. So I just want to see kind of the rhyme or reason behind.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. We've laid out a process. We all agreed to this process. When a colleague at the last meeting suggested changing the process, even though I was thinking, you know what, there could be merit to what my colleague was mentioning, I said we made a commitment and we followed a process and we stuck to that process. And that same process says that following the selection of the final candidate, the city and the candidate will enter into contract negotiations for an employment agreement. And that is the process we've laid in place. And it dictates that, you know, that we then approve this, I believe, at the next city commission meeting, as the city attorney has mentioned. And I think it's important, we've always designated the chair of the finance committee, usually historically, to negotiate these contracts together with our city attorney and others, and then is brought to the commission for final approval. We've selected our candidate. Eric is our next city manager. I just don't believe it is good precedent for us to set in place or to continue setting in place that we bring in someone to start a role before we have an employment agreement that's negotiated, that's approved, that we've looked at the pension issues, that we've looked at the salary. We don't have a firm salary in place. And so I believe that the most correct, the most logical order of operation, and in keeping with the process that we set in place, was that today we selected the candidate. The candidate is Eric Carpenter. Eric Carpenter will be our next city manager. But following this process, the city and the candidate now need to enter into a negotiation for an employment agreement. And the employment agreement is supposed to be approved at the September meeting. That's when, once you have approved an employment agreement, that Eric should start as our next city manager, in my opinion. And that's a motion I would like to make, and allow, as we've done in the past, for the finance chair to negotiate the terms of that agreement, because that's how historically we've done it.
Commissioner Fernandez, you're throwing the word around process around. I actually disagree with how you've described it. Yes, there's a negotiation process after the vote is made. My understanding, and our city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is there's nothing in the process that precludes us from having the person who's been appointed by us to start immediately. We've done that in the past. I just named you two specific circumstances in the past few years, including the past few months, where we did just that. So, yes, the contract would have to be negotiated as you described, but there's nothing in the process that stops us today from appointing immediately. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I'll second your motion. I think that's fine, going through at least until September to negotiate the details of the contract. You know, we voted, and that's what the process dictates.
Our city attorney, because we keep hearing the word process, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there's nothing that in this process that stops us or says otherwise. First of all, we can change it, but I don't even think we need to change it. I don't think that's what it says. Mr. City Attorney.
The process does not indicate that you can't appoint immediately. What I'm hearing is that some members of the body wish to do something different than that, but the process doesn't indicate one way or the other.
So I'm going to actually say something. We can decide whatever we want to as a body, but I think we need to be so careful, because this is not the first time this has happened, where this term process is used and that some other electeds are violating the process when that process doesn't even exist, as we just heard. So let's not throw accusations around about it. This is a decision we'll make as a body, but there's no violation of process. We are actually fully within the process to make either decision today.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, no one is saying that anyone is violating process.
You said that very plain and clear.
I didn't, no, I did not say that. What I'm saying is that this memo that we have from the city attorney dated May 6th on the city manager recruitment process. On the city manager recruitment process. Can I, yes.
Continue.
On the timeline, all right? What it says is that today we select the candidate. We have selected the final candidate. It says, following the selection of the final candidate, the city and the candidate will enter into contract negotiations for an employment agreement. That's what it has right below what we're doing today. I'm not saying that no one is violating process. If we want to do something else that's not written here, but that can be part of the process, that's fine. I'm just saying what we voted on, what we agreed on was that. And so, you know, I don't throw accusations about my colleagues, and much less on the dais, because I do not believe that is constructive. And I think, and I've said it in the past, I get heartache when we have employees start in positions here before there's a ratified contract. I think it's a bad precedent for us to continue building on. If that's the will of the body, that's fine, and I respect that. But I think anyone who takes over this position should come in already with an employment agreement that's been negotiated and that's been approved upon by the city commission. I think it's what's fair.
I'm not going to rehash your comments about the process or public record. Commissioner Fernandez, you literally just voted for Raquel Williams 4 months ago on the same exact thing. And you did not say, well, I don't think we should have this person start right away because we haven't negotiated the contract. That's exactly what we did. And we've done that historically. And by the way, maybe you and I have a different reading of what you just read. Nothing in what you just read, and we heard from our city attorney, nothing what you read said that the person could not start immediately. It just says that the contract would be negotiated once they are selected. There's nothing in there about the start time. So I think you're reading something into, again, as a body, we will decide that today. But there's nothing that you are reading that says otherwise. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I want to explain why. I wanted to explain why I did second it, because it was a problem when we ratified Raquel and then her contract was not, and we hadn't approved the contract. We hadn't approved her contract. We hadn't approved Alina's contract. And there were like certain issues that arose from that. And I can't go into the details, but I remember the frustration when we had the special spring break meeting and we had 2 items on there. I don't know if you remember that. We were supposed to vote on both of the contracts and we were, having the spring break meeting and we didn't get to that item and it caused a problem. So I'm okay with this. We made our decision today. We've elected, we've chosen Eric, and let's just go through, let's negotiate the contract. If you wanted to call a special meeting in the future to come by and ratify the contract quickly, we could do it sooner, but I do think that that's important. So, because we didn't do it last time and there was a problem.
Okay. I was obviously, as mayor, heavily involved with those contracts that you mentioned, and I don't perceive them, I wouldn't use the word problem. They're negotiations, but there was no great issues that needed to be worked out, in my impression. Commissioner Suarez.
I just trying to be a little bit, understand this more clear. So right now, if we were to go ahead with this motion, would Raquel still be functioning as interim city manager? And I mean, what I'm trying to just get down to the details. So until we have a vote on Eric's contract, who's city manager? Who's acting city manager? City attorney.
If you proceed with not allowing Eric to commence as city manager until the contract is ratified, then Raquel continues as interim until that time.
It is my position that, look, we just hired the city manager. We went through 2 hours of interviews. I mean, you know, he got overwhelming the majority of the votes. I don't see why we would not trust him. I can certainly understand the process, and I think where my commissioner, where my colleague Commissioner Fernandez is coming with this is that, you know, we want to make sure that the board positions ourselves with what we expect from you, Eric. Okay, and I think this is where it's coming from. I think, you know, we may say, hey, we're not going to give you a 4-year deal. We're going to give you 24 months, and we're going to put very tight guardrails on your performance. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if that, you know, I'm just kind of feeling out the situation, but that being said, respectively, I think it starts now. I mean, you know, if we're going to expect Eric to step up to the plate, you know, we expect him to hit the ground running, and you know, if that is that's the direction we want to go, great. But I think that's where this is coming from, and correct me if I'm wrong, colleague.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Suarez, thank you for your comments, because you've hit on one of the issues, you know, that I think is important to discuss as part of a negotiation, and part of the stuff that I think that we should be discussing. I think that 4 years for a city manager contract is too long. I agree with what you said. You know, a 2-year term is more appropriate. You know, you want to make sure that you have a period for review somewhere in between, which I think those are things that the city attorney needs to negotiate with the candidate. I don't know if Eric is fine with that. I hope he is, because we just place our trust in you to be our next city manager. But, you know, we're putting him today to start a job with terms that I don't know that he's completely agreed to, or that maybe he may want to counter. And that's why we would have a negotiation period. And so, you know, you've hit something right, the nail right on the head. One of the issues that I feel is important to negotiate is the length of the contract. I think a shorter contract keeps people more accountable. It keeps people more responsive on top of the tasks and the expectations we set for them. But I don't know. I don't know. That's something I don't want to be negotiating that from the dais. I think it's unfair to the candidate that we just selected to be negotiating that from the dais. So that's, you know, I think actually that's one of the key things I wanted to get addressed in the contract. If we can address that, you know, that's one of the things that I wanted to get addressed.
I mean, just to if I can respond to that, and then Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez and Commissioner Magazine. The city manager, no matter what their contract, can literally be terminated by us as a commission at any time. Anytime. We could literally have a meeting. We could have a special meeting. And by the way, one of the things I think I would do, assuming, I don't know how quickly I have a feeling this contract, and we shouldn't be negotiating from the dais, right? They'll negotiate a contract and it'll come back to us in an orderly form. That's the way it's done. By the way, that's the way it was done with Alina. She started immediately. It was done with Raquel. We don't negotiate the terms here. There's a contract, it's negotiated, and we ratify it as a commission. I am assuming this is going to be a very quick contract negotiation. Eric is deputy city manager. He's been here for 10 years. There's pretty much a template. The salary, I haven't discussed it with Eric at all, but I'm assuming it's going to be in line with what Alina and Raquel got. I mean, and we'll vote on it and see where we go today, but I probably will call a special commission meeting as early as like next week if the contract is finalized, because I don't think we should delay this anymore. And by the way, I hope I'm being clear also. This is not a reflection on Raquel at all. It's just, to me, if you have the person who's going to be filling the position, I don't see why you would wait 6 weeks to accomplish it. Let's get it done, and that's what we've done in the past.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm not saying to wait 6 weeks. I'm saying let's finalize that contract. And if you call for a special meeting, the mic is not working. But if you call for a special meeting for next week, then we have the special meeting next week. So all that I'm saying is, let's get that contract finalized, because I think the term is important. The language that we adopted, we didn't set a salary. In the past, we had a set salary. What the salary we put here is commission will start base salary negotiation at $360,000. That's where we start the base salary negotiation. But I don't know what the real number is. And I think we should agree to that before he starts his job. And if that's next week, that's good. That's fine. I'm just saying, just as a logical order, and I know we've done it like this in the past, but I think that doesn't mean that that's the best practice. And I truly mean no offense by that. And I think I don't mean any offense by that. I think maybe it's just a difference in our way and our approach to it.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
By the way, it's better for Eric too, because he would be functioning as the city manager for several months on a different salary basis, and it puts us in a weaker negotiating position overall when we do negotiate contracts. So you award something, you go to the negotiation table, you sit down, and then you come back and ratify. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that for right now. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's actually smart business practice.
Commissioner Magazine.
Commissioner Fernandez, would you accept a friendly amendment that he will become acting city manager, given ratification of a contract at a specially called commission meeting next week? Does that get us there?
I just don't think anyone should. I just don't think it puts us in a difficult position. It puts both parties in a difficult position when anyone assumes a role without having that agreement negotiated. I think he is the candidate, and he's the person we're putting there. And I think if we have a meeting next week, we have a meeting next week. Whenever it is that the city attorney and Eric have a finalized contract, I trust the mayor to call for a meeting, but I don't think anyone should be starting before they have an agreement finalized by the city commission.
Right. And I guess what I'm trying to get at here is, can we set a meeting next week to say?
I propose next Monday, we have a press conference at 3:30 to talk about Operation Summer Relief, and we can meet immediately before that, subject to the contract being negotiated. By the way, I'm still supporting. I mean, we'll take a vote. I have to say, I'm sorry, I'm transparent, I speak my mind. Sometimes I understand policy differences. I don't even understand the logic behind this. I really don't. I don't understand why you would delay what we all know is inevitable. And it doesn't even put us in a better contract negotiation posture, because we could terminate, sorry to say, Eric, we could terminate his interim, whatever he is, acting city manager at any moment. So we don't gain anything from this. I actually think we only hurt ourselves.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. As a business owner, I've hired and fired hundreds of people throughout my my acting role as a manager of a company, and I don't personally I don't see that we are going to be at a disadvantage if Eric is appointed now to take over the city. And I can certainly understand that we want to have leverage in negotiating. I think we have that leverage no matter what, to be honest. Because, look, I mean, it's clear Eric wants the role. He's eager to do the role. And, you know, if you look at it the other side, if we appoint him today and we have our special meeting on Monday, for example, it's not really going to change. It's not going to change his desire to negotiate. In fact, I think it puts us in a better position to negotiate, given the comments that have just been made up here. So I think we put our confidence in Eric today. And again, I can certainly understand that we want to have the best leverage as possible as a board, but I don't see the issue with giving him control of the city today to make the best decisions for the city of Miami Beach, because that's why we appointed him to begin with. So that's it.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to support you today in appointing him. But I have to tell you, your comments are highly offensive. And when you say that I was making accusations about the process, we all sat here and we all adopted this process. And the process said that once a candidate is selected, which we have done today, we were going to negotiate on the city's behalf, on the residents' behalf, on the taxpayers' behalf, before any candidate starts. That's what we adopted said. And I stuck to my word at the last meeting when a colleague made a motion to deviate from the process, and I sat at this table and I said, I am sticking to the process. I am not moving from the process. This is what I'm sticking to and what I am doing. However, you know, I don't like the tone of what's been put out here. I don't appreciate it. I don't think it was collegial, just because I am looking to stick to what we've laid out here. And I want to make sure that Eric comes in feeling completely supported. I want to make sure that Eric feels that he has the backing of this city commission that he needs in order to lead this organization, and that the employees who are watching know that Eric is supported to lead this organization forward. And that's what I'm most concerned about, making sure that we, number one, in approving this contract, are in the best position possible to advocate on behalf of the city, but that Eric, as the next leader of the organization, feels that he has the backing that the leader of the organization deserves, and that the employees feel supported as well. But given the direction that this conversation has gone in, I don't want anyone to think that there's any other agenda here. The purpose here, my intention was, you know, just following what was written, to advocate on behalf of what I believe is important. A term that I believe is in the better interest of the residents who we are making this selection on their behalf, which I believe shouldn't be a 4-year term as we've done in the past. Understanding better what is the salary, because right now the salary is very vague. The salary says a base salary of $360,000, and I'm making a hiring here without knowing what the salary is going to be. I trust all my colleagues on this table, and I trust the city attorney, and I trust that whatever is brought forward back to us is something that we will all support. But in that spirit of trust, I'll go ahead with what you're proposing. And I'm sorry, but I do take offense with the comments that was made, because I do believe that I stayed true to this process. And to be said that I'm making accusations about the process not being followed, it's not that. It's just I'm just trying to follow what it is that was written here. And so I have to put that out there, just because it's not right. It's not collegial, and we're all colleagues, and I think we all want to operate and to act in the best interest of the city. And I know no one wants it more than you, Mr. Mayor. And so I'm going to support us moving forward today because I don't want there to be a new beginning on a negative note. Our residents don't deserve that, and much less the public servants who are working on behalf of us every single day out in the community.
And thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, for that. And you're a good colleague, and it's very rare that you and I disagree. Ultimately, we are going to ratify. I just do want to explain to you, if you can, Commissioner Fernandez, if you can. And I think where the difference that you and I had today was on the definition of what the process is. You obviously have one understanding and I have another. You started out by saying you were going to stick to the process, which either directly or indirectly, again, the comments will speak for themselves, was saying that I was not following the process. That's why I turned to our city attorney, who interpreted the way I saw it is that there was nothing in the process that precluded us. That didn't say that we should. I wasn't changing the process. Yes, we have to ratify the contract, but there was nothing in it that said that the city manager would not start effective immediately, as we had done in the past. So maybe you and I have a disagreement on that process, but to me, it started out on a tone of this is the process and anybody going against it is violating it, which I honestly took offense to. So that's why I countered in the manner I did. Should we take the vote? Well, I'm assuming you're withdrawing or amending your motion now based on your last comments. Well, you had a motion, but you just mentioned, and thank you for that. Let's
make a motion to have Eric start today as our acting city manager, subject to the ratification of the contract.
Okay, do we have a second? I'll second it. Should we take the vote?
Not subject to pending.
Do you want to do a roll call or just voice vote?
Still negotiating that. Yep.
So all in favor of the motion that has been stated to appoint Mr. Carpenter as city manager effective today with pending contract negotiations, subject to contract negotiations?
Yes.
Hearing no one opposed, the motion carries. Congratulations, Eric.
Congratulations, Eric. There's a great line that I'm going to use here. It says, democracy is a terrible form of government, but it's the greatest one ever created by men or women. And we just saw it in action. And I want to, again, thank Raquel for really all your hard work. Let's take a photo, and then we're going to take, we're going to take a break to do the shade session, and we're going to come back at 1:30. 1:30 for the Sutnick hour.
So just for the record, we are now going to a closed executive session regarding collective bargaining. We will be back at 1:30.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back for the afternoon session of our meeting. This morning, in case you missed it, we interviewed and ultimately selected Eric Carpenter as our next city manager, which is a big moment for our city. And again, thank you, Raquel Williams, for your tour as interim city manager. We just had a shade session, which ran late because we were running late, to discuss the union negotiation and the contracts, which is an important item, obviously, dealing with not only some of our precious employees, but also the fiscal health of our city. So that's a recap. And now we have Sutnick. Sutnick, if there's anyone here or is there anyone on Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor. I have someone here. I'm going to start with the Zoom because they've had their hand raised for a while. Andy, please state your name. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Andrew Dively at 1661 West Avenue. I'd just like to make a couple comments regarding the voters' issues. I know we've had a lot of challenges in this area. I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran, lived on a sailboat, and I currently live on land. And I just wanted to offer perspective, somebody who's been on both sides. I believe the negotiations failed due to personal disputes, but that doesn't mean there isn't a reasonable solution that both parties could reach. I think one issue is we would have to put the personal issues aside and focus on what are we actually trying to solve here. And I understand where the city is coming from with the dock issue. It is going to limit the boaters' access to shore, but that's not going to fix the fundamental issues that we're having with the boats. I'd like to help mediate between both of the sides to reach an agreement. And the question I have for the commissioners is, do you want to completely get rid of the boats or build a mooring field? Because you can't have both of those things at the same time. And if you do want to completely get rid of the boats, I will tell you that you're going to have a very difficult time at the state and county level to approve the ALAs. And it's failed multiple times in the past because they don't want the boats moving into their districts. So that only pushes the issue somewhere else. And if we are already moving towards a mooring field, then why don't we just look at having a mooring field transition plan? And for the boats that don't want to comply, they can have the $1,000 fine. But if you look at other mooring fields in the Miami-Dade area, they have, and the mooring field that we're planning is going to have boats within 150 yards of shore, require insurance, clean boats, pump outs, and a dinghy dock. So why couldn't we use something like that as a starting point if that's where we're already headed to get some more control over the water? And the reality is that the boat
your time is up. I
situation.
apologize. Mitch, you're up. Please, you have 2 minutes. State your name and address, please.
Mitch, we were getting worried about you this morning. Okay, I'm happy everything is well.
Taking out a filthy drain.
4.5 years on this day, so I don't think you missed a morning, Sutnick, so good to see you.
You. Mitch Novick, 901 Collins Avenue. Congratulations to our new city manager. I've been tuning into your budgetary hearings. Our budget has doubled over the past dozen years. We now have $1 billion budget just in the past 3 years. It's been up to $300 million. I would just urge you to keep your eye on the ball. It's our money you're spending. It's the budget which contributes most to housing unaffordability. As a landlord for over 3 decades, I know that very well. And thank you for the work you do.
Our next caller is Mr. Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, state your name. You have 2 minutes, sir.
I'm so happy to follow Mitch. So I wanna say, Raquel, I am honored that you represented Miami Beach for 6 months. A strong African-American woman educated, articulate, and brave. And thank you for all you've done for the city. I wanted to send a special wish and hope and expectation that Eric will fill the role of city manager effectively and lead us to the future that we need. There's a lot to do and a lot on our plate. I really did like the last candidate. I liked Eric more, but I really, really like that last candidate from California. And if he's open to it, I would love to have him come in as ACM. I think he would be really effective a year or two from now to help Eric make a better city. But thank you for all your efforts today. It seemed like everybody was on the same page. And have a blessed day.
Is there anyone else here on the chambers that wishes to speak? If not, we're going to go to Larry Schaefer Jr. Please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Larry Schaefer Jr. I reside at 233 81st Street in North Beach, and I'm dialing in because I am delighted to follow the regulars and hope that maybe I might be a new regular, but I fully respect Mitch and Wayne and their continual efforts to dial in and give you guys great advice and just feedback. And so it's wonderful to see those guys. I'm also dialing in to support North Beach parking regulations. You have a difficult job balancing the needs of all the different parties that are interested, all the competing interests, but I think that some of the interests are valid. Residents, the needs for landlords and owners to have parking, and developers need and the people who buy their condos need parking. But there are other interests that like transient interests that really, we have to listen to these needs, but you have to be able to decide how can we use parking, if that's what you're doing, it seems like you are, but parking, regulations, and most of all, enforcement. Actually, what good are regulations if you don't enforce them? So, I don't want to take up too much time. I would like to support parking regulations. You have a difficult job balancing interests, and I'm happy once again to follow Wayne and Mitch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next caller is on an iPhone. Lori, please state your name. Unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Lori Bockham, 903 80th Street. Thank you for your time today. I want to congratulate our new city manager, Eric Carpenter, and also huge thanks to Raquel Williams for her great work as interim and the full city staff. I'm here today as a resident of North Beach. I've lived and worked in Miami Beach since 1992. I am asking you to not propose the current residential parking decal for my neighborhood, which is Crespi Park, Biscayne Beach. It is quite a different neighborhood. It is resident only. There is no commercial use or commercial parking for guests of people. There are no legal Airbnbs. I lived and worked in South Beach, Zone 2 and 3 for many years. They had needed residential parking. It will not work as proposed for our neighborhood. And I did send a lengthy email, so I'll keep this brief today. But please just relook at that. None of my neighbors, who are primarily hospitality office workers, tradespeople, educators, knew anything about it. We have many multi-generational families long-term there, and I've never seen an Airbnb in my neighborhood. We also are too far away from any commercial areas for guests to come, and we do have big family gatherings every week. It's not a tourist area, so please relook at this. I know it's well-intended, but it is not going to work in this neighborhood for the benefit of residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Elizabeth? State
Hi.
your name, address,
Oh,
and
is
you have
this
2
on?
minutes.
Okay. Hi, Latone. I'm here to support the residential parking zones and the decal system. I'm not exactly sure that this is fully, I guess, baked, but it is a start, and we have to have it. We have people that are using churros. They actually have, if you can believe it, there are actually websites that tell you where to camp in your car, and they're all in North Beach. So I'd like to support that.
Our next virtual speaker is John Davis. Mr. Davis, state your name, address. You have 2 minutes.
Hopefully you can hear me. This is John Davis. I am the president of Sunset Harbor Yacht Club in Miami Beach. I'm also a resident of Miami Beach. I live on Belle Island. And I just wanted to thank everyone for all their hard work in helping to protect, the sanctity of the waterways surrounding the Sunset Harbor area, in particular, the Malloy Channel and some of the unregulated, or anchorage limitation area, proposed anchorage limitation areas. So I just want to let everyone on the call know that we are in full support of the Ordinance RB 5, which would begin to, let's just say properly manage the on and off lawn trams in and around the Miami Beach area, right next to the police department there, south of Sunset Harbor Yacht Club. We've had a number of issues that I'm sure everyone's very, very aware of. And also a lot of speeding and, folks that are driving their boats way too fast in and around, the marina, the police ramp, the launch ramp. So I just want to thank everyone for taking the time on this call and let you know that it's Sunset Harbor Yacht Club. We have 125 members, full support of the RB5 ordinance.
Go ahead, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Lisa Sacco, South Shore Drive, 440 South Shore Drive. I again come before all of you again this afternoon in support of the parking decals for North Beach area. If we are going to separate that area and say that that it's a different need for that community, we should really be doing what's best for the residents. And 100%, if we're doing something in South Beach and we're doing something in Mid Beach as far as residential parking zones, we should be doing the same in North Beach. There's a lot of misinformation about this particular initiative, and I really believe that once we educate the residents, we're putting them first. Residents first, visitors second, and it's really a need. And a lot of people may be embarrassed or ashamed or not feel comfortable to come here today. I, for one, do not like public speaking, but I'm coming here twice in one day because I really feel passionate about this issue, and I feel like we can all work together for a common goal. And it is a 1-year pilot program in which we can inform the residents and realize that, yes, this is something that will work for this area, and we really do need it because there are homeless, or not homeless, but individuals who have vehicles who may be residing in their vehicle in this area. There are cars that are sitting there that may have been there for several months. And I'm speaking to you as somebody who is an owner and also a landlord. So on 2 fronts, and I really do feel it is important to give equal opportunity to all the zones in Miami Beach. And I urge all of you to really just vote yes and move forward with this initiative. Thank you so much.
Our next virtual speaker is Beatrice Herman. Ms. Herman, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
My name is Beatrice Herman, and I'm trying to what I'm trying to say is that I'm in full support of this regulation for the parking. As the previous speaker said, I'm completely in favor of it, and I have no problem with that. The only thing we need to do is educate the area. And I thank you very much for taking the initiative in the north part of the island instead of being always the south part of the island. Thank you.
Is there any, there is, hi there. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Sandra Stendel. I'm a resident of North Beach. I live at 635 85th Street, and I actually want to talk about not supporting this parking plan for North Beach in its current form. I am very nervous, so please, it's the first time I'm speaking. Be patient with me. I'm absolutely in favor of residents first, and I commend the Commission on taking up many of the struggles we face every day. However, when we do speak about the residents of North Shore and Biscayne Beach, also known as Crespi Park Island, we speak about all different types of people. We have the young professionals that have flocked to our city after COVID to call it home. Many of them have incomes north of $80,000 and are willing to pay for a guaranteed parking space, which many of them are under the impression that that's what this program will provide. And then we have residents that have lived here for most of their lives, many of them in their 60s, 70s, and older. They have no email, limited English skills, and they vote at every election. They have raised their children here. Some have served our country. They work in our local schools. Most cannot attend these meetings because even at such high age, they still have to work to make ends meet. We all feel the crunch of everything getting more expensive. There's a lady down the block that is fighting cancer and cannot come because she's trying to learn how to pay her ways to pay those medical bills. She expressed concerns with tears in her eyes about how she can afford for her friends to come over and to support her during these times of hardship. Biscayne Beach and Crespi Island and North Shore are unique. Residents compete among themselves for parking. There are no stores. There shouldn't be any Airbnbs. There's just not enough parking. There are vehicles that have not been moved in weeks. There are scooters taking up entire parking spaces, and yes, there are commercial vehicles. However, some of these commercial vehicles are driven by residents as company cars. How is that going to be addressed? There are possible solutions. Scooters can be parked in designated scooter parking areas like it is done on 85th Street. Parallel parking spots could be converted.
I apologize, ma'am, but you're out of time. Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Melissa Razuri. Melissa, please state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. I'm calling in support. Well, my name is Melissa Razuri. I reside at 2131 Cali Drive. I'm also the board member of Normandy Shores Condo Apartments. I've been an owner for 24 years and living here in Normandy Isle. I'm in support of the North Beach parking. I've attended the meetings. I don't think you're going to have everyone agree on the parking, but living here for that long, we all know the struggles that it's been getting home, not finding parking, cars just sitting here for weeks. Anyways, you already know the situation, and I just wanted to say I'm in support of the parking decals in North Beach. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please go ahead. State your name and address.
My name is Ariana Hernandez. I reside in Byron Avenue in the North Shore. And I want to talk mostly about procedure. Obviously, there are many people against, there are many people for. Neighbors have collected 549 signatures knocking on doors on the streets, and that has been like organic. People have taken that. So there are many people that oppose this for various reasons, and I'll get to it in a second. But according to the city charter, there is specific reasons in which you will do a zone like this, and you should read the section on the charter. It says that one is because people overwhelmingly ask for it, but there have been no surveys. So, so there are people talking for and against. We've heard my, Larry Schaffer, for instance, that he doesn't live in the inside of one of these zones. So there are people opining, you don't know anything about them. You should do a survey so that you know who's for and who's against. So the other reason why you will do it is because of the competition of outside cars. And this is also in the charter. And this has not been proven for the North Shore and Biscayne Beach. And there's an alleged study that hasn't been finished yet, that hasn't been produced and hasn't been public. The reasons that you allege, and that everybody who has spoken here have alleged, of derelict cars, abandoned cars, this could be solved with a call to the parking department. So why is enforcement not happening? Why the parking department hasn't done anything? Then you have given reasons like that this will limit Airbnbs. As you know, the city charter provides for permits for legal Airbnbs. An Airbnb that has 11 rooms can get 10 permits for parking. So I'm sorry, neighbors, this is not going to stop the legal Airbnbs that park around. The only competition on the North Shore are churches and synagogues. You're not going to limit them. You're going to give them permits. The neighbors in the North Shore complain about St. Joseph. We could use St. Joseph parking if there was negotiation from the city. You talk about limiting new residents. You're not going to limit new residents.
Thank you so much. Your 2 minutes are up.
Oh, thank you. So, so all the reasons that you have alleged are not valid for the North Shore and Biscayne Beach. Then also, we have handsome lots in the West Lots. We have 3 big ones where people can park for $15 a month, residents. They are currently under 50% occupancy. Why are these lots not promoted? Everybody in the North Shore lives within a couple of blocks of them, right? So people could park there. So, so I will urge you to do enforcement and to exhaust all possibilities, because what you're going to do is not to add parking. You're going to remove neighbors, which is different. And now going on Biscayne Beach and North Shore, these are low-income people that they might not pay the first year, but also the city charter says that the charges for parking in restricted zones have to be covered by the fees collected. That means that what you don't charge them for the first year for these $240,000 that it's going to cost, you're going to charge them the second year and the third. You're also giving license to the tow trucks. The money that the tow trucks collect don't go to the city. They go to the tow trucks. So who's benefiting from it? Why are you rushing through this without surveys, without studies, without looking at the specificity of every neighborhood? In Normandy, there's people and there's business owners, there's landlords, there's renters. You should sit with all these parties to work it out. If you do a pilot program is in one area of the city, but what you're doing is not a pilot program because you're doing it everywhere. So my question is, why the shoddy process in which you're cutting corners, you're ignoring the city charters, and you just want to go on this at full speed, harming people that cannot pay for this, that many have cars that they are on the company name, on their sister name, on their cousin name, that they are going to be inconvenienced for that. Large families, because we are overpopulated, that have many cars. On the case-by-case basis, it's a recipe for corruption. So thank you for your time. I hope you put the brakes on this, pending surveys, studies, sitting with stakeholders to do it as well as possible and not to harming low-income people. Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker has a screen name of Canvas. Please state your name, address. You have 2 minutes. You may speak. Go ahead, please. They're unmuted, but we can't hear them. Let's go here to the chambers. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Janice. I live on 7900 Tatum Waterway Drive. Just wanted to speak a little bit of my experience. I have grown up in Miami, moved away for college to other cities, have lived in several towns in Miami, and ended up at my favorite town, which is North Beach, which I selected it because of its peace, its convenience, and also access for my guests to come and visit me regarding the parking that we have currently. I have lived in New York City, in Boston, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, in places where there's deep parking regulations and programs like the ones that you are trying to pilot currently. And in my humble opinion, it has done nothing but inconvenience the residents and their guests in order that we have to monitor our own guests and sign them up for own parking. And when we host events and so on, that we have to be on top of that and constantly in our mind and constantly in fear of being towed, of our guests having to pay extra fees all the time, of getting tickets. And it hurts me that a town that I chose specifically because of its joy, its peace, its neighborhood community, its many residents that have lived there for a year that make this a true community, that this is happening. I understand it's coming from a good place, and I commend the fact that you've been holding meetings to try to change the program, to hear people, to hear what people want, and improve it a little bit. As an example, the building that I chose has a social hall where I host my church community for game groups. I also will have my wedding rehearsal there in a couple of months. I am concerned that the visitor parking permits as they stand right now are not enough. I need to only host one of these events in order for my permits for the month to be used up, and for maybe my mom and my sister and my brother when they come see me, or my fiance's parents from out of town, to not have enough. So revisit the visitor permits, please. Thank you.
Congrats.
Let's, screen name of Canvas, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Is there anyone else in the chamber that wishes to speak? Ma'am, you have your hand raised, you wish to speak? Please approach the podium.
Hi, Nancy Duke, 1450 Lincoln Road. I wasn't going to speak about this, and I really didn't know a lot about it, but I live in South Beach, and we have resident parking. Whether we had it wouldn't matter to me if we had a sticker or not. Actually, sometimes I think it would be better if we did. It would be easier to identify cars. And I'm actually thinking about implementing that back in my own condo, something I've been talking about, because it's easier to tell who belongs there and who's a resident and who is from the outside. So I know some of you maybe are apprehensive about it, but it really is good in the long run. So I have nothing to say but good things about it.
Did you want to speak? Please.
I'm sorry, which microphone, does it matter? I was told that Karen Bromberg, 7332 Gary Avenue, on Parkview Island.
I'm from Parkview Island, 7440 Gary Avenue, Carlos, Leone.
I'm sorry, I was told that the parking issues were going to start at 2:30, so I was misinformed.
We're going to start soon. It'll probably be 15 minutes or so.
So Parkview Island hasn't been discussed yet? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but you want to say something?
No, when they're into Parkview Island.
It is a public hearing.
Anyone else?
I see no one in the audience, no one in Zoom. We may conclude, Mayor.
Great. Thank you all. Right under the gun. Okay, go ahead. Last one.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pena Isabel Mitchell. I live on Ocean Terrace. Number one, I'm not sure how the program is going to run. I guess you're going to go through that at 2:30, correct? Because it starts with so many different changes that have been done. Some of the residents I spoke to are in favor of the program, but they're under the understanding that they'll have paid for park, and this park will be guaranteed to them, which I don't believe is the right thing. And the main thing we need to address is the lack of enforcement. The new buildings were approved. There were 4 units, now 10 units. How do you explain parking? You know, we're expanding the buildings, but no parking. And those 10 or 6 extra buildings don't have any requirements for parking. The future residents of many of those are well off and we compete with our parking, with or without the plan. It's also my understanding that houses of worship will get unlimited passes. How are we going to reinforce this? It's unknown to me if these will be unlimited for patrons, if it will be annual passes, or just designated for the time of service, or can they use it all day round, all week long? How does that work? In any scenario, the residents will compete with already existing very crowded parking. My neighbors are worried about the extra expenses added to the bureaucracy as well, having to register not only their cars, but also to pay for each visitor, especially those who have no access to emails. We're talking about 65 and older, that some of them are not computer literate at all. I hear many voices of frustration of those who come home after a very long day of work and have to look for parking. Sometimes with groceries and everything else, kids hungry. and they don't have a.
You can take a few more moments, but we do need to wrap up.
So, where was I? Thank you. I just learned that there's a parking program for $15 per month to park on the west lots with guaranteed spaces. Maybe we could extend this and offer to other surface parking lots for people who are willing to pay and have their assigned parking. So I'm asking you to reconsider this vote today and explore more alternatives to this plan before deciding to force it on residents. So what's the rush on deciding it today? Is there any political ambition? What is the idea behind this? Is it financial? I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to hear that item shortly. There's a couple of the time certains that we're going to hear. Let's go to R7A.
Yes, sir. R7A is a public hearing, conamed portion of 13th Street in honor of Gloria Estefan. The item requires a 5/7 vote, R7A.
Anyone from the public? Anyone on Zoom, Ralph?
Good afternoon again, Mitch Novick. I've been cautioning you against naming any public facility. For those who are still alive, you may remember the tennis stadium back in Flamingo Park many years ago, named after a prominent banker whose indiscretions emerged, and there was an outcry for his name to be removed. Ultimately, the tennis stadium was demolished. I think it's bad policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? Yep. So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Where's Mitch? I just heard. Oh, I understand where you're coming from, and we've always really protected against too much naming or naming pollution, if you will. But the reason that we're doing this is because when we drove around the city of Miami Beach, there was only one street named after a woman, Barbara Kappenman, and that's unacceptable because we're 50% of the population, and as we drive around the streets of Miami Beach, we need to set the example that not only did prominent men build this city, but so did women. And so we're just trying to equalize things. Now, if we wanted to remove some male names and add some females there, I'd be fine with that. And if you have any suggestions as you drive around the city, we can do that too. But what we're looking to do is be one of the first to set the examples. And by the way, it's not just that. When you look at, money, it's all, mostly men on money. When you went to, if you go into Congress and you look at all the statues, there's only men there. And the problem with that is that it just sets the example that we only have men, only men are deserve to be on money or have a statue or have a street named after them. So we're trying to change that. And I would like to congratulate my colleague Laura Dominguez and Lynette Long and the Commission for Women who really pushed this initiative forward and drove the entire city and made a case for this. So I just want you to understand, Mitch, that it's not that we're going crazy naming. What I would ask the body is, as we do this equalizing event so that we celebrate women, maybe we hold back a little bit on any more, co-namings in the interim so that we don't end up with too many streets that are co-named.
I appreciate your argument. I'm all for equality.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We have one more speaker virtually, Daniel Seraldo. State your name. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. El Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez mentioned, that there has been an effort to increase visibility for women who have been part of the history of Miami Beach. And with 13th Street being renamed for Gloria Estefan, who's the owner of the Cardozo, and she follows a long line of female owners that went back also, including Barbara Bear Kappenman, who at one time with her son owned the property and was among the first to renovate and restore. And so I think that Mitch's points are well taken. At the same time, though, we need more women to be honored for the history that they've been part of in Miami Beach. And street names are not forever, so if something in the future would happen, the commission could change it. But I think it's about time we even the playing field. So fully supportive of this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad Commissioner Rosenthal, you mentioned Lynette Long. She was here this morning to speak about it. We've heard for a while this has been a passion and a mission of hers, and I am sure she is reaping tremendous pride in her efforts. So this is what makes our city great, when people have a passion for something and they come to us and go through the neighborhood and get things accomplished. So thank you. We ready to take the vote?
I heard a motion from Commissioner Dominguez, second from Commissioner Fernandez. All in favor?
Aye.
Item passes.
R7B.
R7B is a public hearing, codenamed portion of 12th Street in honor of Naomi Wilzig. It requires 5/7 vote. R7B.
I'll second.
It's a public hearing. Anyone from the public?
No one from the public available. I have a motion from Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner
Rosa Gonzalez.
Everybody knows who Gloria Estefan is, and that's who we just named the street after. But not everybody knows who Naomi Wilzig is. And she was an American. If you've ever seen the World Erotic Art Museum on Washington Avenue, if you've never visited, I encourage you to go once and take a walk through. It really is a tremendous collection of erotica memorabilia. Anyway, she was a tremendous woman and ahead of her time. And I believe, was she a Holocaust survivor potentially too? I think that she escaped the Holocaust. And so she was a pretty, yes, she was. No, her husband survived Auschwitz. And so she's not just representative of our community because of her World Erotica Museum, but also she was an advocate for Holocaust survivors and very generous with our community. So happy to support this and sponsor.
Okay, ready to vote?
Yes, sir. All in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
R7C.
R7C is a public hearing. Adopt Sixth Amendment Fiscal Year 2024 Operating Budget. R7C.
Before you even start, thank you, Jason and Tamika, for all your hard work. And obviously, Raquel and Eric as well.
All right, good afternoon. Tamika Stewart, Budget Director. This is the Sixth Amendment to the operating budget. It contains two items. One is for the Miami Beach Blue Zones project that was approved by the Commission at the June 26th meeting. And this is for a 6-month assessment and evaluation process. The second item is a reopening of the ground floor bathrooms at Unidad, and this is again a pilot program for a total cost of $72,000. These both would come from our general fund reserves.
I'll move it.
Commissioner Fernandez.
And I just want to highlight, I think Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, you had placed an item on the agenda a while back that went to neighborhoods to reopen the bathrooms at Unidad so that our residents who go to the park and enjoy the park can have facilities to use when they're enjoying the park. And so I just want to thank the administration for having listened to the feedback from us, but most importantly for the residents who wanted those bathrooms to open at Unidad. So I'm happy to support this item.
Thank you. Ready to vote?
Yes, sir. So there is no one in the audience nor in Zoom wishing to speak. I have a motion by Commissioner Bott, second by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
R7D.
R7D is a public hearing. Adopt Eighth Amendment to Fiscal Year 2024 Capital Budget. R7D, public hearing.
Yes, so this budget amendment has 12 items. It proposes an increase of $84.5 million and a transfer of $1.2 million between existing projects. The first 10 projects are related to the future water and sewer bond issuance of $85 million. And I'll just read through the list and the total amounts that would be appropriated. So the first is the water and sewer mains rehab program for $44.5 million. Then there's a wastewater station rehab project for $22 million. The FDOT Utilities Relocation Program for $7.9 million. The wastewater manhole rehab project for $3.9 million. Water pump stations improvements, $2.2 million. Sewer pump stations odor control project for $1.5 million. Durham and EPA consent decree, $1.35 million. Public Works Operations Facility, $229,000. The Stormwater Critical Needs Project, $184,000. The SCADA and PLC Systems Project for $50,000. So those are the first set of projects for the bond. And then item 11 is a water and sewer mains rehab. This is a transfer of $1.2 million from the water meter replacement project. This project has been completed with savings. And the final project is the North Shore Banshell Rear Canopy project. The contractor's proposal has come in higher than the budget. And so the recommendation is to appropriate $451,700 of North Beach Quality of Life to fully fund this project.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the roll. Well, voice vote.
Yes, sir. There's no one in the audience. It is a public hearing. There's no one in the audience, no one in Zoom. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. All in favor, R7D.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
R7E.
R7E is set proposed fiscal year 2025 millage rate, debt service rate, rollback rate. It is item R7E.
So this item is to adopt the proposed millage rate of 6.1481 mills as discussed at the last FERC meeting to discuss the budget. If you all approve this number, it will be sent to the property appraiser's office. We will have a chance to go down on the millage rate if you choose to in September. This is the ceiling that we're setting.
Oh, that made me smile. Call the vote.
This is not a public hearing. It is motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. R7E, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries 7-0. R7E is approved.
R7F.
R7F is set proposed fiscal year 25 millage debt service rollback rates for Normandy Shores. R7F, it is not a public hearing.
And this is to adopt the operating millage rate of 0.7789 mills for the Normandy Shores HOA. We have met with the district over the budget process. They have approved the budget and also the millage rate.
Let's call a vote.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. R7F, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item is approved unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you.
There's 5 parking items. We've gotten a few emails about it, to say the least. There were 4 community meetings, which I attended every one. This is Commissioner Suarez's item. It's co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine and Commissioner Fernandez. Let me call the numbers. It's R7G, HIJ, and related C4S.
Yes, sir. I'm going to read all these titles. They're all public hearings. R7G is a public hearing, create restricted residential parking zone, 26, Town Center. R7H is public hearing, create restricted residential parking zone, 27, North Shore. R7I is create restricted residential parking zone, 28, Biscayne Beach. R7J is create restricted residential parking zone, 29, Normandy Isle. The companion consent item that was separated is C4S. It's a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, extend meter parking hours adjacent to North Beach businesses.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a little bit of an introduction and a PowerPoint slideshow. So PJ, can you get that ready soon?
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. After an entire year of knocking on thousands of doors in North Beach, one of the biggest concerns for its residents was overdevelopment and parking. Right now, those two are on a collision course where the only people that are going to be injured are residents. Residential parking zones should not be controversial. Surfside, Bal Harbor, Coral Gables, all of them have successful residential parking zones in their residential neighborhoods. Most of Miami Beach has successful residential parking zones. In fact, every coastal municipality up and down Dade County has residential parking zones within residential neighborhoods. The idea that North Beach residents should be deprived of this quality of life amenity is absurd. North Beach is a developer's dream and ripe for overdevelopment. About a dozen new high-rises are already approved and are in the pipeline. Street parking is already severely limited. As the new developments come online, the parking shortage will become dire. More and more users will be competing for the same amount of parking spaces there are now. No matter how many garages we build, there will always be a finite number of spaces that residents and non-residents will have to compete with. No reasonable person is arguing that there isn't a lack of street parking in North Beach. No reasonable person is saying residential parking zones don't work. South Beach and Mid Beach proves they do. The only argument being manufactured today is that change is not needed. However, whether we like it or not, significant changes are coming for North Beach between overdevelopment, tourism, and parking. I understand change is hard, but the status quo is not an option. Sure, it's a lot easier to keep our heads buried in the sand and pretend everything is okay, and everything will be okay, despite thousands of short-term rental units coming online in the next few years. We as a commission were elected to make hard decisions. Our role isn't purely symbolic. Our role is to legislate and propose meaningful solutions to current and foreseeable problems. North Beach always had the adage of being the red-headed stepchild. So it's time to bring them in the fold. As a political body, we need to have the wisdom to see what's coming and the courage to do what's right. What we cannot do is stand idly by and watch the North Beach parking situation rapidly deteriorate as these new buildings come online, and then claim we didn't see it coming. We can ignore our way out of this. We can't ignore our way out of this. Our predecessors left us with this problem, and we're the ones right now who have to deal with the consequences of their decisions. So PJ, with that, can you please put up the slideshow, please? Okay, so I put together a pretty comprehensive PowerPoint. Go to the next slideshow, please. Okay, so for all of us data whiz, Walker Consultants study is in the final draft of their study. I was able to get a copy of it. And you can see in the proposed areas, red represents the high 85% plus utilization rate. And so as you can see, most of North Beach is all red. Black shows that there are no on-street parking. Go to the next slide, please. And by the way, that was just finished last month. Here's a brief, an overview of the private developments that are going up in Town Center. Over 1,400 new short-term rental and residential units are approved. Each one is going to have an average of only one parking space per unit. Unregulated street parking will further be strained. Next. Okay, so let me run down some of the abuses that we've seen and heard from many of the residents who have contacted me and that we've heard through campaigning last year. There's short-term rentals, Airbnb, VRBO. Right now, you can go on your Airbnb app and you can look on the map where North Beach is, and you can see that people are doing Airbnb and they're advertising free parking for multiple vehicles and large crowds. Okay, right now, there's also an issue of illegal subletting and overcrowding of units. There is also car apps such as Turo, where you have individuals who have basically started an enterprise of renting out spaces, renting out their cars and parking their cars on residential on-street parking, which I'll show you on the next slide. Tourists looking for free parking on the weekend if they're going to the beach. Business patrons and employees utilizing residential parking spaces. And of course, spaces for storage and commercial purposes. Next slide, please. Here are just a few images that residents sent me of the parking situation in North Beach. And you can see there's trailers taking up multiple parking spaces, there's boats, there's vehicles there left, covered, they're not in working order. And we don't know if, by the way, if that's a resident or not a resident who owns the car on the right. Next slide, please. There's some more images of just what appears to be abandoned cars and construction vehicles. And again, we have no idea if these belong to residents, visitors, or anyone else that decides to leave their car there. Next slide. One of the biggest issues I also hear is that we have people who leave their scooters parked between spaces to save a space for anyone that's coming. If we have a residential parking zone, this would be prohibited, and scooters would be designated to be in specific spots, and we can actually enforce that. Next slide. So I think a couple people mentioned we don't have an Airbnb problem. I took a screenshot from the app on Airbnb, VRBO, and Turo. As you can see, they're everywhere in North Beach. Next slide. Here's a couple descriptions: free parking, Wi-Fi with free parking, and the middle slide says free street parking is available and perfect for large groups traveling with multiple vehicles. Again, this was taken from one of the Airbnb slides in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And so I went a little deeper in the Turo app. You can see that the preview shows that these cars are actually parked on site or on street. This is clearly an abuse of the free parking situation in North Beach. Next, please. Okay, so let's go into what the pilot program will be. Okay, through the 4 community meetings, the concern was heard loud and clear that they prefer not to have multiple zones. And so to make this as seamless as possible, we decided to make one single zone. And that is basically north of 65th Street, west of Harding Avenue, excluding the islands, as far as parking goes. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's go over some of the specifics because there's a lot of misinformation going around. Anticipated start date is November 1st. Only applies to residential street parking. Metered spaces, surface parking lots will stay metered. Each household will get up to 2 permits with additional permits issued on a case-by-case basis. Permits and virtual visitor passes are free of charge for the pilot program. The first 2 months, no citations will be given. At any time during the pilot program, there's going to be no towing. And I believe I'm going to make a friendly amendment if the parking program is successful and we do implement a residential parking program, we'll only tow after the 3rd strike. There's a lot of talk about cost. And if we were to go forward with the cost, right now, the cost is $56 a year. That's 15 cents a day. I think there's been some reference to the West lots where it's $15 a month. That comes out to $200 a year. So, and you have to go all the way to the West lots to park. This program will hopefully give more control for people to park in front of their homes instead of having to walk to the West lots. Also, a benefit to the pilot program, and you register, it's only $1 an hour parking meters citywide. Okay. Another modification we made was permits apply to any type of residential household, condominium, apartment, townhomes, single-family homes, everyone gets 2 parking passes per resident, per household, no matter if you have on-site parking or not. And by the way, and the reason I think that's also fair is because when you buy a unit and it has on-site parking, you're paying for that extra parking space. So it's not necessarily free that you're getting an extra parking space. You're already paying for it either in your property taxes or the rent. Next slide, please. Okay, there's been also a lot of misinformation. There's an allegation that of those dozen or so private developments that they are going to be included, they are going to be excluded. So I'm just making that very clear for those in the audience and who's watching. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's go over some of the misinformation that's been thrown around. On the left, you can see that there was a post where it says, if you don't want to pay $82 a month as a parking tax to the city of Miami Beach, write to commissioners now. I don't know where $82 a month came from. I think that's highly ridiculous. So I can't speak to that. There is a parking tax. The pilot program is free. The average permit cost for other zones, like I said before, is only $56 a year, which comes out to 15 cents a day. This is not a money maker for the city. We are not trying to raise revenue with this program. We're barely trying to just make even, a break even. This is going to be a burdensome process. Registration is available online or in person and will be available at the North Beach Building Department satellite office. It'll be very easy and straightforward to apply. Another allegation is garages are the solution. And right now, the only garage that we have in the pipeline is the 72nd Street garage. Okay, that's a 500 space garage that will be replacing a 315 surface lot, 315 parking space surface lot. So we're only gaining 185 parking spaces for that area. And that's going to cost us anywhere between $70 and $100 million. Okay, that's cost $40,000 a space to build. So, you know, I want everyone to be very cautious when people say, you know, we need more garages. Garages are not the silver bullet to a parking problem. It is one aspect, but when you take into account the time it takes to build, because let me tell you, when that parking lot is going to go under construction, what's going to happen to those 315 spaces? Those are all metered. And so they're going to end up having to park in residential parking spaces. Next slide. Okay, no community outreach. Residential parking zones approved for North Beach with no community outreach. This was unanimously approved by the Finance Committee, the Transportation Advisory Committee, and 4 community meetings were held in North Beach with the residents. Another talking point is this is an enforcement issue. Enforcement right now is currently complaint-driven, and this pilot program will make it proactive. This pilot program will make it easier for our parking officials to identify which vehicles belong in the area and which do not. And another issue is they say, well, why don't we enforce the 48-hour parking rule? It's a very simple reason, because the 48-hour parking rule is not resident-friendly. And I'll tell you why. If you work from home and you don't have to drive very much, you're going to have to move your car every 48 hours or you'll get towed. Is that resident-friendly? What happens if you want to go on vacation and you want to go out of town for a week? Right now, what you have to do is you have to go to the parking department and you have to tell them, I'm going to be out of town for a week. To me, that is ridiculous. I shouldn't have to message the parking department to say that, hey, I'm out of town, I'm not going to be able to move my car for a week every time I want to travel. Also, what a lot of residents came up to me and says, if you're in a dispute with one of your neighbors and they know you're going out of town, they'll call the parking department on you and get your car towed. Right now, there's no way for a parking official to know if that's a residential car or a visitor. Next slide.
Commissioner Discar, how many more slides? I know a lot. I think that some of this is also going to come up in questioning. Yeah. I know it is, and you've spent a tremendous amount of time on this, so I appreciate that.
I'll tell you why it's important. It's important because there's so much misinformation being around. A lot of people are watching, and I want to make sure that we dispel a lot of the lies that have been put on into people's heads. So misinformation, predatory ransom to enrich the tow companies. There's no towing in the first year, and what I'm going to propose is that there's going to be a 3-strike rule. If after 3 strikes, after the program ends, then you would get towed. There's also only 1 permit per unit. All households will qualify for up to 2 permits, and additional permits may be issued at the parking department's discretion. Next slide. Airbnb's hostel bed and breakfast is entitled to 24-hour passes per day. This is completely false. Short-term rentals do not qualify for residential parking permits. Right now, what one of the speakers says is per the city charter code, which it's not in the city charter, it's actually in the municipal code, is that bed and breakfasts and hostels get passes. But when we looked with planning, there are no bed and breakfasts and hostels in North Beach, so that will not apply. And there's Airbnbs. Airbnbs are actually classified differently than bed and breakfasts, and they will for sure be excluded from the program. So no transient use in North Beach will be given any sort of pass for parking in residential neighborhoods. I just want that to be very clear. There's a claim that temples will get 24-hour permits. If you're a temple, you're going to get and you have a certain amount of congregants. Every temple or every religious institution has a finite number of congregants, anywhere between 50 or 100 or 200. Most of those congregants are Miami Beach residents. Okay, if you happen to be in Mid Beach and South Beach, we're going to offer a parking pass so that they can park next to their synagogue in North Beach. There is already a precedent set for that on 41st Street. This is nothing new. Claim new buildings will not be excluded. False. New private developments are excluded from this program. Next slide, please. Okay, this was placed on people's cars. I think this past Sunday, and which is really interesting because the email address northshorealliance@gmail.com. When you email that, when I emailed that person, they said, I've been receiving emails about this for the past month, but I'm afraid this is a case of identity theft and a usage of my email when not authorized. I'm not a resident of Florida. I'm in California as a college student. Please refrain from charging any fees, doing any digital reports when this is not the right person at all. Thank you so much. So I just find this very strange that someone is actually paying money to print out these flyers, place them on cars with what appears to be some sort of identity theft with an email. And to me, this looks like a political campaign against a program that is supposed to help the residents of Miami Beach. Next slide, please. Okay, here's some of the common concerns. Common concern is this program is half-baked and we should delay or defer. The program was introduced in December 2023. The administration had 8 months to work on it, and if passed, it won't be implemented until November 2024. That's nearly a year of planning. Right now, it's baked to a crisp. More garages are the answer. Like I said before, garages are not the silver bullet to a parking problem in North Beach. It certainly will help, but it's not the end-all be-all. And no matter what you do, no matter how many garages you build, you're still going to have a finite number of spaces that residents and non-residents are going to compete with. More enforcement is the answer. Like I said, the 48-hour rule is not resident-friendly. Conversion of parallel spaces to angle and removing bulb outs is the answer. The parking department will conduct a parking survey in North Beach to identify where this can be done. I believe Commissioner Bott has sponsored this item. I have co-sponsored this item. Crespi Biscayne Beach should be carved out. The parking problem will simply shift over to Crespi if it's carved out. And by the way, 85th Street and Crespi Boulevard are only 3 blocks from the beach. They are not immune from visitors going to the beach. So it's There's no point in doing a program in one area when it'll just shift the problem to another part of North Beach. Next slide. Okay, who might be against this? Developers, for starters. We will need to build more on-site parking and find tenants without extra cars. These developers who have signed up for these short-term rentals are currently relying on unregulated street parking. Realtors, property management companies, will make it more difficult to illegally rent, to overcrowding units where in the Florida Building Code, it's very specific on how many people you can rent to. Single-family units rented to multiple unrelated individuals. When I went personally knocking on door to door, you know, I heard stories where people have 8, 10 people to a room where there's 6, 7 beds in a single room. And that's, to me, that's really no way to live, okay? And expect that every single one of those people have a car in the neighborhood, that just puts burdens on the rest of the neighborhood who have a reasonable amount of cars. And paid political activists for reasons suspected. Next slide. And to a greater extent, a residential parking program will have a lot of crime prevention. You know, we're going to have license plate readers used to enforce residential parking zone and enhance public safety. So, for example, if an LPR picks up that there's a stolen vehicle, we're going to know about it. And just to make sure that it keeps track of the vehicle, not the person. So, just want to make that absolutely clear. Residential parking zones bring a sense of structure and organization to the neighborhood. It will no longer be a parking free-for-all. Next slide. Community outreach, we sent mailers to all affected residents. We held community meetings. We had direct outreach. We're going to have a 2-month educational campaign, and we're going to have in-person assistance. Next slide, please. Here are some of the pictures of the community meetings that we've had. Next slide. This is just a brief timeline. Like I said before, we started in December 2023, and we are now in July 2024. And if this program goes into effect, it would be November 1st, basically a year of planning. Next slide. Here are some of the safeguards we've put into the pilot. By the way, this pilot's harmless. There's no citations given. There's in the first 2 months. There's no towing. No one's going to be towed during this whole time. There's going to be temporary permits can be issued for 90 days to allow residents time to switch their vehicle registration to Miami Beach in case they're not registered to Miami Beach. Leniency, we're going to say the first citation given after the first 2 months can be waived and will be waived. Caregivers and congregants will be accommodated by the administration. And exclusions, all new private developments under construction and or approved will be excluded from participating. Next slide. Accessibility, for those who may not be aware of how the program works, it basically starts at 6 p.m. until 7 a.m. So after 7 a.m., it's unrestricted. So if you want to have a plumber or an air conditioning repairman come, they're able to park in that spot until 6 p.m. Business parking, metered parking in commercial zones will stay metered. Right now, I have 2 permits per household. And visitor passes. Visitor passes are available to all residents free of charge during the pilot. Maximum of 30 visitor passes per person per quarter. Next slide. Public perception. It was in the Miami Herald. This is Pablo. I live here. I'm supposed to come back. Really tired from work, and I just want to be home. There's no space for me. He says he's driven up an hour and circling his neighborhood and the surrounding areas for parking. Next slide. These are some of the emails that I've gotten. I've copied and pasted them. As a resident of Normandy Island, this program is a godsend. Hello, I'm so happy to hear this is happening finally. I've been ripping my hair out night trying to find parking, hoping this time we residents of North Beach will have a final solution at the benefits of all us North Beach residents. I live in North Beach going on 15 years and I've seen it all. Thanks for stepping up for the true full-time residents of North Beach. I live in Parkview Point Condo, and I've never seen the mess we have going on here It's very worrisome. Bullet point 3, our neighbor illegally converted his house into a monster rental with 8 residents who all have cars. They have taken up most of the street. This will help for people who abuse the limited resources we have. I support the program. I wish we could get it started sooner. Next slide. Okay, so in conclusion, residents are tired of coming home from work and circling to find parking. I mean, people have told me that they have to park 6, 7 blocks away and they actually Uber home. Okay, residents shouldn't have to compete with visitors. I understand now that if you want to have a party or a wedding, it's nice to be able to have free parking for your guests, but that comes at the expense of residents who live in the area. As elected officials, we need to prioritize residents, specifically the ones who pay taxes, or all of us pay taxes, for non-residents and visitors. This is a 1-year pilot program. Nothing is perfect at first. This allows us to work out the kinks during the pilot. You know, there's an old saying, do not let perfect be the enemy of good. This is a great start. We can ask our parking director himself if he feels comfortable moving forward with this pilot. This has been a long time coming. This started with Monica. She was fully supported, and it has taken until this point where we need a political decision to make and have the courage to move forward. This is going to start in November 2024. Like I said, November is going to have ample time to install signs and create them, additional community outreach, and final administrative loose ends. And I also, last thing, I also want to address some of the allegations being made that myself, along with the sponsors of this item, are somehow in cahoots with tow truck companies. I'm not doing this to enrich myself. In fact, I donate my entire salary to animal sanctuary nonprofits. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do for the tax-paying residents in North Beach who are always forgotten and haven't had a meaningful agenda item for the 33141 zip code other than upzoning incentives. Now, it's easy to listen to those that have a vested political and financial interest in making sure that this does not pass. It's also easy to criticize any plan while not offering any real solutions to a problem. But we didn't sign up for this job only to make the easy decisions. We are in this to raise the standard of living in Miami Beach and to place residents first in our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Suarez. And I took a little leeway in letting go over the 5 minutes, but I do want to thank you. Whatever side of the aisle you are on this issue, undeniably how much time you have spent on this and listening, and the staff, the community meetings, it's the revisions, and that is admirable. I think we should go to public, if there's any public comment. This is a public hearing.
We'll start with here in the chambers. If you're wishing to speak on this item, please approach the podium. Go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address.
Lisa Sacco, North Beach. Again, I've come before you twice today. My third time ever speaking in front of the commission in 20 years. I am a local community activist, and I do go to a lot of organizations and a lot of events in Miami Beach. I feel very passionate about passing this, and I'm very offended by a recent email that Alliance Group put me on their website saying that I'm not in favor of this. And I see that that woman is here today, and I let her know that I am in favor of this. And I believe in putting residents first. And I understand the concerns of those who say that they have family and friends and visitors. That is a concern all over in big cities. But we need to do what's best for North Beach. And this is going to take time. And it's going to take a full year. That's why it's a pilot program. And there's going to be other ways to raise revenue. Once we increase residents first and we value our residents, it's going to change the dynamics and our community altogether in that area. It is going to prevent crime. It is going to make it safer. It's going to look cleaner. We're going to beautify, and we're going to do things for our community. More people are going to get out and walk around. They're going to feel safe to walk around. You don't know your neighbors when there are people parking who don't live in our community. So I may be a landlord and also a single family homeowner, and I own in South Beach, Mid Beach, and North Beach. And I really do believe that having residence zone parking in South Beach is what makes South Beach a very easy commutable city for those who work and don't and live in our city and are able to go to work and come back to their home and find parking. And you cannot do that in North Beach because of these issues. So I urge you to please vote yes. Thank you.
You said earlier you're not a public speaker, but you're pretty good. So
Our first virtual caller has the initials LS. Please state your name, address, and please unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Lily. I'm a landlord in North Beach. I own both a multifamily building as well as a condo. And when I first heard about this program, I was against it because I was informed that it would cost an excessive amount. And my tenants are very hardworking individuals that wouldn't be able to afford that. And through the process of speaking to multiple commissioners, and writing to many of you and hearing back and participating in the community meetings, I realized that this program would be a net benefit to residents. My tenants, many of them have to circle around the blocks of Normandy Shores trying to find parking after they get home in the evening, many times very late in the evening. And it's not fair to them that other people are taking parking spots that are either visiting their Airbnbs down the street. I've seen dilapidated cars. And I've also seen crime as well with individuals that might not belong in that neighborhood. So I just want to say the entire process has been transparent. I feel that the commissioners have gone through the process, and I apologize. I've vacillated quite a bit on my opinion of this program, but I finally, feel that you've listened to a lot of the objections and addressed those objections. And I feel that we can't continue with the status quo. The status quo, as we've already highlighted, is not going to work. I don't know when all these new developments are coming online, but there will be competition for parking for the residents that have lived here for a long period of time. So I appreciate everyone's hard work that went into this, and hope you will pass this. And hopefully share with us as well the data that comes from this pilot and course correct
Thank you
if
so
there are
much, ma'am.
any other issues.
Time is up. I apologize. Ms. Latone, you have 2 minutes.
Hi. When I came before you earlier, I made the mistake of saying that I didn't feel like it was completely baked, and that cake is baked. We have serious problems that have got to be addressed, and I'm blown away by the presentation, and I'm not easily impressed with a lot, but a lot of the misinformation I actually had believed, and I'm corrected, and I appreciate everything. I also wanted to say we have buildings, and I have a 20-story building next door to me that has no parking, and I'm just going to tell you, it is a nightmare. They park in the park, they park anywhere they can, and they stay there. So even in the metered spaces, we have vans, we have utilities, we have anything that will they stay there. So that limits even people who want to go to the park or go to the beach or do anything. There's nowhere to park. And I just wanted to say I appreciate it. And I would hope that if any of you were considering not voting for this, that you might reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, state your name, address, and you have 2 minutes.
Wayne Roberts, South the Fifth. I'm not in North Beach, of course, but I was so impressed with David Suarez's presentation. We deal with big issues, whether it's a $50, $100 million bond issue or something like parking, and we don't have the details in the discussion. He took the time, more than 5 minutes, I think it deserved more than 5 minutes, to outline why this makes sense. And if I was on a board, I would be not only impressed with David Suarez, but the plan itself. We have a one-year pilot program in the process to find the kinks. I'm trying to think through the issue. One kink may be like if I don't know how day passes for permit holders would apply. Maybe giving them 12 a year or 15 a year where they can go online for $3 a day or something for visitors. I don't know if that's baked in already, but what a great presentation. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Say your name.
Wanda Jamin, 8305 Crespi Boulevard. I'm here on behalf of neighbors, residents, and family members that are residents of North Beach. I'm going to thank Commissioner Suarez and the co-sponsors, Fernandez and Magazine, as I understand, for finally doing something for North Beach. South Beach, Mid Beach, they have all the amenities. It seems like we were a place not in Miami Beach. Parking is horrendous. Basically, after 5 p.m., it's lockdown for friends and family. Complete lockdown. If you move, you have to go shopping. I live in Biscayne Beach right now, but I live in Central. You can't get anywhere. You lost your parking. You have to drive around for an hour, 2 hours. Leave it 8 blocks away. Some people have problems. I have a walking disability. I have to make it my business to drag myself to go into my apartment at some point. So I want to thank all of you here, and I'm really asking every single one of the commissioners here that are making a decision on this to please vote yes. Most of you campaigned on residents first, and this is how you're going to show us that we are your residents and you're thinking of our accessibility, our accommodations, and our security. Thank you so much.
I couldn't stand for a long time. Aaron Bromberg, and I live 7332 Gary Avenue. It was a great presentation, but there's still some big problems that aren't being addressed. For example, I own a townhouse, and then we have the Parkview Point condominiums. And my mother bought the townhouse in 1961. There are only 2 of us that are like really long term. And when I was young, we had a community center on the island with a swimming pool and a snack bar. And everybody used to take advantage of this. The Parkview Point building offered to make a park and more parking spaces if they could demolish the community center to enlarge their parking lot. But what's happening now is most of the people that park around the park with their very few spaces are residents of the Parkview Point apartments. They park there because maybe their space is too far away in the building. So they're the worst offenders. And I don't know how you're going to take care of that or change that. Also, I've seen things like 2 cars will pull up. One guy will get out of the car. No, one guy will park his car in a space, get out of the car, and leave with the other person to go to work. And that's during the day. So this isn't going to address that either. Oh boy. Sorry. Oh, I do notify the parking department often for cars that are parked around the park. We have very few spaces for guests. I don't know, maybe 30. And we have so many 10 people. And lost my train of thought.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Just let me finish one thing. You let other people go on. Thank you. Oh, I was saying that I notify the parking department for cars that are parked around the park. They leave them for 10 days. After 10 days, I call and report it to the parking department. I don't know how this is gonna change on Parkview Island. I just don't know. I don't understand. And with these high-rise buildings going up, one space per unit, that's a nightmare. I don't know how you can make that better. I don't understand. I don't think that's being addressed. That's what I'm saying.
Our next virtual caller is Janessa. Janessa, please go ahead, state your name. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's Janessa and I live on 79th Street, North Beach resident. I just want to say that I do think it sounds like a great idea because I've lived here for about 5 years and it is increasingly difficult to find parking. And like they say, yes, we do drive around all night if we leave trying to find a space. Or there's always free parking on Collins at nighttime, but you have to wake up early and go move your car. But anyways, my point is that I would like to understand how you're going to secure the fact that we get 2 spaces for each apartment, because I did watch the whole presentation, but didn't quite understand how you can make sure of that because of how limited space already is. So I do have that question, but I do think in general, it sounds like a good idea because there is no protection for us to have like parking around here. And it is just packed. So that's really all I have to say about that. But I just like to understand more about how we're going to make sure that we have 2 spaces by where we live and that it's not also blocks away. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes. State your name.
Is this on? Okay, so thank you for your time and consideration. I know it's a lot of work to keep all the constituents in mind. I'm a North Beach resident.
Your name, please.
It's Jai Koch, and I've lived in North Beach since 2000, so it's 24 years, and I'm not a paid political activist. I'm not a developer, so I do take offense that, you know, the only people that are against it, because I happen to be one of them, and I did email all of you, is someone that has some ulterior motive. I appreciate that you're trying to help us solve this problem and that North Beach is getting some attention. You are right. We have been the redheaded stepchild. And we do want something good for our neighborhood. I'm not sure this qualifies as like the best thing that you could do for us. And I do think that we should be able to decide, we're adults, what amenities, you know, we need and want. And I respect all the people on, you know, that are speaking. But I just want to address the previous caller. It sounds like she thinks that there's going to be guaranteed spots. There are not guaranteed spots. We're all still going to be fighting for the same spots that exist. We're not creating new ones. You're just limiting access to some people that may be qualified. And I don't disagree that we do have a parking issue. I just think that there should have been some more thought and care and planning. I just want to address some of the points from the PowerPoint. So I made notes. Well, first of all, it's the Miami Beach's planning and zoning's job to address the parking, the buildings, the new construction that you mentioned is coming online, that they don't have, they should have parking as part of their approval. So, and they shouldn't be competing. So you're using them as a point that we're going to be competing with them. We shouldn't. And the Ocean Terrace construction with all those spots shouldn't have been started if you didn't build the garage. And why is the garage only going to have 500 spots? Like, that doesn't make sense either. And the Walker study, if it was completed a month ago, how is this plan fully baked? So those are some concerns that I have to your, you know, to your plan. And also, this is really like a one-size-fits-none program. And the meeting, so the postcards were made out on the 4th, but the first meeting was on the 8th. So I don't know that there's vulnerable people in our
Thank you so much.
haven't had an opportunity to attend these meetings like I am, or had the access to speak with you. So those are some concerns. So I urge you at this time to at least delay and propose, you know, in voting no on it for now. And
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mayor, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Neeson Kasdan. Commissioner Suarez reached out to me to ask about the history of the residential decal parking program, which started when I was the city commissioner and mayor in the 1990s. The first one was in Flamingo Park and the neighborhoods around that. And they were needed as those neighborhoods evolved. The older residents had left who did not have cars, new businesses came, and there was a lack of adequate parking for the residents in that area. That program has been very successful. Without it, those neighborhoods would be unlivable as residential neighborhoods. The same problem is now occurring as well in North Beach. There are new businesses. There's now the advent of short-term rentals as well. There are newer residents who have cars, replacing some of the older residents who may not have had cars. There's a demonstrable shortage of parking. My brother-in-law lives in a condominium without parking on Normandy Isle, and he frequently has a problem finding a parking space. The program that's been presented to you is probably the most well-thought-out launch of a residential parking program that I have seen in this city in the past 30 years. And I think there's not a question about the need, and this is a smart thing to do. This is truly a no-brainer, as they say.
A point of record, Mayor Kazin is not on the payroll. I didn't ask him to speak.
Facts are facts. Thank you. Our next virtual caller is Daniel Seraldo. Daniel, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, commissioners. I heard Neeson speak, so I also wanted to chime in. As a current resident of Flamingo Park neighborhood, I believe that without residential parking permits, it would be very difficult for folks that actually live, work, and play in Miami Beach to make it work. So I think, I don't know all the details about this, but I'm surprised North Beach doesn't have something like that. It's getting more and more popular with visitors. And so I'll look forward to hearing the discussion, and thank you all.
Go ahead, please. State your name. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. And Janice, back again, Tatum Waterway. Just thank you again for going point by point about some of the things that have been brought up. I appreciate the time that you all are dedicating to this and for listening to us. As a resident, I just wanted to bring up to the Commissioner, Mr. Suarez, about some of the language that has been used that I think that could be, taken incorrectly from the residents that are concerned about this and that do care about this matter truly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here writing emails and so on. At one point, you stated that anyone against this is most likely being paid by developers, because who would be against this? That was in the meeting that was held on the 18th. I understand, seeming because of the email that you got back, why, and I know that you're passionate about this, but these are concerned residents that are here, not paid by developers, talking face to face with you because we care. Also, the quote, North Beach is the redhead of the family or the stepchild of the family or whatever. I know you're not a redhead. I'm not a redhead. I don't know if there's one here, but let's not say that about redheads. It's not cool. I'm sure there are some North Beach redhead residents. Not the nicest thing to say, that's all. Just respect. And one point that you brought up was that it's not cool to have to message, right, the parking, whatever, if you're going out of town, to have to let them know, hey, I'm going on vacation. You could correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that you will still have to do that, let them know if you have to leave your car in there for a while. Okay, thank you. Appreciate the thing. And again, you pointed out who is against this, and you had the slide about maybe people that have financial gain, whatever, to gain from this. But again, we are concerned residents that are here to talk it out with you, to hear the points, to change your minds, to grow, and maybe to still be against it. But that's us. We're not paid by developers, and we are your residents. So please, just some respect in the language. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Well, if you don't mind, as a point of order, the only reason, by the way, that I mentioned paid political activist is because there is an individual who is spearheaded and is working overtime on this campaign, and this person is notorious for taking campaign funds to from certain mayoral candidates, and that one person did take $14,000 in a 3-month period during the last campaign to basically not demagogue about their campaign. And it's all on public record, and you are more than welcome to make your assertion on why. Thank you.
I would like to rebut this because he's making this personal. This man has been bullying me. He has doctored a picture of mine, made it look like I'm dead, and distributed it all over the internet. Yes, I worked on a campaign last year. I have a PhD in social sciences, and I do research, and I work as a legislative consultant for people that pay me, okay? So I'm not a paid operative, and I'm against the parking because I live there, and I see the hardships of my neighbors. That's why I'm against. So do not slander me, and stop harassing neighbors. He's been calling neighbors all over my neighborhood to slander me and to say lies about me. Then they message.
Ariane, I let you rebut, but
outrageous. I mean, what kind of city are we becoming?
I gave you the opportunity to rebut, but okay.
Our next virtual speaker is Scott Pollins.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott Pollins. I have lived in North Beach for about 4 years now. Me and my partner have always discussed how much we love the neighborhood. We are huge fans of the community and everything that North Beach has to offer. However, parking on Marseille Drive has been the biggest sore for these incredible living conditions that we have here on the beach. My partner works downtown, and some days he does not get home until 8 o'clock. And there are exactly 2 to 3 10-minute windows during the week in which you'd be able to find parking. So more often than not, he's having to park 2 to 3 blocks away, pay for parking. His car's gotten towed in front of houses sometimes. You know, it is this very difficult scenario. And the commissioners have a great opportunity here to continue to invest in North Beach and pass this resolution. And it would have immediate quality of life effects. Thank you for hearing me, and I look forward to passing the resolution.
Thank you. Our next speaker, iPhone 10, Lori. Lori, state your name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Lori Bockham, 903 80th Street. I do want to clarify, I am a licensed real estate broker associate and have been for many years, but I am not speaking on that behalf. Many of you know me know that is something that is very part-time for me now. And my area was always the Flamingo Park Historic District. I appreciated the presentation. I have very big concerns because the Crespi Park area, which I live in, does not have any walkable spaces to that neighborhood for my neighbors if they fail to get a visitor pass. I also would be concerned if we were the only neighborhood without a residential program. I have not witnessed in my 3 years that we are being used as alternative for other uses. I see residents. It is a quite different population. I love my neighborhood. Most of my neighbors have been there for more years than my 3, and we need more angled parking. I have not seen any commercial uses in my neighborhood. So I appreciate all of you. I believe it comes from all the right place, but please look at the differences in the different neighborhoods and come up with solutions, because most of my neighbors are not going to be able to fall into this reserving of visitor passes. And it's a regular neighborhood of residents with Sunday barbecues, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Janessa has spoken before, if my recollection is right. So if so, then we're going to go to you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sandra Stendel again at 635 85th Street, still against it. I do appreciate the time that has gone into the PowerPoint. However, the argument for us to be against it is not that we don't want change. We want enforcement of existing laws. If that will take place, most of these issues will be at least eased up before we start running new programs. And how are we going to measure that success? It's still, I'm not sold on it. I'm not going to say it's half-baked, but I don't think it fits the North Shore and the Crespi Island or Biscayne Beach neighborhood, and it needs to be revisited. Because how are you going to exclude the new buildings? They're going to be residents. They're going to have IDs. How are they not going to get those passes? I don't understand how that's going to be enforced. Again, the same people are going to compete for parking even under this plan. So there has to be something better. That's it.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Larry Schaefer Jr. Please unmute yourself. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Larry Schaefer, 233 81st Street. I've lived in North Beach for 12 years, and before that I lived in South Beach for 12 years. My profession, I'm an affordable housing provider in Miami, in other words, a landlord. So I understand the issues here from a landlord perspective, and I also understand the issues from a low-income renter perspective because they are my customers. I have no business interest in Miami Beach whatsoever. The only relevant disclosable relationship that I have is that I am on the board of directors of Sobe Cats, and we have a public-private partnership with the city of Miami Beach to provide an animal shelter and sanctuary named the Kitty Campus. This is for the entire Miami Beach community, not just North Beach. If you have any concerns about cats in your neighborhood, please come find us. We're not hard to find. We'll send out trappers to start addressing the issue. Thank you to Miami Beach for funding that. And then we'll send out the founder, Linda Diamond, to come talk to you and your association, neighborhood association, or your condo association. Today is not about cats. Today is about parking. I am not a paid political consultant. I don't get paid. I donate to politicians that I believe focus on the interests of residents first. And then I try to help any way that I can. I have been actively listening to the concerns of my neighbors, from those that are both for and against the regulations. I want to address the concerns that I've heard from residents in Biscayne Beach because they seem to have the most concerns of any of the neighborhoods within North Beach. I've heard Lori Bacon as a resident of Biscayne Beach near Crespi Park, and also Jai Coach and others. And I want to reach out to you and say, come on over. I'm your neighbor. I'm a reasonable person. I'll give you some mangoes from my tree. We'll have a lemonade and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about your concerns. And then let's start a petition for you in Biscayne Beach. If you read the memorandum produced by this administration, it's very professional and it covers everything. This is included in the item in the agenda today. And in that, you'll find a reference to the city code that allows you to petition the city for a new parking zone.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. I need you to wrap it up.
If you don't like the program, come talk to me and I'll help you petition the city to carve out your area. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And we are done with the public speakers.
Can I just ask a question?
You did speak already, but I'll let you go, but we can't keep having people come back. We'll never end.
Is there are you going to vote today on this?
Yes.
So there's no going back and forth.
I mean, it depends there's a chance. Many things procedurally can happen, but the item is brought, and that's usually what we end up doing is voting. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to talk amongst each other, publicly, obviously. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Karen, you brought up a very good point that I'm going to use in my talking points because buildings like the Parkview Point, where people bought a condo and they have paid for parking, maybe they should not be allowed to use this permit because if they are, abusing it, there has to be some sort of carve out. I know that the new short-term rental buildings you're not carving out, and I was going to say this as part of my speech surrounding this, but you brought forward a great point, and I think we're all willing to address that.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Originally, part of the plan was to say if you had one on-site parking, if you lived in a condo or an apartment, you had one on-site parking, you would be afforded one residential pass as opposed to two, because the pilot program, as it was written, allows for two per household. But when I got down to the details of how you actually explain that you have on-site parking, it's very hard. You have to basically show a deed, and some deeds may not have that there's a parking space on it. So to make the pilot program as seamless as possible, I started out saying, if you have a parking space or not, it's 2 per household. And I said it earlier before, if you have a parking space in your condo, you're paying for it, right? Because right now, anyone can park on the street. Anyone. It's free. So for the sake and implementation of this pilot program, I think it's the best case forward to put 2 per household. And then at the end of the pilot program, we will get back data from the parking department and be able to make that decision. I believe Jai was the one who questioned if, some of these buildings that get built, how come, they're going to be residents, how come they don't get included? Well, for example, in Zone 12 on West Avenue, the Flamingo isn't part of the residential program. So there are already precedents set where certain buildings do not get residential parking. But for the sake of the pilot program, to start it out, and for the parking department to implement this, and they can speak to it themselves, the easiest way to do this is to make it 2 per household and make it fair, because that really is the most fair thing to do for everyone in North Beach. Because right now, it's a free-for-all. So I want to get to point Z, but to get to point Z, I need to get to point B first. And this is when we're at point A. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Well, you're good.
I didn't see, Commissioner Magazine actually had hit the button. Then Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll add a few points. Thank you for the comprehensive running through of that. A few things just to add. In addition to the new developments that are coming online within Miami Beach, just to the west of the area in question here is North Bay Village. And we have anywhere between 2 and I've seen upwards of 4,000 to 5,000 new units that are coming online in the next few years. Where do people think they're going to go to the beach? Right in these neighborhoods. And without this program in place, it will just compound a bad problem to make it infinitely worse. So not only are we protecting against the unfettered new development that's happening in that area that this commission had nothing to do with, but in jurisdictions that we have no control over whatsoever that are adjacent to North Beach, the development there, if we think 20-story towers in North Beach are bad, they're bringing online 80-story towers, right? North Beach will look like child's play, and without some type of regulated parking program, we will have just a bad problem get completely out of control. I went in person, attended, or virtually every single public meeting, and I think we've really incorporated a lot of concerns people had. And of course, there's trade-offs of living in a place like Miami Beach. Less space, and one of those is not being able to have so many guests around and just park wherever, unconstrained. One thing I would like to put into the thought of discussion for my colleagues, one of the concerns that I've heard that hasn't been addressed is cost, right? And yes, the first year is free, and the second year is $56. And while that's something that I'm fortunate enough that I would look and say, you know what, that's worth it. I understand our people in our country, our city, and in particularly this neighborhood are continue to be burdened by just incremental costs and incremental costs. And while I'm fortunate enough to absorb $56, I understand that there's a lot of people in our city that may like this program, may benefit from this program, but that $56 may mean something different to them than it does to us. So I'd like to talk to my colleagues about not going forward even in year 2 or year 3 with that $56 cost provision. I spoke with our parking director, and once the initial costs for this program are essentially taken on under the pilot, and that's going to happen regardless. Even if the pilot wouldn't go forward, those are sunk costs that we're not getting back. The cost to actually administer this program in the years going forward is de minimis. So it's not as if we would have these huge incremental expenses that we somehow aren't getting revenue in for. So I'd love to sit here and say, we're doing this for the residents. It's going to improve their lives. Not only that, But for the residents that may be cost burdened, that $56, let's not even implement that, right? Let's give it a couple of years. Let's see how this program goes, if it's widely accepted, if people are able to really like this and it does exactly what we're anticipating it to do, then we can revisit it then. But until that happens, let's not even put that year two cost on the radar. Let's just use this as a way that we can have some form of, system around this, and it has nothing to do with bringing in revenue or cost burdening our residents. So, Commissioner
Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to truly comprehend the situation that's going on in this area of the city. It's not just the anecdotes of our residents who have reached out to us, who have complained to us, who tell us what they experience when they get home from work, and when they're trying to look for parking. It's what the studies and the actual factual data tells us. And that is what's important here as well. It's not just anecdotal, it is factual based on the data. And when you look at the parking study, it tells us that this area of our city is dealing with severely limited parking. Severely limited parking. And that 85% of street parking utilization rate during peak periods. 85% of the parking. And they're competing, as my colleague well pointed out in his PowerPoint presentation, in addition to the boats, in addition to trailers and commercial vehicles and inoperable vehicles, they're competing against tourists to get to their homes. To be able to get home after working hard, they're competing with tourists and with people that are monetizing from their housing, who probably don't even live in our city and are monetizing from it through Airbnb and other uses. And I think, one of the things I brought up during the city manager's interviews is how can we be more proactive as a city and less reactive? This not only is reacting to the needs that our residents have told us, but I truly see it being proactive in addressing the anticipated 1,400 new short-term rental and residential units that are in the future for North Beach, which we know have been planned with insufficient on-site parking. And that doesn't take into account everything that my colleague Commissioner Magazine mentioned that is being planned in a nearby jurisdiction, where we know that unless we put measures like this, people will be parking here when they can't find parking over there, and then taking an Uber, taking a bike to get over there. So it's an unfortunate reality that we have to deal with. It's a pilot program, and I think that's a great thing about it. It's a pilot program that we can tweak along the way should it be necessary, and that before it becomes a permanent program, we can amend to the needs of the area and to better serve the residents. But for a long time, we have heard that North Beach is being treated differently than other areas of our city.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes.
And we've seen that when we have programs that exist in other parts of our city and then don't exist in North Beach. And this is one program that costs us little to implement, costs us little to test, but that can have a very good positive impact on the quality of life of our neighbors in North Beach. So I'm proud to support this. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. I feel comfortable with the fact that there'll be no towing during the entirety of the pilot program. That there's going to be no citation during the first 2 months of the pilot. That visitors are going to get 30 free parking passes for visitors per quarter. I don't even know when the last time I had 30 people in my house. Let alone per quarter, and much less after 6 p.m. These are residential neighborhoods. They're not commercial neighborhoods. And so I see this as moving in the right direction to preserve the quality of life of the residents there. The one thing I do want to make sure that we address are the parking accommodations for the employees of nonprofits. We have organizations that are managing facilities on behalf of the city of Miami Beach. They are serving a public purpose on behalf of our government. And I'd like to know, Mr. Director, what is being proposed in order to assist them? Because I know, for example, the band shell, I understand they might need 10 parking spaces. I think Unidad might need 5 parking spaces. So just to have some clarity as to how those entities that are operating on behalf of the city of Miami Beach are going to be accommodated. And then I have one follow-up question after that.
And through the mayor, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation Director and Interim Parking Director. So as you mentioned, Commissioner, we have been having discussions. We understand the sensitivity with this pilot program and how it may affect some of the businesses and the non-for-profits that are located within the zone. So, and through the sponsor, there have been discussions with these non-for-profits where essentially they have a very small number of employees that could be, I think, very easily accommodated as part of the pilot program.
As part of any measure that we adopt today, should we adopt anything to the sponsor, I'd like to just make sure that we specifically, address the parking for these two entities. Separate from that, the parking for employees of small businesses in the area, we have some time to address that because the program doesn't go into effect until November 1st. But as part of adopting this, should it be adopted today, I like to make sure that, we consider some sort of assistance for the businesses in the neighborhood. We are doing so much to advance the quality of the establishments and just in general the quality of life of the area. And I do think businesses do contribute to the quality of life and the character of the area. So I just want to make sure that as we advance this initiative, we take into consideration the needs of businesses so that we don't force out small mom and pop employers, small mom and pop legacy businesses, and that we don't make it difficult for employees to work in the area. That's the one thing I just want to make sure that we come back with some sort of plan or proposal that can address that before November 1st implementation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Bott. Oh, just a point of clarification?
Yeah, just a response. Just to respond to Commissioner Fernandez, thank you for that well thought out analysis. It's nowhere, nothing's perfect, right? We can try as much as we can, but it's going to come to the point where the only way you're really going to iron out everything is you have to test the pilot. As far as the nonprofits, I've been working very close with, for last week with the parking department. That you're correct. I believe the band shell only needed 10 or 12 resident passes and which, by the way, could be accommodated also on some of the metered spots. Okay. You talked about some of the employees with the businesses. One idea that we explored was, we have the west lots. I think someone said it's like, less than 50% at the highest point. We can have a shuttle service for the employees back and forth to the west lots. It's a metered spot. It's not residential. So there's certainly areas to explore in the coming months until when the program starts. Thank you.
Commissioner Bott.
Thank you. So I have a
general question, well, with apologies, Commissioner Fernandez and Mayor Minor, I have a question about the process. And
We'll
then-
get back at her.
And then I do actually have some questions, but specifically about the process. We're voting on it today. It's not going to be implemented until November. At what point, you know, we could spend all the rest of the afternoon talking about ways to improve the program. So that's not necessarily how we're going to spend the rest of our day. At what point and what's the right mechanism for getting the rest of these concerns incorporated into the program in a way that we still have time for community outreach and feedback? I don't know if that, maybe, Jose, that might be a you question.
Well, we'd be happy to come back in September with an update on some of these pending discussions, if you will, that still need to be had. Some of the little tweaks that may need to be made, I think from now until, assuming the program is approved today, from now till November 1st, when it's slated to launch, we've got some time to iron out the little nuances. But we'd be happy to come back in September or October with an update on where we are prior to launch.
Okay, so I think that would be great. I think it might also be useful to, once, you know, we incorporate all the feedback and have a final proposal, we even go back out to the community for educational purposes, you know, and do some outreach there. But, so I would like to take a step back. I am the only person on the dais who lives in North Beach, and I've lived in North Beach since 2016. Most of those years have been on Parkview Island. There is no perfect solution. There are so many issues with what's gone on in North Beach. We are the recipients of a self-inflicted wound by previous elected officials and administration in the form of 13 new high-rise buildings going up in an 8x6 block radius, most of which don't have sufficient parking, many of which have short-term rentals and micro units, and we have increased traffic. We have the developments in North Bay Village. We have a lot of stress coming onto our system. So I would like to commend the sponsor, David Suarez, Commissioner Suarez, and the co-sponsors, and for sure the staff who have been working very, very hard to try to get to a pretty strong program. Not perfect, nothing will be perfect, but the intent behind this program and the work that's gone into trying to start something, I talk about course correction, right? You can't fix something till you start. So it's fine to talk endlessly about what something should look like, but ultimately you have to try something and then you can course correct. The program, as it started off a month ago, is miles away from where we are now. It is so much stronger than it was a month ago, and I am confident that it will get stronger yet when all the additional feedback gets incorporated. I think nothing will be perfect, and that is why we need the program, the pilot program, to determine what is just sort of, this is our new normal, we're going to have to find a way to live with it, versus this is something we can fix. Some things that I would like, well, before I get through a couple of things that I'd like to include, I will say that the rhetoric on coming from various people, sides, whatever, has been unfortunate. I think that I think that we really are, you know, collectively trying to do the best thing for a neighborhood that does not get many things, let alone good things. And so the misrepresentation, the mischaracterization of what is being proposed doesn't help matters, because you may or may not agree with things, but at the end of the day, if you can't make your case on the factual merits before you, then you know, that's a problem. And I understand there will be people who don't agree with it. I understand there are people who are very, very favorable towards this program. But let's deal from the starting place of actual facts rather than misrepresentations. I would suggest that we collectively take another look at the Parkview Point Tower. I know that has been a very challenging neighbor for the residents of Parkview Island for years and years, where they literally have an enormous and underutilized parking lot, but they choose to park on the side street, on the streets of Parkview Island and in the small public parking spots, parking lot right across from their front door, because it's a few paces closer to their front door. So I think that is something that needs to be reevaluated. I would like to have a conversation about whether it makes sense to do this for a 6-month trial or a 12-month trial from a cost standpoint, because my understanding is that we can implement this on a pilot program basis for 6 months without having to hire staff on a permanent basis. And if we can get the data we need and tweak from a 6-month pilot program without committing to permanent employees, that would be my preference. I would like to have data, have reports coming back every 3 months as opposed to, at the end of the program. I think that the comments from I didn't catch your name. And Janice, who will be getting married. I think there's an opportunity to look at opportunities for residents if you're having a birthday party or some big family event, that perhaps you can let the city parking department know that on date X you're going to have 50 guests, and there's sort of a blanket permit for that day. Nobody will get towed. I'm not sure what the mechanisms are, but maybe there's an opportunity to figure out a way to do something like that. The bigger question, at the end of the day, we have more cars than we have spots on the road and for parking, and that is not going to be solved by this. This will help. The bigger question is, do we want to be building more parking lots? Is that the direction we want to go in as a city? I would venture it's probably not the best use of our public funds. We have $100 million earmarked for an enormous public facility on 72nd Street, which currently adds only 120 spots approximately to a very central location. So I think it is the only responsible thing for us to do as a body is to re-look at that project and determine what is the best use of that. It may not be spending half that money to get a pool on the roof. It may be not putting more retail locations into a facility where you are already surrounded by naturally occurring retail. And I think we need to really think about what that project is to best serve our residents. I'm also very concerned about what happens to the existing 300 spots that'll be taken offline for, I would say, minimum of 2 years as that project gets built. So that is a separate conversation, but I do want to raise it here because this is all part of it. We're trying to get to the city that we want to be, right? And so transition is hard. We are trying to get people out of their cars and into alternate modes of mobility. That means we need to think differently about our transportation. We need to think differently about our shuttle service, our trolley service, making it safer to go on your bike or your scooter or a Vespa or whatever. But that doesn't change the reality for those of us who live here now. And I think that this is a really challenging time for everybody because we're trying to move forward in one direction, but we're not going to put a bunch of 87-year-olds on a scooter hoping that they're going to make it to Publix. So I commend you, Commissioner Suarez, and the staff for working as hard as you have. I was at every public meeting, listening in to all the feedback, and there were some excellent ideas. And I encourage us to continue working on some of the things that weren't directly related to this particular pilot program, but were the ancillary things, looking at how streets are striped for parallel parking versus angled, converting 2 ways into 1 way, which might have nice benefits for slowing down traffic. This is one of the pieces of the puzzle. It's a pretty big piece, and I think the only way to move forward is by giving it a shot and trying to course correct as we go along. So I will be supportive of this.
Vice Mayor Dominguez, and I don't want to let this meeting end without acknowledging your tour of duty as vice mayor, and thank you for your hard work. Just as you run a very lean public safety committee meeting, when I've had to step away, you've taken over and done a fine job. Thank you. And also to acknowledge Commissioner Fernandez, you were approved on consent. I thought somebody was gonna maybe pull it, but it sailed through. So congratulations, starting. We're gonna milk that one. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you so much. So thank you first to Commissioner Suarez for your leadership and working hard to try to resolve a problem that's very complicated in North Beach. One thing that my initial first feedback was things change from one meeting to the next in a matter of days. So it started with 4 zones, then the next meeting was a little bit different, and then by the end of the week it was 1 zone. And my aide attended in person. I had conflicts, so I saw the videos. And my aide is also from North Beach, born and raised, Biscayne baby, and he was very concerned with this. I also received, like we all did, about almost 500 people saying that they were not in favor. Now, a lot has changed, and this is a pilot, but similar to what Commissioner Pott said and the city's recommendation, a 1-year pilot is a very long time if we can look at a 6-month pilot. I also heard resounding yeses from South Shore, from Parkview Island, a lot of Normandy. Why can't we explore offering the pilot there and excluding North Shore and Biscayne Beach? So those are just some of my comments as we're still deliberating what's going to happen here. But I appreciate everything that you did. This is a really complicated issue, and it's for the better of our community, so I understand that too.
Commissioner Suarez.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for sharing some of your concerns, colleagues. I know this is not easy, right? Given the climate of the situation and, the external forces putting pressure on us to vote one way or the other. But let me touch on a few questions, and feel free to interrupt if I missed any. Maybe the talk of having it 6 months. I also brought that up to the parking director, and he believes that a year, you really need a year to have sufficient data and time. And a lot of that is because it's seasonality, right? So you need a full year to understand how effective this will be. Because if you do 6 months, you're not going to capture the whole year. Also, we're going to be going through the process of building and creating these signs. I think it's a little short-sighted to just do it for 6 months when we're going to be investing in the materials and the manufacturing and the labor involved in installing the signs, because there's going to have to be multiple signs on every street in North Beach. So I don't think it'd be a good use of financial resources to just do it for 6 months. There was a comment about accommodating guests for special events. Yeah, look, like I said before, I think we need to prioritize residents over visitors. If you're going to have a large event at your place, I don't think it should come at the cost or the expense of residents who are not, who need to have the ability to park in front of their homes. And plus, maybe that gets abused, and I think that's a slippery slope. To my knowledge, I don't think we do that for residential zones in Mid Beach and South Beach. There was also a couple points about, the change that happened from meeting to meeting. Well, that's part of the process. And, that's why we originally had 3 meetings, but we all agreed to do 4 to really bring it home and to make sure that this was captured all the concerns of the community. And, when you have the first 2 meetings and you course correct, by the 4th, that's part of the process. And that's why we held 4 community meetings instead of 3. I know there was a mention of a petition. Just here today, one of the people who spoke, Lisa, said that my name was on the petition. when her name wasn't on the petition. And so I believe this petition was, I don't know who started the petition. I don't know where, if it could be manufactured, the responses. So, the fact that someone came here today to speak in person and go on record to say that I was never part of this petition and that I'm actually in support of it, kind of disqualifies the whole, the argument that there's 500 signatures. And I believe I covered most of the questions, but I would be more than happy to let our parking director through the mayor.
Let's Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez is next, and let's bring this home for a landing. I think we know where this is going.
Oh, here I am. So initially, there was so much activity online. There was a lot of misinformation, and I was very skeptical about this program because there were a lot of social media posts. I kept getting tagged in these posts, and really, the post did not have the correct information. And the more I found out about the pilot program, the more I realized that, we have to fight the commercialization of every inch of Miami Beach. It's happening on our waterways, it's happening in our streets, on our parking lot. I was recently reading an article that the city of Venice is so overwhelmed with tourists, and their quality of life has so declined that they are now the first city in the world to charge $5 just to enter the city. What does it mean? It means like cities that are world renowned, like Miami Beach, international destinations, have literally become a Disney World of sorts. Our entire city is an amusement park. So while some people are very upset that we've ruined their business model, whether it was their boat in Biscayne Bay or their charter boats that have made the 63rd Street Bridge permanently open, or now the car rentals and people living in these cars, it's unbelievable. So I'm the first one to fight if I think that there is some sort of social injustice. And I have walked every inch of North Beach in my political campaigns. Every single neighborhood I have traversed on foot. I know the people who live there. I know the issues that they face. I understand, some of their issues. And I understand all of their issues, actually. So this is something that is really going to improve their quality of life so much. And Biscayne Beach especially has a problem, Commissioner Dominguez. We actually tried to build a parking garage, did we not? In Biscayne Beach, and a while back, right? And then we canceled it because it's next to single family homes, because we've been facing this issue. So we had a lot there, we were gonna build a parking lot there, but this solves it without building more parking garages, because the truth of the matter is that most of these people are not living there. It's interesting, when I lived in North Beach 15 years ago, and it was very sleepy, and we didn't have this issue. And I will say that the rise of technology and the Airbnbs, even Governor DeSantis now realizes that by allowing Airbnbs throughout the state of Florida, he has ruined residents' quality of life. And he even admitted that the other day, and he's even looking to try to reverse his legislation so that we might be empowered at some point to take back our communities. Because while he believed that everybody should be able to monetize the properties they own, he sees that it's the destruction of the community. So if anybody is worried about this, I think that for community meetings, I've never seen this type of outreach in my entire political career. So those of you who are here and really opposing it, we've never done this before. Gone out to the community, really listened to everything, and then fashion the program based on resident input. I've never seen such good government in Miami Beach in my entire political career. I really haven't. So I'm so happy to vote for this. It's going to be interesting to see how we solve these other problems. You've solved problems that nobody's been able to solve in years. You've spent a lot of time on this, Commissioner Suarez. I am happy to vote and support this. And you know, it also begs the question, these 12 buildings that are being built, and I remember that there are very few parking requirements in those buildings. Do we have any legal recourse to make these developers who have not yet built these high rises add more parking so that this does not end up being a disaster? Or do these building permits that they already have, are these set in stone? Is there anything that we can do legally? Because otherwise we are going to have a massive problem on our hands. One final issue that I'd like to say is I agree with Commissioner Bott that the Olympic-sized pool on top of a massive parking garage is not the best thing to build next to the beach. And I would love to see that money somehow bifurcated and possible an aquatic center that is beachfront included with a library, and then maybe a parking garage in some other area where we already have something built, because green space and livable space, and the people of North Beach do like to pull up in flip-flops and go to dinner, and nobody wants to constantly circle in parking garages. So that's all I have to say. And
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez, then Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again for all of you that have commented on the hard work. It is hard work. I think I've gone above and beyond any item I've ever tackled than the North Beach parking pilot, because when I went door to door, I gave them my word and I said, I'm going to help you out, and I'm not going to just talk a big talk. I'm going to actually back this up and fight through this. And I just want to put it on the record that I got nothing to gain from this. In fact, because of my commissionership, I'm losing money. I donate all of my salary. I am not trying to enrich towing companies. I'm not trying to do anything nefarious. Okay, to assume that is absurd and misleading. I do this because I'm trying to help the people that have asked for help, that have been asking for help in North Beach. And it's about time they get paid attention to and they're treated like adults. So with that being said, I move to accept the administration's recommendation to create a single restricted residential parking permit in North Beach as a pilot program during 1 year with the same outside boundaries as the zones originally proposed.
Okay, before we take the vote, I promised Vice Mayor Dominguez, and then I'll say something quickly, and then we'll call the vote.
I just want to make sure the other amendments also.
I had one last question. North Beach has a lot of residents that are low income, and it's not two people in an apartment. So this conversation has gone on for a long time. So if it's already been addressed and I missed it, my apologies. But some places may have 4 people with cars. What happens?
So the way the program has been originally crafted, it's 2 permits per household. Now, in order to get 2 permits per household, you have to have 2 vehicles because the permits are tied to license plate tags. So that's through the registration process. The residents would provide certain information, including the vehicle registration, and then based on that, they would be given 2 permits per that household.
So what happens
there
with
are-
a family that has 4 people?
There are cases where that may happen, and we are open to considering those on a case-by-case basis. But we're trying to hold the line to the two permits per household. Because
I'm also going to request that if this is not going to go until November, not going to be launched until November, the folks that are sitting in here and that have written in against, reach out to them. We all have their emails, and get to the bottom of what can help, what can make it better. One of the things I also was told was that enforcement was a big issue, and there were cars that were sitting there that haven't moved in months, and we need people from the city staff to enforce and remove those vehicles. Also, commercial cars are not supposed to be there, and there are many taking up spaces. Enforcement needs to really be stepped up.
Understood, Vice Mayor. You have my commitment that we will step up enforcement. This pilot will actually facilitate that because once a vehicle is registered, we'll know who that owner is and whether they're a resident or not, whether they should be there or not. And it just becomes easier to enforce, to tow if necessary, than not having that information.
And during my briefing, I was told that the city recommended a 6-month pilot. Where's the city at with their recommendation?
So our recommendation has always been a 12-month. From the very beginning, my understanding, since I've been in this capacity, it's been a 12-month because it will take time to even ramp up. We have to fabricate the signs, we have to install the signs. There's a significant learning curve because this is a new program and we're gonna need to reach out to the community on a one-on-one basis if needed to tell them about the program and how to register. And all that will take time. It will take months just to ramp it up.
And I'll defer to the city manager, interim city manager. During my briefing, it came up and the city's recommendation was 6 months.
Raquel Williams. I think I'm assistant city manager at this point. So I think during the briefing, we were looking for potential options for a compromise, and 6 months would have been a potential compromise to see how the pilot would go.
Yeah, I'm going to be supportive today. I was frankly quite skeptical when I first heard this, and similar to your comments, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, some others may have mentioned, I attended all 4 community meetings in person. So thank you. And by the way, I know you, Jose, and your staff were obviously spent a lot of time on that. So kudos to all the residents who showed up. And what really started turning the tide with me, and I know there are still residents who are not pleased, but what I saw kind of early on is, if I had to gauge, it was kind of 50-50, and that was not good enough for me. And Commissioner Suarez literally spent the time with each resident, with each group, and worked on this program to resolve a lot of the issues. And a lot of the naysayers, and I had some calls and emails from folks who initially called me and said, Mayor, you cannot support this. This is gonna, and then they called me back and said, you know what, I worked with the commissioner and I'm okay with this. Actually, I want to support this. And I heard that over and over again. So very commendable, and I'm supportive. I think we have a motion and a second. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez has a question.
And I just want to make sure on the 2 points that we're taking into consideration the parking needs of Unidad and the Banshee as part of your motion, Commissioner Suarez. That's included there. Perfect. And also that we're going to come back at some point before November 1st with a plan, some sort of proposal for the employees of the small businesses of the area. And the last point I'd just like to make is to the director, keep in mind, even though this is for 2 per household, at your discretion, a lot of times there's a mom and a dad and a suegra involved. We don't want to upset las suegras of North Beach, so please,
I hear you.
as part of our cultural diversity and the fabric of our community. Thank you.
And Jose, I was impressed with your Spanish as well that you broke out during those community meetings. So I don't get to hear it often. Let's take the vote.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, second by Commissioner Bott. Single zone. All in favor? Aye. Hearing no one opposed, the item passes. This will be one after the fact resolution.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, before we go forward, can we take a vote on the referral on C4S, which was a companion item?
Yes.
So may we refer by acclamation? So C4S is referred by acclamation as it was part of this item.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. My plea to my colleagues is, if possible, let's try to fly through items. R5A is open and continued. R5B.
For the record, R5A is open and continued to October 30th. R5B is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, chapter 66, entitled Marine Structures, Facilities, and Vessels, Article 3, entitled Piers, Docks, and Boat Ramps, by amending section 66-107, entitled Maintenance of Public Piers, to retitled Use of Barry Cooten Boat Ramp and Associated Piers, Docks at Maurice Gibb Park, and to regulate the use of Barry Cooten Boat Ramp and all associated piers, docks, at Maurice Gibb Park, providing for repealer servability, qualification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item is R5B.
It's gonna pass. Commissioner Suarez. Is this a public hearing? It's gonna pass. But if. We have a motion and a second. Call the vote.
Yep, okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Bott, oh, is it, yes? R5B. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. That was R5B.
R5C.
R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach at Chapter 5, Off-Street Parking, Article 3, Design Standards, and Division 10, Parking Garage Design Standards, Section 5.3.10, Subsection A, General Standards to all zoning districts at Division 6, Parking Screening Standards, Section 7.1.6.2, Standards to allow for additional height and modified parking screening standards for main-use parking garages located on Terminal Island, and providing for codification, repealer, servability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5C.
Hi, Tom.
There it is. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. This particular item was approved at first reading on May 15th of this year with no changes. I know that there was some discussion regarding the proposal, and the commission had asked the private applicant to take a look at a couple of things. As you're aware, the private applicant did provide an updated ordinance that includes some additional criteria that they would like you to consider for second reading, and they also provided a summary memo for that. And the applicant is here to present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mayor.
The commission. Right. I'll try to make this brief and really would rather leave it open for questions if you have any. But just to recenter everybody of this eventful day, this is about increasing the capacity of the parking garage for the Fisher Island ferry terminal, the one that employees and construction vehicles and service vehicles use, in the industrial zoned terminal island to alleviate traffic conditions that impact all users on the island, including the City of Miami Beach, the Coast Guard particularly, which favors this amendment and has sent you a letter, as well as at certain times as well backs up onto the MacArthur Causeway. And so this is also will help, frankly, potentially alleviate problems that the city might face in future years. For instance, if Terminal Island Drive is redone and the city is forced to remove the vehicles that park on that FDOT right-of-way, there's no place to put them today. And we have sat and met separate from this with the city, and I think are close to reaching an agreement on a way that will accommodate the city's future needs as well, including, as I understand, in October there will be a fireboat that will now be docked at the maintenance facility, and this garage could be the place where the 6 spaces are provided for the firemen, the fire crew. We made the changes that were addressed, that addressed the concerns that were raised by the city, some of the city commissioners, particularly Commissioner Fernandez at the time. There will be no rooftop activation of the garage. There will be screening of the garage approved by the Design Review Board. And there will also be no plainly audible sound allowed from the garage to any residential district. These were the changes that were requested. They've been incorporated in the ordinance. So this is something that's very good for the city, for the neighborhood. It will help improve the efficiency of the operation of the Fisher Island ferry, so the cars don't have to wait and queue and back up onto the MacArthur Causeway. This is really a win-win for all parties concerned. If there are any questions people have, I'm happy to answer them. Daniel Kaslik with the Fisher Island Community Association, which owns the garage, owns the ferry. Remember, this is the homeowners association for all the residents of Fisher Island, and this is how they get, workers and employees and others to the island back and forth. Here for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Neeson, for your presentation. I just want to confirm a few items for the record, and just to confirm, this is a private application. This is not a commission-sponsored item. None of us. There's no commissioner sponsoring this item. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
That is correct, Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, sorry. For those at home who are watching, and you see a lapse in delay between us speaking, it's just the way our microphones work, so sorry about that. All right, so I want to confirm with the applicant, who is the sponsor of this. You've amended your application, the legislation in your application, the ordinance that's before us. And what you've amended before the last meeting and this meeting was that there's going to be no top floor events on the parking garage. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that the parking garage facade is to be screened in a manner that's to be reviewed by the DRB. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there'll be no noise emanating from the parking garage that's audible from residential areas.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And you're going to be accommodating the parking needs of the fire department. I believe there's 6 parking spaces that are going to be made available at the ground floor. Is that correct?
Yeah, so, and let's to be clear, as your city attorney advised you
a voluntary
before,
proffer that you guys are making.
we are working on a separate, more comprehensive memorandum of understanding with the city dealing with Terminal Island Drive, additional parking, and et cetera, including, which would include the parking spaces for the fire department. But I am authorized and willing to proffer on the record today that, because I understand the fireboat's coming in October, that obviously subject to the ordinance passing, that we will provide 6 ground floor spaces for the fire department personnel.
And then once the garage is completed, the work is done, there'll be another 19 parking spaces that are going to be designated for the city use for an aggregate of 25 parking spaces.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's what the
it.
applicant has voluntarily proffered on the record.
Well, yeah, and we will proffer on the record as well. Yes, once the garage is completed, there would be an additional in addition to the garage completed, an additional 19 spaces.
And the applicant is agreeing not to pursue modifications to Terminal Island Road with FDOT.
That, of course, is all included in the memorandum of understanding.
But for the record, that's what the applicant is voluntarily agreeing to.
We will be separately agreeing. I mean, I will also say with the spaces, let me also be specific. I mean, there are certain details such as the operating costs, electricity, cleaning the garage, staffing.
No, but I mean Terminal Island Road. Terminal Island.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is all these other things are being worked out.
But my question was about Terminal Island Road.
Right.
I did not hear your answer about Terminal Island Road.
That the question is that will we voluntarily again if if the ordinance passes, if the garage's expansion is approved, yes, we will work jointly with the city and not go independently in dealing with FDOT on modifications to Terminal Island Road.
So that means that Fisher Island agrees not to pursue modifications of Terminal Island Road with FDOT. Is that what that means?
Provide, as I say, Commissioner, again, providing that we're able to expand the garage, as contemplated.
Thank you.
And providing that the city pays its proportionate share of the operating costs. Remember, parking spaces cost $40,000 to build. You had that on an earlier agenda item. 25 spaces, $1 million. We're not going to ask the city to pay for that. That's $1 million. But the operating costs, of course, have to be shared
But
proportionally.
operating costs for,
The garage. In other words, at the end of the day, there will be 25 spaces that the city will have out of 650 spaces or however many.
Understood.
And whatever percentage.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your good questions, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Hi, Neeson. Thank you so much for bringing this project forward. Having been to Terminal Island many times, I've gone to the Coast Guard, I've gone to the sanitation area and the facilities team and the different offices that the city has there. One thing that I want to ensure is that the perimeter parking that the city uses is critical for the city. And I know that it had been floated to use it as a street, and we really need to keep it as parking.
Yes, I understood, Commissioner. That is, there are two ways to alleviate the traffic problems. One is by sort of a restriping and creating an additional lane on Terminal Island Drive. The other, which is before you now, is expanding the garage so you don't have a queue of dozens of cars waiting to get on the ferry. What we are committed to do is working with the city on anything involving Terminal Island Drive, the redo of Terminal Island Drive. And I'm glad you bring up that point, because right now the city is using that space without an agreement with FDOT. And so I understand it's critical to the city's operations, and we want to work with the city.
So I just want to make sure that we keep that space. So you're saying that the city needs to work with FDOT in order to keep those parking spaces?
We will, well, our pledge is we will work with the city and other owners on the island as well, frankly. There's FP&L there, on any redo of Terminal Island Drive.
Okay, well, the city has used those parking spaces for 30 years.
Yeah.
And for me, it's critical, if I'm going to vote for this item, that those parking spaces
Yes.
remain.
Yes, I think, Commissioner, what is contemplated is a certain number of those spaces would always be retained, and any that would be lost, and then some, would be provided in the new garage, which would be covered, weather protected, et cetera. So the city will have as many spaces or more than it now has today.
I think it's critical to keep that street the way it is without removing the parking spaces.
Okay,
So that's my feedback.
I hear you.
I'm sensing some hesitation on your part.
It's really not an issue that's under our control, and we will work with the city. We're not going to advocate anything that the city is not supportive of. And I know that will involve keeping a number of the parking spaces. There may be some redo that could slightly tweak it and provide for better traffic flow. At the same time, the city will get that and more spaces in the garage. So we understand the concern, and it's been communicated to us. We've come up with the solution for that. And the first step in that solution is obviously allowing the garage to be expanded.
But keeping those spaces still critical. Keeping those spaces, in
Understood.
addition to what you're going to give in the garage, which is great, but keeping those spaces along the perimeter is critical. We need them.
I think you're hearing us loud and clear. Thank you. I'm going to turn it to Eric and Raquel. We've had more so in this case with Eric, especially a couple of years ago when this item came up, and actually at the time I did not support it. I think this is a much better iteration, but wanted to hear your opinions as to whether we should support this.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. This particular item, for the reasons that we've already discussed, did create a little bit of concern when it came before us previously. Along the lines of what Vice Mayor Dominguez said, we feel it's critical that the operational needs of the parking along Terminal Island Drive remain. We don't feel that the voluntary proffer of the parking spaces in the garage adequately provides for the removal of those spaces, so it's not an either-or scenario. And I just want to make sure that that's clear and on the record. But beyond that, and Neeson, we've talked about it, I think we're at a place where we understand each other and we think we can work together on a solution, and the administration is supportive.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Manager. I may call you, or managers. And I would point out, of course, that your administration recommendation is for approval of this.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm going to ask a question that I don't have an answer for, and it's a practice I don't like to engage in. It's not good for me, it's good for Neeson.
Yeah, you have us in suspense.
Questions then. So let me ask this. How many parking spaces do we have on Terminal Island Road?
I believe there's between 33 and 36 parking spaces.
What happens if someday the city loses those parking spaces, if FDOT comes in or forget about FDOT, what happens if, an entity goes and, tells FDOT, hey, listen, we don't like the aesthetics of this, it's not good for our residents, it's not good for our community, let's redesign this road, let's get rid of this. We're already providing 25 parking spaces in the garage. What happens then? Like, what's the impact to the city? Which operations in the city are directly impacted by this?
So that is our sanitation operation. And I would point out that this is one of only 2 areas of the city that are still zoned industrial. And so we do have an industrial operation, as is the ferry terminal, an industrial operation along with FP&L. And so it is a industrial zoned area that has industrial operational needs. And I would ask our Public Works Director, Brad Kane, to come up and talk about specific operational impacts if we were to lose those parking spaces, particularly the large spaces, because we have equipment that we store there that probably doesn't fit in most of the garages around the city, including the Terminal Island garage.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, fellow commissioners, Mr. Manager. This issue obviously is very critical to our operation because we have always ran most of our heavy equipment out of that facility because the other operation center we have for our staff is at 17th Street Garage, which some of you have seen. You can't really put any heavy equipment over there inside that parking garage. So those spaces, and they're extra long spaces, they're like almost like double spaces, fit all of our heavy equipment. We have street sweepers that are there that are critical to operation. We have roll-off container trucks. We have our pressure washers that are there. We have our garbage truck that is there. We have very, very critical pieces to our operation. And if we would lose those spaces, it would be severely impacting our day-to-day ability to be able to perform.
Because those equipments, you can't put them in other areas of the city because the zoning doesn't allow for it. So this is the only area in our city within the municipal jurisdictions of the city of Miami Beach where we can accommodate this type of equipment because this is the light industrial. Is that the zoning? Is that the classification?
It's industrial.
I believe, and Tom can correct me, but I believe it's I-1.
And so I want to ask the city attorney, because we legislate in the present, but we have to think about the future. And so Neeson's here, and I trust everything that Neeson is telling me, and I know everything is accurate. But what happens if 10 years down the road, we have an MOU in place, and Neeson is no longer representing Fisher Island? There's a different board of governors at Fisher Island, at the Community Association. What cure does the city of Miami Beach have if the association at that time decides to go to Tallahassee and lobby FDOT to change that road, and now we end up losing those 33 parking spaces? What would be the cure that the city would have down the road? I am not turning off my mic. Okay, I'm gonna, Mr. Attorney, I want a resolution for the next meeting to revert back to the microphone system that we previously had. We're all elected officials. We all need to know how to govern ourselves and behave ourselves properly. And we don't need this faulty system limiting our ability to govern on the table. And so I would like that item drafted for the next consent, because it is very frustrating that we're trying here to engage in a dialogue and we can't get answers, and there's delays because our microphones are not working. So I would like that on a consent for the next agenda. And anyone who wants to join me as a co-sponsor is welcome to join me.
Commissioner, we've been meeting with the applicant and with staff, and the draft of the MOU that we're working off of provides that Fisher Island would not pursue any changes to Terminal Island Road without the participation of the city. So, if FDOT on its own, I mean, at the end of the day, it is an FDOT right of way. So I don't know that we can control for that without FDOT's participation, but that's sort of where we are with the applicant.
Vice Mayor?
So that means that this language here really means nothing, because, we really are not protected in any way then. Even if they agree to this, they could, it could just be argued, well, FDOT decided to do it on their own, and then we're left without the 30-something parking spaces, which is the only location in our city where we can accommodate these heavy equipments.
Mr. Vice Mayor, may I?
And Commissioner, I think on that point, I don't know if staff has any more information than I do, but I don't think FDOT has been part of these negotiations with the city. I don't know if the applicant's been working with FDOT, but maybe Brad can advise.
Mr. Vice Mayor, may I address, first of all, the city has asked us not to speak to FDOT. We don't have an agreement with the city, but we have not spoken to FDOT. And to answer directly Commissioner Dominguez's question, perhaps I didn't answer it directly enough. What we are offering in the MOU is two things. Number one, we will not go to FDOT without the city, period, end. Number two, the 25 spaces that are proffered upon the completion of the garage, actually now we're proffering 6 for the fireboat in October, even before the garage starts. Those are not conditioned on removal of any spaces from Terminal Island Drive. That has nothing to do with removal of spaces from Terminal Island Drive. So all the city gets is an additional 25 spaces they don't have if this garage moves forward, with our agreement that we will do nothing with FDOT without the city. So the city only wins by getting 25 spaces, and is not conditioned upon any changes to Terminal Island Drive.
Brad, is that helpful?
Yes, I think it would be helpful. We definitely could use, obviously spaces if something is going to happen potentially in the future. They all need to obviously be together because that garage is expanding, and so the ability for our staff to get in and out is very critical as well. But, obviously the bigger issue is the long spaces we have for the heavy equipment. And our operation is growing, it is not shrinking. And that is, obviously the bigger concern that we have. So we want to make sure that, whatever happens in the future, that there is enough that, spaces that on a day-to-day basis, we can perform the, continual growing level of services that, the city has, asked us to do. And it's happening every year we're growing. So that's a concern to us.
And if I may, Commissioner, only by passing this do you secure the city's position.
And if I may, I just want to add a little bit to what Mr. Kasdan said. Right now, FDOT could choose to do something of their own volition, and it wouldn't be any different in the future. But what we do secure with this MOU, if we're able to agree on something, and I think we're there, is at least we would have the ability to say that the city and Terminal Island are on the same page and that we are not in favor of FDOT moving forward with any redesign of that roadway without our explicit input and buy-off.
And you get 25 spaces you don't have today.
Yeah, I'm trying not to tie the two, but
right.
Understood.
Ready to vote?
It is a public hearing. I have someone in the audience that wishes to speak. Mr. Wayne Roberts, if you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was late. There's a lot of talks out the fifth about this project, but the discussion is lacking because we don't really know a lot of the details, like the Commissioner Suarez put forward with the parking. It's just the data is sort of over a long period of time, and it's not in a PowerPoint presentation. I don't remember, it's been so long, how tall this parking garage is, but what the impact to South of Fifth would be in terms of, visualizations across the waterway. It's 600 spots, sounds huge. I don't know what the height is. Is this city land or is it private land? There's another question in my mind. And if we're giving up spots potentially that will be in the garage, why are we paying to maintain those spots if we're giving up spots so they can build this? It doesn't, that part of it that I don't understand as well. I do appreciate Fisher Island and I do appreciate their needs. Those are questions I have.
Wayne, good question. I'm going to turn to Eric, if you can respond to them.
So certainly, this is a private parcel. This is a private application for a height amendment within the I-1 district for standalone parking facility. Today, I think Tom can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the maximum height is 40 feet?
43.
43 feet. And this is an application to extend that to 75 feet.
Correct.
So it is approximately 30 feet of additional height, and that is completely within your jurisdiction as a legislative body to entertain that request.
Mr. Mayor, I would also remind the commission that John Stimmel, the president of the Icon Condominium Association on the Marina, has sent a letter that their association supports this application.
And to your comments on North Beach parking, my colleague Commissioner Suarez wanted to make sure you didn't need an extra few floors. But just to clarify, one of the callers, one of his comments, we're actually not giving up spots. We're getting spots that we don't actually have. So we're getting those spots in the garage. So that's why we're actually sharing that maintenance obligation going forward, is because we're in the same exact position, actually even a better position with these spots outside on the roadway, because the position we're in right now, FDOT could essentially arbitrarily do whatever they want with it. At least now, if we go forward with this, Fisher Island kind of has to move in tandem with Miami Beach. What we are essentially picking up is spots inside of the garage, of which we'll share a pro rata maintenance obligation going forward.
Right. Just go.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
So the city is recommending this, even though we're going to potentially lose these industrial spots. That's where I'm a little confused. I know we're getting the 25 garage spots, but apparently we need these large industrial spaces. I'm not sure what,
You're not losing them.
we're not losing that.
No.
We will be able to maintain.
It has nothing to do with this approval, is losing the spaces you have on Terminal Island Road.
So why are we talking about that then?
Because the city knows that they could potentially lose it because they don't have an agreement with FDOT, and they're coming to us and saying, Fisher Island Community Association, please do not go to FDOT without going together with us. In other words, don't go to them alone. So that's something you don't have today. That's an extra protection the city's getting.
That you won't preempt us from turning that into a road?
No, it is a road. The city is now parking vehicles on the road there without an agreement with FDOT. And what the city's saying is we don't want FDOT to tell us, get rid of those vehicles. And we are saying we are not going to go, that is Fisher Island Community Association, we will not go to FDOT without the city.
So that's our benefit.
That's your benefit. You don't have that today.
So you're protecting.
And you don't have 25 spaces today as well that you're getting.
We don't have 20?
No, you have
We're getting the
extra, you're getting
25
extra
spaces
25
and the promise
spaces.
that we're not going to lose that road that we're parking these industrial vehicles on right now. So we're fine with this. Brad, Eric?
Yeah, the two are not really, as long as the two are not tied to each other, we're fine with it.
But they are tied. Yeah, go.
Eric?
Oh, here, I'm hot, okay. So Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, you are correct. The discussion that we're having today is two really separate discussions. One, preserving the 33 parking spaces and getting the buy-in of our neighbors that could potentially contact FDOT regarding concerns on Terminal Island Drive. We're trying to preempt that in the future. And then the separate discussion is the voluntary proffer regarding the spaces if they expand the garage that they currently have. And they've gone so far as to say, not only will we add spaces if we expand the garage, but if we're in the process of getting approvals and your fireboat comes online in October, we're going to provide you spots in the garage as it exists today to be able to accommodate those 6 firefighters that are going to be stationed there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dominguez has a question, and then somebody wants to make a motion?
That was what I was going to do. I'm going to move the item for the city to work to protect the 33 spots and to accept the proposal. Anybody second?
I heard Commissioner Fernandez from the gallery saying second. Take the vote.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. The item is approved. R5C.
Thank you very much. I'll miss talking with you all about this.
We don't believe you, but thank you for that. We have about 50. Yes, of course. We have 15 or so second reading items. I trust these are going to go a lot faster than than this past one. R5D, as in David.
R5D is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 11, District Regulations, Section 7.2.11, CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, by amending Section 7.2.11.3 entitled Development Regulations, CD2, to eliminate the floor area ratio bonus for hotel uses in the CD2 district along Alton Road, Normandy Drive, 71st Street, and Collins Avenue, north of 63rd Street, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5D.
This is Commissioner Fernandez, your item, co-sponsored by Commissioners Bott, Magazine, and Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues on the dais for their support and their co-sponsorship of this item. This item is the elimination of the 0.5 FAR for hotels in the CD2 district, aligned with our intent of making Miami Beach a more resident-centric, a more resident-focused community, and passing that thought along and that spirit along into the character of the development that we incentivize in our city. Currently, the maximum density FAR in our CD2 districts is 1.5. However, if 25% of a building is used for hotel purposes, the maximum FAR can go up to 2.0, so it's a 0.5 FAR incentive. The ordinance that I've sponsored and which received the unanimous support of the planning board and previous support of my colleagues in first reading removes a 0.5 FAR bonus currently given for hotels, suite hotels or hostels in the CD2 districts, and it's specifically those CD2 districts along Alton Road, along Normandy Drive, 71st Street, and Collins Avenue. We have other CD2 districts on Collins Avenue south of 20th Street and along Washington Avenue, but that is traveling on its own process. I believe it's going to be heard at the planning board next week. And so that's the item that's before us. I'm grateful to MBU that has also stated their support for this item. And I see we have our planning director here, Mr. Mooney. Anything else for the record on this item that should be clarified?
Nope, you covered it all, Commissioner.
With that, Mr. Mayor, I move my item.
Let's call a vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5D.
R5E.
R5E is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations by amending Article 2 entitled District Regulations by amending section 7.2.2 entitled RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4 Single Family Residential Districts by amending subsection 7.2.2.2 entitled Uses RS to conform the fine schedule for violations of subsection 7.2.2.2 to statutorily prescribed limits in Chapter 162 of the Florida statutes and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5E.
This is an administrative item that I put on the agenda at the request of the city attorney's office. City attorney and Tom are here, but if somebody moves the item. Let's call a vote.
The public hearing, I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. That was a yes, got it. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item was approved 7-0. That was item R5E.
R5F.
R5F is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 102 of the city code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Taxation by amending Article 4 entitled Local Business Tax by amending section 102-368 thereof entitled Posting of Business Tax Receipts and Decals by requiring that specified vessel-related business prominently display their city-issued business tax receipt number in all advertising, solicitation, and marketing materials, and providing for repeal or severability codification and effective date. It is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5F.
Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
I move my item.
Let's call the vote.
This is a public hearing. I see no one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez is out. Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor,
Just say, yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez just said yes?
no.
Yes.
Thank you. So Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5F.
R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Public Property by amending Article 6 entitled Naming of Public Facilities and Establishment of Monuments or Memorials by amending section 82-503 thereof entitled Naming of Public Facilities, co-naming and renaming of streets by amending subsections C1A and C2A to provide additional criteria and procedures for the co-naming of streets in honor of a notable woman figure who made significant contributions to civic, cultural, or political fabric of the city of Miami Beach, providing for sunset provisions thereof, providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5G.
Commissioner,
I'll second.
I'll just announce Vice Mayor Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioners Rosen, Gonzalez, Bott, and Magazine. Sorry, you moved it? Do we have a second?
Yes.
Let's call a vote.
It is a public hearing. No one in the audience, no one in Zoom. I heard a motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Dominguez.
She says yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5G.
R5H.
R5H is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending chapter 1 entitled General Provisions, article 2 entitled Definitions at section 1.2.2. I'm sorry, 1.2.2 entitled Use Definitions at subsection 1.2.2.9 entitled Specialized Uses by establishing a definition for sexually transmitted infection STI testing service by amending chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, article 5 entitled Supplementary District Regulations, section 7.5.5 entitled Specialized Use Regulations at subsection 7.5.5.1 entitled Assisted Living and Medical Uses by exempting sexually transmitted infection STI testing service from the regulations of this division and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5H.
Commissioner Fernandez, you are the sponsor, co-sponsored by Commissioners Dominguez, Bott, and Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item I placed on the agenda because Miami-Dade County right now ranks number 4 in the country for the total of HIV cases. And specifically, Miami Beach and the zip code 33139 is a hotspot for HIV cases in Miami-Dade County. We know that testing is the best way to prevent the growth of these numbers, and this piece of legislation is in response to that rising rate of transmission. By amending the code, we allow for STI testing centers to be exempt from the restrictions outlined in the city code for medical uses to make these testing centers more available throughout the community, and more importantly, so that people don't need to encounter certain stigmas when testing to keep themselves and others safe. With that, I move this item, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a second? Second. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. R5H unanimously.
R5I.
R5I is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Environment by creating article 12 entitled Light Pollution and creating section 46-250 entitled Garish Flashing, Strobing, and/or Multicolor Lights Prohibited, to prohibit garish flashing, strobing, and/or multicolor lights on residential properties that unreasonably disturb the quiet enjoyment of neighboring residents by a nearby resident, and establishing enforcement and penalty provisions, and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. R5I.
Sponsored by Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Magazine and Suarez.
Yes, this is another resident quality of life item for party houses across the city that have permanent lighting installations to accommodate their illegal party houses, just a protection for residents. And with that, I would just move the item. Do I have a second? Yes?
Okay, let's call the vote.
I have someone in Zoom, Mr. Roberts, Wayne Roberts. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my only question is, last meeting, the marina the marina south of Fifth, there are many boats that have strobe lights, red lights, blue lights that flash through the night. Is this applicable to boats that are anchored at the marinas as well as homes? Is my only question.
Rob, through the chair, would you like to answer?
Sure, yes. There was discussion about possibly adding marina activities to this ordinance. However, the title was not broad enough to include that. So separate legislation would need to be passed if you all decided as a policy matter that you wanted to do that.
Yes, we're gonna bring a separate resolution, because we just wanna finally get this passed, and then I will work with you between now and September to come up with, a similar ordinance for the marina, if that's okay. Okay, Mr. Roberts?
I see no one else on Zoom, no one else in the audience. May I call the roll?
Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item is approved. 7-0. R5I.
R5J.
R5J is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 82 entitled Public Property, Article 4 entitled Uses and Public Rights of Way, by amending Division 3 entitled News Racks, by creating Section 82-259 entitled News Racks and Newspaper Storage Boxes Prohibited in the city's historic district, and providing for repeal or codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It's item R5J.
Sponsored by Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
I move my item.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, no one in Zoom. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. 7-0. It is item R5J.
R5K.
R5K is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 30 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Code Enforcement by amending Article 3 entitled Enforcement Procedures, by amending Section 30-72 thereof entitled Conduct of Hearings, by creating subsection D allowing only one extension of time to extend a compliance date, and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5K.
Sponsored by Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I work closely with Steve Rothstein and Rick Dopico on this. MBU supports it, and I would like to move the item.
It's a good item. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. 7-0 R5K.
R5L.
R5L is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees, by amending Division 16 entitled Youth Commission, by amending Section 2-188 thereof to allow members to serve up to 3 total years on the Youth Commission and providing for a repealer severability codification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5L.
Sponsored by Vice Mayor Dominguez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. This came in as an LTC from the Youth Commission, and I wanted to support their request, so I move the item.
I have a motion and a second. There's no one in the audience nor on Zoom to speak. May I call the roll?
Let's call it.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. It is approved 7-0. It was item R5L.
R5M. Oop. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I just want to say one thing about the continuance item, Commissioner Dominguez. You know, I voted yes to it, but the only thing that worries me about it is sometimes small associations need more than one continuance because they get a fine. Yes.
The special magistrate has wiggle room for that specific instance. I don't know if Steve.
So condos,
To defend the item.
condos will be exempted because my big worry is that associations
we're
that
good.
need. Oh,
It's a good-
Okay.
yeah,
All
we're
right.
good.
Okay.
Nope. Thanks for bringing it up, and we'll clarify it. R5M.
R5M is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 2 of Disability Access Committee by amending Section 231 thereof to reduce quorum and voting requirements from 8 to 5 and providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. It is item R5M.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I move my item, Mr. Mayor.
Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
And for the record, there was no one in Zoom and no one in the audience wishing to speak. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. It was approved 7-0. R5M.
R5N.
R5N is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of the city of Miami Beach, subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code, Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5, entitled Rezoning and Development Approvals, to establish mandatory progress report requirements for conditional use permits issued for neighborhood impact establishments and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. R5N.
Commissioner Fernandez, sponsor and co-sponsored by Commissioners Bott and Suarez. Take your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item I put on the agenda because we, as a city, through our different boards, we issue conditional use permits for neighborhood impact establishments. And the purpose of these conditional use permits specifically to address the impacts that could come from these establishments. Right now, the practice is that within 6 months of receiving the certificate of use, these NIEs need to go back before the planning board for a progress report. What the amendment before you does is that in addition to codifying the practice that we have in place for the 6-month progress report, it now establishes a requirement where every conditional use permit moving forward, will have to provide a letter to the planning department attesting to the applicant's compliance with the conditions of the conditional use permit. Too many times in the past, we have seen people apply before our boards promising to be good stakeholders and good neighbors to the community, only to act nefariously after these conditional use permits are issued. And the problem is that these conditional use permits are everything but conditional. Once they're issued, it's almost impossible to revoke them. And what this process does is that it establishes a checks and balances, because now on an annual basis, they'll have to provide this letter to the planning department. The planning director will be responsible for placing this letter on the agenda of the planning board. And if the planning board chooses to pull the letter of one of these conditional use permit holders, the planning board could then have a progress report hearing and bring in the holder of that conditional use permit and address any impacts that are being caused to the residents and the taxpayers who we represent. And so this is an important item to protect the quality of life of our residents, to protect the quality of the establishments that we permit in our city, and to make sure that we're holding these establishments to the word and the promises they make to our residents when these permits are issued. I see we have our Chief Deputy City Attorney and our Planning Director. I don't know if there's anything else that you'd like to place in the record.
Just one thing for clarity purposes, Commissioner Fernandez, what you had just read into the record would be an amendment to the ordinance that was provided for second reading. So if there is a motion to adopt the ordinance, if you could make that motion pursuant to the amendment that you just read and that Nick handed out to everybody in the dais.
Thank you. And with that, I'll move my item as amended. And Nick, I don't know if there's anything relating to the item you'd like to place on the record.
No, you covered it, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like this item. I'm going to add my name as a co-sponsor.
Thank you.
A couple of years ago, I brought an item at the recommendation of So Be Safe that a lot of the conditional use permits were not easy to obtain. They were in archives. It could take a while. So I brought an item approved by our commission and thankfully implemented by you and your team that they are available online from a dashboard. So this goes in line with that, and I'm happy to co-sponsor, and thank you for bringing this item.
Thank you.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes, and if you could add me as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you.
Yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0 as amended.
R5O.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I have one announcement. R5V Victor is being withdrawn by the sponsor. R5V.
Thank you.
R5O. It is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commissioner of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating Section 70-1.1 entitled Habitual Municipal Ordinance Violation Offenders and providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. It is a second reading public hearing, R5O.
So this item just seeks to make our municipal ordinances consistent with Florida state statute. Right now, Florida state statute allows for certain misdemeanors that if an individual is convicted four times in a single year, a single 12 months, there could be enhanced penalties. There are 5 of our misdemeanors that are under a municipal prosecution program, but we do not have that enhanced penalties. This would just conform with state laws for those 5 misdemeanors. Somebody want to move the item?
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Bott. It is a public hearing. No one in Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0, R5O.
R5P. P as in Paul.
R5P is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending subpart A entitled General Ordinances of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Chapter 18 entitled Business, Article 15 entitled Street Performance and Art Vendors by amending Section 18-906 thereof, entitled Regulations, Procedures, and Prohibitions to regulate sound levels produced by any person in close proximity to outdoor dining, seating, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item is R5P.
Sponsored by Vice Mayor Dominguez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So this came about from personal experiences and hearing from many residents, and I thank our Deputy City Attorney, Rob Rosenwald, for helping so much with this ordinance and making sure that we get it right. With that, I move the item.
I'll second.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. Seeing no one in the audience, no one in Zoom. Motion by Commissioner Dominguez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner, Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. It is approved 7-0. It is item R5P.
R5Q.
R5Q is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 78 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Personnel by creating Article 4 thereof entitled Unclassified Employees Leave to codify as part of the city code and amend the city's employees leave ordinance number 1613 for clarity and ease of reference, to delete and or revise outdated provisions, create new sections, and make substantive amendments as follows. Section 78-181 entitled Definitions. Amount of leave, section 78-182 entitled Special Provisions for Employees on Military Leave, section 78-183 entitled Accumulation of Forfeiture of Annual Leave and Sick Leave, section 78-184 entitled Conversion and Transfer of Annual Leave and Sick Leave, section 78-185 entitled Use of Annual Leave, section 78-186 entitled Use of Sick Leave, section 78-187 entitled Charges Against Annual Leave and Sick Leave, section 78-188 entitled Timing of Vacation, section 78-189 entitled Payment for Annual and Sick Leave, section 78-90 entitled Other Leaves with Compensation, section 78-191 entitled Workers' Compensation and Supplemental Injury Pay, section 78-192 entitled Use of Annual Sick Leave for Purchase of Pension Time, section 78-193 entitled Donation of Annual Leave and Sick Leave, section 78-194 entitled Paid Parental Leave, section 78-195 entitled Leave Sellback, section 78-196 entitled Use of Sick Leave for Retiree Health Savings Account, section 78-197 entitled City Manager's Authority to Adopt Administrative Procedures and Regulations, section 78-198 entitled Domestic and Sexual Violence, and section 78-199 entitled Donation of Annual and Sick Leave for Humanitarian Disaster Relief, repeal ordinance 1613 in its entirety and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5Q.
This is my item. It's an administrative item at the, from the Human Resource Department. We have a second? I'll second it. Let's call the vote.
So motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by the mayor. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, it is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, no one in Zoom. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. It is item R5Q approved.
R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 78 of the code of the city entitled Personnel by creating article 5 thereof entitled Classified Employee Leave to codify as part of the city code and amend the city's employees leave ordinance number 1335 for clarity and ease of reference, to delete and or revise outdated provisions, create new sections, and to make substantive amendments as follows. Section 78-282 entitled Definitions, Amounts of Leave. Section 78-283 entitled Probationary Employees. Section 78-284 entitled Provisional Employees, Section 78-285 entitled Special Provisions for Employees on Military Leave, Section 78-286 entitled Accumulation or Forfeiture of Annual Leave and Sick Leave, Section 78-287 entitled Transfer of Sick Leave to Annual Leave, Section 78-287 entitled Use of Annual Leave, Section 78-289 entitled Use of Sick Leave, Section 78-290 entitled Charges Against Annual Leave and Sick Leave, Section 78-291 entitled Timing of Vacations, Section 78-292 entitled Payment for Annual Leave, Section 78-293 entitled Other Leaves with Compensation, Section 78-294 entitled Workers' Compensation and Supplementary Injury Pay, Section 78-295 entitled Use of Annual Leave for Purchase of Pension Time, Section 78-296 entitled Donation of Annual Leave and Sick Leave, Section 78-297 entitled Paid Parental Leave, Section 78-298 entitled Leave Sellback, Section 78-299 entitled Use of Sick Leave for Retiree Health Savings Account, Section 78-300 entitled Manager's Authority to Adopt Administrative Procedures and Regulations, Section 78-301 entitled Domestic and Sexual Violence Leave, and Section 78-302 entitled Donate Annual and Sick Leave for Humanitarian Disaster Relief, and Section 78-303 entitled Collective Bargaining Contingency. Repeal Ordinance 1335 in its entirety and providing for repeal or severability, codification, and effective date. This is a second reading public hearing, R5R.
Thankfully, you read quickly. Another administrative item from HR. We have a motion.
Second.
Take your pick.
Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Bott seconded. Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Yes. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. That was item R5R.
R5S.
R5S is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 7 of the Miami Beach Resiliency Code entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations 6, Division 6, RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, Section 7.2.6.2, uses RM3 to adopt and or amend hours for the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages on premises at alcoholic beverages establishments in the area generally bounded by Collins Avenue on the west, 72nd Street on the north, 53rd Street on the south, and the eastern boundary line of properties fronting the east side of Collins Avenue on the east, and providing for repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5S.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item relates to our RM3 zoning districts. These are residential multifamily zoning districts, residential areas of our city. But currently, this zoning district allows for alcohol beverage establishments, including restaurants and bars and other entertainment venues, to be selling alcohol past midnight. And of course, we want to protect the residential character of life, especially in these areas of our city where we have residential multifamily property. So this ordinance that I have before the body today with the co-sponsorship of Commissioner Bott proposes to limit outdoor alcohol hours in the RM3 zoning district on Collins Avenue from 53rd to 72nd Street to midnight. It applies to both new and existing businesses. Is that correct, Mr. Planning Director? All right. And with that, I move my item.
Second.
Okay, Mr. City Clerk, please call the vote.
It is a public hearing. We have Elizabeth Latone on Zoom. Ms. Latone, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address.
Hi, I've had to unmute myself. I am in full support of this item as well as MBU as well. I want to make sure that there are safeguards in place that protect the earlier closing hours. We are a full residential area, and we also are a historic hotel area, we were. And there are 2 hotels that currently have 8 o'clock closing time for anything outside, and I want to make sure that those stay in place. So I want to just say we're in full support. Thank you.
And for the record, I see we have our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis, at the podium. And Nick, for purposes of the record, the intent of the item is to roll back from a later hour than midnight to the earlier hour, which would be midnight, but an establishment that already has an earlier closing hour, this would not extend that. And so, Mr. Attorney, I would just like that clarity on the record.
So, Commissioner, what Ms. Latone is referring to is that there are certain establishments that are limited to 8 o'clock.
That's correct.
And
And this wouldn't extend them to midnight. To the contrary, the purpose of this item is to roll back, and I just want to make sure on the record that we are establishing that. Can you confirm that?
It does not extend. This would not extend. Anyone who's subject to an 8 p.m. Cutoff time for the outdoor bar counter, this ordinance would not extend them to midnight.
Okay. And this applies to the east side of Collins Avenue, is
That's
that correct?
correct. Yes.
Okay. And also, and I just want to confirm, this proposal does not impact indoor alcohol sales, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Has it been moved? Seconded? Let's call the vote.
I see no one else in the audience wishing to speak or on Zoom. I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved 7-0. It was item R5S.
R5T.
Item R5T is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts Regulations, Article 2 entitled District Regulations, that's Section 7.2.11, entitled CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, that's subsection 7.2.11.5, entitled Washington Avenue CD2 by repealing co-living units as an allowable use and eliminating all references to such, and by amending Section 7.2.14 entitled North Beach Town Center Core District TC at subsection 7.2.14.6, entitled Town Center Central Core TCC District, by reducing the maximum number of co-living units that may be built within the district and providing for codification, repeal, or severability at an effective date. It is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5T.
Sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez and co-sponsored by Commissioners Bott, Magazine, and Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we've all discussed this a number of times, the concerns with co-living units, how they could potentially be used as short-term rentals and potentially be used for transient purposes in ways that abuse and affect the quality of life of our full-time residents in Miami Beach. So the proposed ordinance before us today, and I want to thank my co-sponsor, proposes to remove the ability of any co-living units on Washington Avenue and repealing all references as such along this corridor. And it also reduces the number of co-living units in North Beach. I believe only one co-living unit was previously approved in Washington Avenue, but the permit was never issued. And so this would guarantee that on Washington Avenue, we wouldn't have these co-living buildings built there. So with that, I would like to move my item. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add on the record.
Nope, you covered everything, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Do we have a sec? Okay. Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. No one on Zoom, no one in the audience. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries approved 7-0. It was item R5T.
R5U.
R5U is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the city code by amending Chapter 2 of the Resiliency Code entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 13 entitled Historic Preservation, Section 2.13.9 entitled Historic Designation at subsection EI entitled Historic Preservation Sites, HPS, by designating the Collins Canal located between Biscayne Bay and Lake Pancoast as a historic site to be known as Collins Canal, as more particularly described in this ordinance, providing that the city's zoning map shall be amended to include the Collins Canal as a historic site, adopting the designation report attached hereto as Appendix A, providing for inclusion in the land development regulations of the city code, and providing for codification, repeal, or servability and effective date. It is a second reading public hearing. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is R5U.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Let's call the vote.
It is a public hearing. I see no one in the audience, right? Got it. And no one in Zoom. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Well, no, I'm kidding. Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Yes. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. It was item R5U.
R5V was withdrawn by the sponsor. R5W.
R5W, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 1 entitled Land Use Boards, Section 2.1.2 entitled Planning Board at Section 2.1.2.2 entitled Membership and Appointments, Section 2.1.3 entitled Design Review Board at Section 2.1.3.2 entitled Membership and Appointment, at Section 2.1.4 entitled Historic Preservation Board at Section 2.1.4.3 entitled Membership and Appointment, and Section 2.1.5 entitled Board of Adjustment at Section 2.1.5.2 entitled Membership, to amend the requirements for the architect and landscape architect categories as applicable, and providing for codification, servability, and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5W.
Sponsored by Commissioner Bott.
I'll let our planning director do the heavy lifting. Thank you for doing that, Tom. But I will say the reason for bringing this is that serving on a land use board is an honor and a privilege and a not insignificant ask of our residents. And it is something that we want the most qualified people who have the best interests of the city at heart to get involved with. But at the same time, we don't want to penalize them for being involved in a land use board by limiting their business opportunities. So this item is being contemplated in order to reconfigure the requirements and provide a little bit of latitude so we can get the best people that we can on the boards without hampering their ability to actually, pay their rent or their mortgage.
Yeah, actually, that was the heavy lifting.
It wasn't the technical part. It was
The only
just
thing that I will add in terms of the technical part is that under the membership categories for the Design Review Board, Historic Preservation Board, and Board of Adjustment, there are categories that mandate a registered architect and a registered landscape architect. This particular ordinance would provide more latitude by giving the commission the ability to appoint a design professional in those fields that may not have the registration. And so that would open up a pool and order for the commission to better be able to make sure that these boards remain full. And it was endorsed by the planning board unanimously, and this is first reading, and the administration recommends approval at first reading.
Can I move my own item?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Bott. I have a seconded by Commissioner Dominguez, Vice Mayor Dominguez, Commissioner Fernandez, R5W.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. It is, second reading, public hearing is scheduled for October 30th, R5W.
R5X.
This is an ordinance of the Mayor, City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Subpart B, entitled Miami Beach Resiliency Code, Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 1, entitled Land Use Boards, at Sections 2.1.2, entitled Planning Board, Section 2.1.3, entitled Design Review Board, Section 2.1.4, entitled Historic Preservation Board, and Section 2.1.5, entitled Board of Adjustment, to establish a requirement that any individual who applies to serve on a land use board first complete an architectural walking tour, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is item R5X. It requires 5/7 vote.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, the sponsor.
Yes, first and foremost, I would like to give credit to George Neary. This was his idea over many years of serving with the Miami Design Preservation League and sitting in, different land use hearings. Sometimes we you see our Art Deco district, and sometimes people are appointed to land use boards that don't necessarily understand the importance of the Art Deco district and the historic nature of it and how people fought for it. And they go into hearings and, they could be dismissive of something that's really important. So as an educator myself, I believe that education is power and knowledge, and it will result in board members that are well-versed in, in the importance of preservation. Because I didn't even understand preservation when I initially got elected. You can live in a city your entire life and drive around and see these little buildings, but if nobody ever really explains it to you. So this is just a simple thing. This is the first reading. Hopefully this won't be controversial. And with that, I would move my item.
I'll second.
Okay.
And just, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I'll second your item. I do think, when we think about Miami Beach, I think we all think about Art Deco. And that's what our mind, defaults to. But there's so much more than Art Deco. There's Mediterranean Revival, there's MIMO, there's other styles of architecture beyond Art Deco that contribute to the character of our historic districts that perhaps the members of these boards should be exposed to, because that is part of the challenge. They might appreciate Art Deco architecture, but might find MIMO architecture to be, simplistic, or might find, other types of, post-war modern type of architecture that might be contributing and important, but might not understand its importance. And so if you would accept an amendment to your item to have them participate in a walking tour that's more comprehensive and not just limited to the Art Deco Historic District, because look at what happened with Tallahassee. Tallahassee, we were able to get the exception for the Art Deco Historic District, but why? Because they don't understand the importance of the other historic districts. In North Beach, we have an important historic district in North Beach and other areas. So perhaps something that's more comprehensive and not as limited to only the Art Deco Historic District.
Daniel is saying that the tour covers everything, but if you did want to travel up to North Beach, I'm sure that the city could provide a vehicle when we do these tours, right? We could kind of corral all the land use members together and make it a noticed type of meeting, and then have MDPL provide the tour, and you could possibly do north, south, mid, all sections of Miami Beach. So if you would like to make that amendment, that it include all of the styles of architecture, and that we travel across Miami Beach for the tour, couple of hours. We're not going to torture people with give it like a 2-hour tour. And I hope, is that okay with all of you? Oh.
And the only reason why I mentioned it, and I apologize for the confusion, is that the item said, the piece of legislation said the Art Deco tour. And so I thought it was only limited to Art Deco architecture. And so thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor.
Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, thank you for stealing my thunder, Commissioner Fernandez. No, I echo what you say, not only because of what's going on in Tallahassee, and it's so important for people who think they know what the postcard looks like to understand that there is so much more to our important historic architecture up and down our coastline, and even inland. We have these beautiful Miami modern 1940s and 50s buildings that people dismiss. I think it's critically important that part of the tour, Daniel, just sorry to put you on the spot, but part of the tour should also explain the legislative challenges that we're facing as a city so that they can understand and put into perspective some of the decisions they're weighing. You know, for instance, when we were talking about trying to find a location for the fire station, the South Shore Community Center was dismissed specifically by a sitting elected commissioner, specifically because it was not an attractive piece of Morris Lapidus architecture. However, the people who are the experts in the state deemed it one of the 11 places to save, specifically because it was not a conventional piece of Morris Lapidus architecture, in addition to some other reasons. But if you're sitting on a land use board, you need to understand not just the rules and regulations and the goals of the city and the comp plan, but also the fabric of the city and what makes it so special and why we fight like dogs to keep this from turning into Sunny Isles.
And understand that architecture is not the only element that makes a property historic. Sometimes is the significance of the individual that may have resided there. Sometimes it's events that may have taken place there. Sometimes it's what it contributes to the environment and the overall design, or the collection that you have of that specific style of building, notwithstanding the unique architecture of that one building. I love serving with you, Commissioner Vaughn. It reminds me of our days on the planning board. We would have done this tour together.
We might still, if it's a sunshine meeting. So can I move this item?
Call the vote?
This is first reading, R5X, motion by Commissioner Bott, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Again, this is as amended. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved as amended. Second reading, public hearing is October 30th.
R5Y.
R5Y is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of Miami Beach Year 2040 Comprehensive Plan pursuant to the expedited state review process of Section 163.3184, subsection 3, Florida statutes, by amending the Resiliency Land Use and Development Element Goal, RLU 1, entitled Land Use Objective, RLU 1.1, entitled Establishment of Future Land Use Categories, at Table RLU 1.1 to provide consistency with the floor area ratio, FAR regulations, at Policy RLU 1.1.5 entitled Low Density Multifamily Residential, RM-1, to provide FAR increases to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending Policy RLU 1.1.6 entitled Medium Density Multifamily Residential, RM2, to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses at the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, and to provide for FAR incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses in the West Avenue Bayfront overlay by amending Policy RLU 1.1.7 entitled High Density Multifamily Residential, RM3, to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for properties located in the Mid-Beach Residential Use Area by amending Policy 1.1.25, entitled High Density Residential Performance Standard, R-PS-4, to provide FAR incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses by amending Objective 1.2, entitled Land Use Regulations, to establish Policy 1.2.8 entitled Residential Use Incentives, to provide minimum standards for obtaining the FAR incentives set forth in this ordinance and providing for codification, repealer, severability, transmittal, and an effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5Y.
Sponsored by Vice Mayor Dominguez, co-sponsored by Commissioners Suarez and Magazine.
And Mr. Mayor and Madam Vice Mayor, R5Z is a companion, and so
Yes.
it might make sense to read that into the record now so that both can be discussed at the same time.
Please.
R5Z is an order to the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code by amending Chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations by amending Article 1, entitled General to All Zoning Districts, to establish Section 7.1.10, entitled Residential Use Incentives, to create requirements for developments eligible on residential use incentives by amending Article 2, entitled District Regulations at Section 7.2.5, entitled RM2 Residential Multifamily Medium Intensity, to establish subsection 7.2.5.5, entitled Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, RM2, to provide floor area ratio FAR height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for property zone RM2 that front Collins Avenue between 47th Street on the south and 63rd Street on the north by amending section 7.2.6 entitled RM3 Residential Multifamily High Intensity, to establish subsection 7.2.6.4 entitled Mid-Beach Residential Use Incentive Area, RM3, to provide FAR and height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses, the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for the property zone RM3 that front Collins Avenue between 47th Street on the south and 63rd Street on the north by amending section 7.2.15 entitled Performance Standard District PS, subsection 7.2.15.2 entitled Residential Performance Standards District, to provide FAR and height incentives to encourage the development of residential uses and the conversion of existing transient uses to residential uses for property zone R-PS4 by amending Article 3 Overlay District, Section 7.3.3 entitled West Avenue Bayfront Overlay at subsection 7.3.3.4 entitled Legal Nonconforming and Other Transient Uses West Avenue Bayfront Overlay, to provide FAR height and use incentives to encourage the conversion of legally established transient uses to residential uses for property zone RM1, RM2 that are located within the West Avenue Bayfront Overlay, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is the first reading. 5/7 votes are required. It is item R5Z.
Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
So I started working on this item in the fall of last year, and I worked closely with Tom and his team, with neighborhood associations, and in essence, it's to give a modest incentive for transient use to convert to residential use. Anything to add, Tom?
Nope, that pretty much covered it, Commissioner.
With that, I move the item.
Let's call the vote.
Well, from a sequencing standpoint, if you could move R5Y first and
Okay,
then
I
R5Z
move
next.
R5Y.
Mr. Mayor.
And seconded by,
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez had her hand up.
3.5 is a massive increase. 3.5 is not a modest increase on oceanfront. I'm just wondering, between 47th Street and 63rd Street, what kind of properties are we talking? Like, what's there? Like the Soho House, Fontainebleau, like what?
These would be larger oceanfront lots. So in order to avail yourself of a 3.5 FAR, which would be essentially going from either 2.75 or the current max of 3.0 to 3.5, your oceanfront lot would have to be over 45,000 square feet in size. And
How
that's
many lots is that?
It would depend. For a 45,000 square foot lot, it's probably 2 to 3 narrow lots, but a lot like the Fontainebleau is well over 100,000 square feet.
So they could add on, and have they maxed out? Okay, like let's say Fontainebleau. So that means that they would add an additional tower?
The
Get
Fontainebleau,
rid of the Fontainebleau?
the Fontainebleau currently is at a maximum 3.0 FAR. And to the best of my knowledge, they're nowhere near that because the site is so big. Right now, they could add another tower at 200 feet.
Yeah, I don't know that I love this ordinance. Okay, so it's 47th to 63rd, and that's the second one. And the first ordinance is covering which area?
So
Just
it covers,
West Avenue?
it covers 4 different areas. The first is the RM2 area in Mid-Beach, which is between 47th and 63rd Street. The second is the RM3 area within the same area, which would be the oceanfront. The third area would be the RPS4 district, which is limited to the area between roughly First Street, South Point Drive, First Street, and Fifth Street on the ocean. And then the last area would be the West Avenue Bayfront overlay. Now, the West Avenue Bayfront overlay, the increase would only be applicable to those properties that already have a legal non-conforming transient use, like a hotel, and they convert to non-transient residential.
This is like a transformative piece of legislation. It means any so-called transient use could get a potential of 3.5 monster FAR. I'm not going to support this simply because, number one, we don't really know what Live Local is going. We can say this excuse, we're converting transient uses. I don't know what the overall, did we do a comprehensive study of how many units that this could add to Miami Beach apart from what we already have? Because these are massive, this is massive massing. I'm sorry. And this could potentially add thousands and thousands of units because it's so big and it covers the entire waterfront pretty much, right? What doesn't it cover?
It's only applicable to the oceanfront areas in terms of RM3, from 47th, which is just north of Fontainebleau, to 63rd Street. And the analysis that we did, since there's no increase in density, the actual increase in the number of units we expect to be fairly modest because in comparison to what you can currently do, these are fairly modest increases in FAR.
But what about the First Street, South Point Drive to where?
In the RPS 4 district, that goes from roughly South Point Drive to Fifth Street, oceanfront properties only.
So how many properties are there in South Point Drive? How many transient uses? There's like one hotel.
There are 3 existing hotels in the RPS 3 district. But this would also apply to new construction that agrees by covenant to in perpetuity have no transient uses. Because right now,
Does SOFNA know that they heard this and they were fine with it? SOFNA
Land use,
said,
the planning board passed this 6-0. It's been a long time in the making.
yeah, I've seen what 3.5 looks like and it scares me, and I just think that at a time when we have so much traffic and so much density, if you could do this on like some sort of specific case by case basis instead of just giving this is just like a full license to just build it. And after what I saw in North Bay Village with the Live Local, I thought that project was a little bit scary. I understand that we're going to be getting these applications and kind of fighting these applications. Bell Harbor right now is in a lawsuit over the Live Local application that they got. And North Bay Village, I guarantee you, will have some sort of litigation after a certain point. And I understand the desire to use the transient uses into, but these are the most expensive pieces of land in the city. I don't necessarily, I'm just a no, so, on both.
Mr. Mayor.
Because I don't understand the implications. I can't see what that massing is going to look like. I don't think that people in the other towers on the other side of South Point Drive are going to really like the fact that you're, maximizing this FAR and building taller and bigger. One of the most beautiful things about Miami Beach along the oceanfront, Commissioner Dominguez, is the idea that from one side of the island to the other, you have this beautiful profile, and in between it, it's dotted with bright blue ocean. And anybody who's walked the city and seen this would understand that is just part of what makes us so special, and I feel like something like this will ruin that.
We need housing, and this is a measure to help convert hotels to housing.
Which hotels are you talking? There's no hotel. Which ones?
So in RPS 4 alone, there's 3 existing, but it's also important to point out that in the RPS 4 district, not only are hotels permitted, so if somebody wanted to convert an existing residential apartment to hotel, they could do that, but they could also do short-term rentals, and we can't legislate that. What this does is with a modest increase in FAR and height, would ensure that that particular property would be non-transient in perpetuity, including short-term rentals.
How many Live Local applications has the city currently received?
We've received approximately 6, but none have been deemed complete. So they've submitted something, but they are not complete applications that could be approved.
I think that at a time where we've really lost control over what we can build, and I know Commissioner Magazine, you want to reduce transient usage, but this will, in my opinion, ruin the landscape of certain areas by maximizing this FAR. And sometimes we create something like this without actually seeing what it will do. Is there any way that you could just defer this 1 month so I could actually see massing of what this could look like if it was built out the way it is?
Tom, can that be done by September 11th?
Yeah, we actually put together massing studies for the public workshops that this has been through. Because this involved an increase in FAR, it required 2 hearings before the planning board, and it also required a public workshop in between the 2 planning board hearings, and a second public workshop is required between first reading and second reading. So if this is approved at first reading today, we would conduct a public workshop sometime in early September, and then adoption could not occur until October anyway.
Commissioner Suarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly want to be sensitive to the fact of we don't want larger buildings in the area, but, you know, personally, when I'm given the opportunity to remove a transient use in any neighborhood for a modest increase in height and FAR, to me, I think that's an added benefit. And you would think that, well, you're adding more units or larger units and you're going to add more traffic. But in reality, residential is the least intensive as far as traffic goes. When you have a hotel use, that's very intense when it comes to traffic. So the less transient uses in a neighborhood, the less traffic you're going to get in the neighborhood. And also, let's take a step back and realize that, you know, Live Local didn't just come out of nowhere, right? It came because there are developers who want to build. And, you know, not just Miami Beach, but there has been a serious, block from allowing any sort of development, period. And that's not just local to Miami Beach, it's other neighborhoods. And obviously those concerns are valid, but when the pendulum swings one way, where, you know, we are making it very difficult to develop, you're going to end up having state laws like Live Local that overrule municipal code. And so I think, you know, we have right now a decent relationship with Tallahassee. I'm hoping we hire someone who's very close to Tallahassee soon, Eric Carpenter. But you know, I think if we sort of show that we're willing to compromise and that we're willing to sacrifice transient uses for residential uses and increase modestly FAR and height, you know, that's going to send a big message to Tallahassee to say maybe Live Local isn't the option for Miami Beach since they are starting to compromise. And I think, you know, when that message is clear, we're not going to have bills passed down our throat and forcing us to real high rises on the beach that could be a serious problem. So that's why I sponsor this item. I'm always going to be a fan of residential use as opposed to transient use.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I just want to say that some of these hotels are like 3-story hotels, right? So we're going to take 3-story hotels and give them the incentive to go up to 17 stories, not oceanfront, and then 22 stories oceanfront. And somebody just texted me, there are already 3 Live Local applications south of 5th.
So you, in addition to these 3 live local that we're gonna have to potentially fight, not be able to control the massive density, we will look like Dubai. I'm not joking. I saw that project in North Bay Village, and I understand that North Bay Village needed something there, but I don't know that they needed, 5,000 units? More than that. 10,000 units? It's so massive. And our infrastructure can't handle it. We have already high fecal matter in our ocean and waters, and this is just devastating.
Well, Tom, is that true? I mean, you're going from how many stories to 20?
Yeah, 17. You're taking little teeny hotels that are 3 and 4 stories and allowing 17 stories. You're ruining everyone's view. Everyone's going to be mad at you. It's devastating, and it's widespread under this legislation.
Can Tom answer that question real quick?
Thank goodness that Mayor Minor passed the 6/7 thing, because this could pass.
So in the RPS4 area, which is the area south of 5th Street, that only applies to oceanfront properties. It does not apply to interior properties. Those are zoned RPS3. Does not apply to RPS3. Within the RPS4, there is an existing hotel, the Savoy, that is 3 stories. However, the current maximum height along the oceanfront, and this would apply to hotels, is 100 feet. This would only allow you to go to 115 feet. And the FAR increase is from the current 2.0 to 2.25. Again, you only can go to 2.25 if you agree not to do hotels and not to do short-term rentals.
How many stories is 115 feet?
Probably, you might be able to get 10 stories out of that.
But they can already go up to 100.
Yeah, which is 9 stories.
Bigger than 1 story.
Yeah.
Plus the FAR. Yeah, but right now they're like 3 stories.
Right, but
But the point, but they're not. I mean, but they're not.
There's no control over it.
I understand that, but right now they're very happy operating as these smaller properties, and they have been. They're not asking for this. This was just
So this is
something.
not requiring to develop into something else, but it's protecting us from having somebody buy it out and put in a live local property.
Why would it stop anybody from buying it as it is? I mean, I think it's not enough of an incentive to. I don't see why would this stop anybody from purchasing a property if they could build whatever they wanted anyway? And why would we give added incentives when we already can't control FAR, height, density, any of that with other projects? Given the fact that we have so much development in the pipeline, I understand this desire to de-incentivize transient uses, but those hotels aren't causing any problems. Why would you want to create that density there where we don't necessarily need it? It's so charming the way it is. And this could be, how many okay, let's say that everybody maximize this out. What are we looking at?
In the RPS4 area, our calculations show that there would be a potential increase of approximately 38,500 square feet.
Which is how many units when you?
It depends on the size of the units, but that maybe is an extra 40 units.
So 40,000 square feet south of 5th.
Yeah.
And then in the other area?
In the RPS, in the RM3 area, what we calculated, now that is a much bigger area. There would be a potential increase of approximately 148,000 square feet.
Can you go over that area? What is that area?
That's from 47th Street to 63rd Street.
So if we don't do this and somebody buys those properties and they do a live local project,
Well, they can't do, currently, Live Local does not apply to residential multifamily districts. So
Okay.
none of these areas identified are eligible for Live Local.
okay, that's what I,
So just hold on, just to put this in context, but someone could buy the property and go up to 100 feet and 4 or 5 stories and still keep it transient.
Correct.
Okay, and so I guess the intent of this is to, if someone is going to buy that property, they're going to have the option to say, all right, well, I can either build a hotel or I can get more incentive to build a residential development instead of the hotel where I get one more floor and I'm getting that 0.25 increase in FAR. And so to me, I think it's a win for the community if there's no short-term rentals. Again, short-term rentals, you don't know who's coming. Like the South of Fifth is a very residential neighborhood. When you live in a residential neighborhood and you live in a residential building, you usually have to submit background information. You have to make sure, you have good credit. When you're in a hotel, you don't know who's coming and going, and they're guests. And the amount of Ubers and black cars that go through there, it's very intense. And from what you're telling me, if there's only an increase of maybe 40 units, I mean, let's be honest, those units are probably not going to be full-time residences. They're probably going to be second or third homes if it's on the ocean. So, I don't, as far as infrastructure, I don't think it's going to be a strain on infrastructure at all. At least in the
RPS 4.
RPS 4. So let's just, let's make sure we get all the facts in and really outweigh one use over the other.
Yeah, and if
Commissioner Magazine.
And how I'm thinking about this is, if we want to use the Savoy as an example, and remember, south of Fifth on the ocean front, east of Collins, is included in the Unsafe Structures Act. So if somebody was going to buy the Savoy or a 3-story hotel there and do a redevelopment, how I'm looking at it is I want to provide incentive for that redevelopment to be residential. Now, a modest incentive, right? So if they're looking and they're saying, okay, we're going to do a redevelopment as part of this project, we could either have a 100-foot hotel, or in the neighborhood where my daughter goes to school, we can have a 115-foot residential complex. I think that's a fair trade-off. We actually just went through with a citywide referendum that proposed exactly that at the Marriott Stanton, I believe it is. And Tom, as a point of comparison, what was the FAR and the height that was overwhelmingly approved by, I think, 59, maybe 60-some% of voters? What was the incentivized FAR and height there?
I believe the height remained the same, 100 feet, but the FAR went to 2.75.
Okay, this is a first reading, so we'll have
It's
a second
not.
crack at this.
Oh, is this the first reading?
Yeah, first reading.
Okay, I'm looking at it, I mean, overall, it's, if you add them all up on the one ordinance, because there's 2 of them, it's probably like 1,000 units extra, correct?
I don't think it's 1,000 units in total. In the RM2 area, the total increase was approximately 16,000 square feet, so that's maybe 15 to 16 units. In the RM3, we said a little under 150,000. So that's probably 130, 140 units. And then in the RPS 4, you're looking at maybe 35 to 40 units.
And Tom, if these are waterfront, these are going to be larger units as well. So you'd be looking at
Even less.
1,500 to 3,000, 4,000 square feet.
Yeah, if the units were that big, it would be even less.
So, one thing I don't understand, the Live Local Act, those oceanfront hotels, they cannot build a Live Local building on those?
No, because they're zoned RM3. If you're zoned residential multifamily, you're not eligible for the Live Local Act.
So these are the small hotels along Ocean Drive, correct?
No.
No?
No, these are the, along Ocean Drive, south of Fifth Street, other than the Arlington Savoy, there's really no other small buildings left. They've either been incorporated into an existing larger development, or they've been demolished.
But if I could build a hotel at 10 stories, and then I only get 1 extra story for making it residential, I mean, is that really enough of an incentive? I mean, is that enough of an incentive?
Kristen, you could build a 9-story apartment building and have it be full of STRs, like the Roni Palace, which is infested with short-term rentals. It is absolutely infested. where they have hundreds of people coming in and out, using it as an oceanfront hotel. I mean, talk to any of the residents there.
And that's a residential building, so you could build residential
I'm
and then
saying.
make it short-term rental
But
anyway.
but doing
that's-
this means if you get the bonus FAR, what our colleagues are trying to incentivize is that you get the bonus FAR, you can build a 10-story or 11-story residential tower instead of 9 stories, if you proffer in perpetuity the fact that it will not be a short-term rental building, so that actual people can live there.
I think we've gone through the issues. Let's take the vote. We'll have I have a number of questions about it as well. We can do that between first and second reading. Let's call the vote. Oh, so close, Commissioner.
I think it'd be good if this item stops by land use before it comes back for second reading. Because I just want to make sure that we all understand it. One, want to understand, the massing impacts, traffic impacts, and just make sure that we are truly, that we protect our historic assets. And so I support the intent of de-incentivizing transient uses and to promote initiatives that incentivize full-time residential uses. Just want to more clearly understand all the unintended or potential impacts this could have.
Is that a motion?
I'll second my colleague's item, but just to stop at land use between first and second reading. It went to land use back before this commission got elected back in I don't even remember when it went to land use. So just between the two meetings, I just appreciate if it just stops there.
I'm supportive of that.
Okay, land use?
So September 5th, land use.
And that's before the commission meeting on September 11th.
Actually, October 30th is second reading.
And-
So,
October 30th. Oh, so we definitely have time.
And I
and there's
understand
also
where
going to
you're-
be an additional workshop as well. We have to do another public workshop before second reading, and we anticipate that being sometime in early to mid-September as well.
And could you send us each a list of all of the Live Local applications that you have received for all of our neighborhoods, so that even if they aren't complete, quote unquote, we can understand what we're facing in the future? Because I feel like we're operating in a dark zone. Okay,
Commissioner Dominguez passed legislation.
what, on getting notified?
Yeah, Live Local applications.
Have we gotten them?
It's another.
I think so, yeah. That was one that we didn't reach last time.
I'm trying to get to it. That's why I'm trying to move these items. Commissioner Fernandez, you have a good success record when you've had referrals to land use, so let's not jinx it exactly. But are we all in? Are you comfortable? That's not going to delay the vote at all.
Yes.
Okay,
So that's for R5, Y, and Z.
correct. Yes. May I call the vote at once for both items? Yes.
The next one should be a quick one, I hope.
No?
It's okay.
Okay, so I'm going to call, this is both for item R5Y and R5Z. I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, a seconded by Commissioner Suarez, and they accepted the amendment to refer this to land use, to the September 5th land use meeting. Commissioner Bott on both items.
Yes on both.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes, on both.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
No.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
This is just the referral to land use? Oh, I'll vote yes on the referral to land use.
No, this is the full item, including a referral.
What?
The full item, including the referral.
I'm a no then.
So the item passes 6-1 with Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez voting no on both. The second reading public hearing is scheduled for October 30th for R5Y and R5Z. Both items will be going to land use on September 5th.
R5AA.
R5AA is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 102 of the city code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Taxation by amending Article 5 entitled Local Business Tax by amending section 102.379 Schedule of Taxes by updating the Schedule of Taxes and moving all fines to Appendix A, providing for repealer, servability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5AA.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Thank you. So I work closely with Manny Marquez in finance, and we found that there were many BTRs or BTR categories that were antiquated or weren't priced correctly. This went through finance. It went back and with a favorable recommendation, and so I would like to move the item.
Second. Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez and seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 11th. That was item R5AA.
R5AB.
R5AB is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 6 entitled Procurement by amending Division 3 entitled Contract Procedures by creating section 2-375.1 entitled Prohibition against contracting with parties that boycott Israel, to regulate city contracts with parties that engage in boycotts of the state of Israel, and providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. It is item R5AB.
Sponsored by Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine and myself. Oh, Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Second reading public hearing is September 11th. The motion passes 7-0 with a co-sponsored by Commissioner Fernandez. Is that what I heard?
Correct. R5AC.
R5AC is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 102 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Taxation by amending Article 5 entitled Local Business Tax by creating section 102-368.1 thereof entitled Posting of Conditional Use Permit, CUP, decal to require any business operating pursuant to an active conditional use permit to post a decal issued by the city indicating that the business has an active conditional use permit, CUP, and providing for information on how to approve how the approved CUP may be accessed via the internet, providing for repealer, servability, codification, and effective date. This is item R5AC. It is a first reading.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under our land development regulations, certain uses that are categorized as conditional uses require approval through a conditional use permit by the planning board. The planning board has the authority, the ability to impose certain conditions during the CUP approval process to ensure that businesses adhere to the city's regulations and to ensure that we mitigate potential impacts on neighboring properties. What happens is that a lot of times conditional use permits get approved, the years go by, people forget that there's a conditional use permit. Managers at restaurants or nightclubs might not even be aware that there's a conditional use permit. Residents move out, new residents come in. They don't know that they're protected by a certain set of regulations approved through covenants that are registered with the courts through these conditional use permits. And so what this proposed ordinance does is to amend the city code to require those businesses that have a conditional use permit to post a decal issued by the city indicating that the business has an active CUP, and providing that providing information on how the CUP may be accessed online. So the businesses can post a decal, can have a QR code that links to their conditional use permit, and it'll be a great tool that our code enforcement can actually use as well. And so this is an idea that actually, even though it's being legislated now, it was an idea that came about when Commissioner Bott and I served together on the planning board. Thanks to the registry of CUPs that was done through the mayor's initiative a number of years ago. Now we have an online registry of all of these conditional use permits. And now we can better protect the public and help facilitate the job of code enforcement by ensuring that they're displayed, that these decals are displayed at all these establishments that have these permits. With that, I move my item. I want to recognize our Chief Deputy City Attorney, Nick Kalergis, if there's anything else that needs to be added on the record on this item.
Thank you, Commissioner. No, you covered everything.
I'll second it.
And the effective date, just for the record, would be next year, so that we have time so the staff has time to properly implement this item.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote. We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 11th. Commissioner Bott is a co-sponsor.
R5AD.
R5AD is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5, Rezoning and Development Approvals, at Section 2.5.5 entitled Development Approvals under the Live Local Act to establish administrative fees for the review and approval of development pursuant to the Live Local Act, including Section 166.04151, subsection 7, Florida statutes, and by amending the City Code at Appendix A, fee schedule to provide for administrative fees for the review and approval of developments under the Live Local Act, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and effective date. This is a first reading. It requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5AD.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
So we worked with the administration to come up with some fees for Live Local because there are no application fees. And as you can see, I'm sure we might even get preempted from charging any fees next year, but they are going to have to allow for administrative review, right? And so that's what this is. I think it's $3,125 for their public hearing, and then $40 per square foot, up to a maximum of $40,000, right? Tom?
It's,
say?
for the initial site plan review, it's $3,000, you're correct. And the per square foot fee is 40 cents per square foot, up to a maximum of $40,000.
But that's only on the market rate units, right? I think we talked about land use, that can't be charged to the,
Correct. We would prorate any affordable or workforce units.
Okay, so does anyone have anything? I mean, I think it's good legislation to at least have these administrative fees so that we can at least work with whoever the developer is.
Is that a motion?
Submitting these. What?
Is that a motion?
It's a motion.
Commissioner Magazine.
and I'll make a comment just because, one of the key themes has been providing attainable housing that we've all focused on. We certainly don't want to be hostile to anything Tallahassee's doing. So this isn't to prevent it from happening, but this is to help us recover and burden some of the costs with some of these administrative fees. So I'm very supportive of this.
Okay, that's what you.
We have a
That's your
motion.
reasoning. I'm trying to make it tough.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved 7-0. The second reading public hearing is October 30th, R5AD.
Okay, I'm going to go to a few C7 items. These were addendum items that were put on yesterday, but they are time sensitive, so I didn't approve to put it on consent, but it's important that we discuss them. C7AT.
C7AT is 5,500 sponsorship to employ Terry, Terry attend Olympics cheer daughter. It's Commissioner Dominguez's item.
Received the LTC that Antoine Terry, our sanitation worker's daughter, was headed to the Olympics in Paris, and I thought it would be a good gesture to help pay for his airline ticket and some of his hotel, so $5,500, and I moved the item.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor, C7AT?
Aye.
Motion carries. C7AT is approved.
C7AS.
C7AS is urge Riviera Plaza apartment owners extend the residents move-out deadline requested by Commissioner Fernandez. C7AS.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over 40 low-income and elderly residents of the city of Miami Beach are being displaced from their property as a result of a redevelopment. And this piece of legislation urges the property owner to provide them with an extension of their lease by a month, of their move-out date by a month, and provide them with assistance with their move-out costs. I believe something is in the works. I haven't received confirmation as a result of this legislation, so I appreciate the support of my colleagues on this, and especially I want to highlight Commissioner Magazine, because I know, Commissioner Magazine, how passionate you are on this very specific issue. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my item.
Yeah, and I don't want to prolong this, but this specific project, when it got approved by HPB, was probably the single biggest catalyst caused me to run. Maybe good for some people, maybe not others, but this item, it truly broke my heart, and it was one of the first pieces of legislation that I looked to adapt as stopping the conversion of residential housing into transient usages. It's been much more difficult to kind of find that legal needle to thread, but it's something I continue to remain engaged with our legal department and expect things coming in September. So Commissioner Fernandez and I know the rest of our colleagues, thank you, and everything and anything that we could do for these people I think is needed.
Commissioner Magazine, would you join me as a co-prime of this item?
Yeah, I'd be honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
I had Senator Garcia text me today asking if we were going to help with relocation expenses while the state finds them, the property owners helping with the relocation expense. Because she said, your consideration for assisting the elderly residents with their the Housing Authority and Community Service have been incredibly supportive. I'll ensure that the state and elder apartments that they get involved. However, there's an urgent need for 1 extra month of assistance. That's what you're working on? Yep. Okay, good.
All in favor? Motion is approved 7-0, C7AS.
C7AR.
C7AR, established policy for medical marijuana for city employees, requested by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Okay, so this is a heavy lift. I need to refer it back to committee. I will say, though, that the memo attached to it is slightly misleading, and let me explain why. We found out that the financial impacts to allowing employees to use medical marijuana if they have an illness, which is a constitutional right in the state of Florida right now. The total financial impact to the city would be about $30,000. But the way that the beginning of the memo reads, it has a very scary number, like 38 million, which, by the way, if we have sick patients that are allowed to use a medical marijuana card, that does not mean that we are no longer a drug-free workplace. A drug-free workplace is under the assumption that people are coming to work without using drugs. So that should really not be the fiscal impact of this. The real fiscal impact of allowing certain patients, cancer patients, patients who are ill and have the constitutional right under state law. And by the way, it's the state of Florida issuing these medical marijuana cards. So, I mean, and the state of Florida has a very benign policy. Well, we're going to allow it, but between now and I'd like to refer it to finance. If that's okay with everybody, you're going to get to hear it again.
Public safety would be good
You like that too? Would you want to? It's a complicated one. She's like shaking her head now. The good news is, but I would like the memo rewritten just because we are considering marijuana as a medicine and not a drug does not mean that we're no longer a drug-free workplace, and there were no grants that were affected by this. It was really only a fiscal impact of $30,000. So Marla, would you please change the fiscal impact on this memo also?
I will rewrite the memo to be more clear.
Okay, because it wasn't clear. It was scary, actually, and that is not the fiscal impact. The total fiscal impact was $30,000 of allowing employees with medical marijuana cards who are ill to exercise their constitutional right under the state of Florida.
And if I could, maybe I'll ask legal, how this is received, I guess, at the federal level. Would that have any bearing on how the constitutional amendment goes in November? And where I'm going with this is, if this passes the ballot in November, does this become a moot issue? Which would beg the question, do we wait to see what happens in November?
Well, these are two different issues. I'm talking about us following large corporations. Well, first of all, the state of Florida, which allows for medical marijuana uses, because it would be hypocritical for them to issue cards and then say that their employees couldn't, use it as a medicine. So we're following large corporations like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all of the large corporations in the world. By the way, we would be the first municipality in the state of Florida to allow this. And there's a lot of hypocrisy surrounding some of this, because we might not test people for something like diazepam, right? But we are, and they could come to work totally drugged out on diazepam. But if you look at all of the studies, how much more productive people are, happier they miss work less, they're not taking other pain medications. This is very enlightened stuff. I think I need to work on it a little bit more before I bring it back. But I think that you will? Okay. All right. I know you want me to stop. Anyway, I'm very excited about it. I think that we're going to really do something benign.
I third the motion.
You do?
Okay.
So that means I've got 3 votes. I only need 1 more. I know it's going to be Commissioner Magazine. He
I
is
think
all
they're just
about
supporting
medical
sending it
marijuana.
to committee.
Okay.
So right now, we're just sending it to committee.
Correct. Just sending it.
That's all we're doing. Okay.
So for the record, this is just a referral to FERC and Public Safety, correct?
We'll hear it up first so we can really iron out, and I'll come back with like a policy that we can approve.
So a referral, C7AR, referral to FERC only, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The referral passes, I guess the resolution will come back after FERC. Okay.
C78Q.
C7AQ, execute facility use agreement with Miami-Dade County Public Schools, parking lot at South Point Elementary. C7AQ.
I'll second.
I heard Commissioner Suarez and Commissioner Fernandez, C7Q. All in favor? Motion passes 7-0, C7Q.
City administration is telling me we have to call RDA 1 and CRA 1. Well, have to, but they're time sensitive.
So we are recessing as the city commission meeting. We are reconvening as the RDA. RDA 1 is grant RDA executive director authority during RDA board of directors recess. It is RDA 1.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Heather Shaw, Interim Director of Economic Development. Thank you very much for calling this item. This item is pretty easy and pretty pro forma. We, while you're in recess, we want to make sure that the power to do any agreements or changing agreements goes to the Executive Director.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aye.
It passes 7 with 1 absent, Commissioner Higgins. We are now convening as the North Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, the NBCRA. Similar item, grant North Beach CRA Executive Director authority during North Beach CRA Board of Directors recess. All in favor of the item, please say yes. Motion passes 7-0, one absent, Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you.
Let's call R5AI.
R5AI is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 2 entitled Public Places by amending Section 7045 entitled Camping Prohibited, by amending the city's existing prohibition on camping based upon the recent ruling of the Supreme Court of the United States in City of Grants Pass, Oregon versus Gloria Johnson et al., 144 Supreme Court 2202, 2024, and the enactment of the Florida statute, section 125.0231 entitled Public Camping and Public Sleeping, which takes effect on October 1st, 2024, and with providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. It's item R5AI.
Commissioner Fernandez and I are joint sponsors. This item just tightens our currently existing ordinance about against camping in public property or sleeping on public property to be consistent with Florida legislation as well as the recent U.S. Supreme Court case.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could add to that, it's so important because we truly go in such a compassionate attempt to offer housing to individuals to avoid arrest. The first option is always to offer shelter, offer housing. But in this case, if an individual refuses or is ineligible for shelter placement due to their own past or present conduct, in that case, then an arrest can be effectuated. If they've done something through their conduct, if they're a sexual offender, if they've done some sort of situation for which they cannot accept shelter placement, well, then our police officers have a right to protect the safety and the quality of life of our community. And I'm proud to join you as a sponsor of this item, Mr. Mayor.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, and if I could just make one comment, Mr. Mayor, that becomes even more important because the city of Miami just passed their own ordinance, I think at their last commission meeting. So they're going to be stepping up enforcement, and we don't want to receive, just like squeezing a balloon. If you squeeze it one way, it goes other places. So we want to be sure that we have as stringent protection as possible. So thank you both for your diligence on this.
Now, this is important legislation. Not only do we offer the help and give a lifeline to people to turn their lives around, but we are seeing a number of crimes committed by homeless people against residents, tourists, but against other homeless people. We've had 2 homeless people that were killed on our streets. So we are protecting them as well, and our residents. So we have a motion and a second.
I have a motion. I believe I heard Commissioner Suarez also. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Second reading public hearing is September 11th with Commissioner Suarez as a co-sponsor.
R5AJ.
R5AJ is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 2, City Commission, and creating Section 2-18 entitled Stop the Pause Policy to establish minimum voting thresholds relating to critical infrastructure projects having an estimated construction cost above a stated threshold and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is this proposed ordinance would codify more stringent voting thresholds similar to the resolution, to the Stop the Pause resolution we passed at the last meeting. This, in essence, takes a Stop the Pause policy that we adopted as a resolution and codifying it in the Code of Ordinances of the City of Miami Beach. And in essence, it would make it necessary for any action that would have an effect of pausing, delaying, stopping, or materially modifying critical infrastructure projects, it would increase the voting threshold for that. And Mr. Attorney, I don't know if you can just put into the record, at what point is it a 5/7 vote and at what point it becomes a 6/7 vote?
Sure. When a project is at 60% design, the commission must vote at 5/7 in order to stop or modify the project. And once the project has received a permit and is shovel-ready, that would require a 6/7 vote to stop or pause or modify the project.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. With that, I move my item.
Let's call the vote.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, Mr. City Clerk, this is just first reading?
It is first reading.
Okay.
I mean, I don't love it because I do feel, what? What?
Well, I would value the feedback before second reading. Yeah.
I'm going to vote for this on first reading, but I don't like the fact that you take away our option to, change something, especially because once our hands are tied, any contractor, any construction person can then price gouge us, and guess what? We no longer we can't do anything. They just have to get to one or two of us from a lobbyist. They can say, well, you're saying that we have outs, but the truth of the matter is,
in that situation, we've maintained it at a 4th, 7th vote of the city commission. Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. And also, we're not taking the power away from the city commission. We're just saying the moment you've reached a certain threshold, that the project is so far advanced and you've invested so much money, we're just saying the city commission still has that right and that ability. You just need an extra vote. But as it relates to the increase in price, Mr. Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, the commissioner's concerned, that's still a 4/7 vote. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And I think it's also worth mentioning that this applies only to very specifically defined critical infrastructure projects. This does not apply to every single project that the city decides to build.
And critical infrastructure, Mr. Attorney.
Wait, I still have my microphone on.
And critical infrastructure being defined as stormwater systems, potable water system, and sanitary sewer projects.
Because I heard Commissioner Bott earlier today talking about wanting to tweak the 72nd Street garage project, and I'm on board with that 100%, and I don't want anything to, okay, it's just those critical. But do we have to pass legislation for this? Because we have two projects. We approved both of those projects. We're not changing them now. So why would we, now that everybody's on the same page and nobody's forcing anything, why do we need to legislate something that's not a problem?
Well, because we have other projects that need to get done. We have critical needs projects that the neighborhoods need. We have other neighborhood improvement projects that are slated down the timeline. And I want to make sure that we continue moving in the right direction with these projects and that they don't get stalled, because at the end of the day, our residents are the ones that end up suffering, if not from the flooding, from the increase in the price that is caused by the delay of these projects.
The only reason we paused these projects is, number one, we literally went and ruined Palm and Hibiscus Island by raising the streets way higher than people's homes. And guess what happened? Everybody's homes flooded. And it was a complete and total disaster.
No,
and
but
the city engineer was, wait, let me just finish. Then the state of Florida actually fined us for whatever we did on Indian Creek, and the city engineer was fired, okay? Then Sunset Harbor, which is great now, initially filled up like a fishbowl because it had no redundancy, and nobody could get insurance because what we did was we raised the street higher than people's businesses. So now we've worked out these kinks and these issues, and we're moving forward in a way where we're saying to ourselves, we're not going to raise the streets so high that everybody's homes are going to flood. We're going to make sure that you can still get property insurance after we do the work. And these were things that we need to design. But I just don't understand why we need to legislate this, because at this point, I think we're all on the same page. We're moving forward with resiliency. We saw the rain event that we have. Why do we have to legislate this? Nothing else is at 60% right now. Nobody's going to want to change something. But if somebody does want to change something at 60% and there's a really relevant reason, maybe they won't be able to because we created this law. Maybe a lobbyist will just win the day.
Well, the only person that's lobbied for this is the Office of the Inspector General that was created by the taxpayers and the voters of the city of Miami Beach to look after the proper governance of these projects, to look after efficiencies and make sure that we're being responsible with residents' tax dollars. That's the only entity that has actually asked us to pass this. And it earned also the support of Miami Beach United that supports this item. I would love the feedback of Commissioner Magazine. It seemed like Commissioner Magazine had some feedback as well, and I value that.
Full transparency, I was looking at something else I looked up. I saw first reading. This is something, when we talked about it before, I believe it was at land use, I was supportive of and remain supportive.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, move my item.
Second.
Let's call the item, let's call the vote.
This is not a public hearing, but we have two individuals requesting to speak. Should we do so, or do we wait till second reading?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Okay, here, sorry. It is not a public hearing at this time. We have individuals in Zoom requesting to speak. Do you wish to do so now or second reading?
And yeah, no, I'm not going to. Any other time I would do it if it was earlier, but we're past our time today. And again, we have the opportunity for second read.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
It's like all kumbaya until I have to vote no in a very kind way.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez is a no. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dominguez.
No.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes with 2 noes. Commissioners Rosa Gonzalez and Vice Mayor Dominguez. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for September 11th.
I want to.
I just want to release an item and refer on to committee which is quick. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to release item C2B from the pool list and refer C2F to the Finance Committee.
Works for me. We have a second? I'll second. Call the vote?
For a second, Mayor. So on item C2B, I have a motion by,
On item C2B, I am making a motion to release and approve C2B. And on C2F, I'm making a motion to refer it to the Finance Committee.
Who pulled C2B? Got it.
so, second, please.
I second it. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
And also, the Poseidon Ferry item, can we refer it to finance to discuss? Is that?
One at a time.
C2B, motion to approve C2B.
Yes.
So now C2F is a referral to,
Finance.
so motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Mayor? Yes? To refer C2B to FERC, all in favor? Who's a no, I'm sorry?
C2B is being approved and C2F is being referred.
C2F to Finance, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
One last thing before we adjourn.
Well, we'll be here for a while, but Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez actually raised an issue. If we're doing referrals, I'm okay with it. Let's go.
I know that the Poseidon Ferry, we actually went and looked at it yesterday in my office. We took the ride. I just wanted to refer it to finance because I wanted to understand the implications. If we cancel it right now, does that mean that we can't apply for this federal grant funding? So would it be okay with Commissioner Fernandez and Bott? I know that this is your item. Would you be okay if between now and September, we refer it to finance and have a discussion about it?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Okay.
But I want to hear it in September.
Yes.
I think Commissioner Bott pulled the referral for parking meters in North Beach. I don't know if we approve that. Okay. All right.
So just for the record, on C7AH, it is being referred to Finance, and it's coming back in September. Is that correct? Okay.
I want to thank everyone here. This was a great meeting. We actually ended up getting a lot done, and we made a major decision for our city and the future of Miami Beach today. Congratulations, Eric Carpenter. Personally look forward to calling you early in the morning, late at night. You know what you're getting into. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. God bless.